Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. A brilliant and a magnificent day as we're going to be starting off day 5 of the action, and I'm super duper excited. But before we jump in the action, intros here is going to be me, Lucifer, again, along with Mrudul joining and starting the day off. And Mrudul, how are you feeling as we are getting closer and closer to ending stage 1?
Well, definitely a bright and cold evening out here in Delhi. And Lucifer, we start here with the day number 5. Again, many more questions to be answered, many more answers to be given by the teams. Because as we know, we have a matchup where we discussed about Revenant Esports and God's Reign happening today. We have
Yes.
it on the match number 2. I'm quite excited about that. That's the highlight for me for sure because I am going to cast that. But again, Lucifer, you might be, just witnessing the action and then discuss it with Raider what exactly happens, how it went for and how it would be coming for in the match number 3. But then again, to talk about the first match, it's going to be SA12 versus 6 Upper Moon. Again, as I talk about 6 Upper Moon, they're at the bottom of the table. So they need to charge up and
Yeah.
actually pump up because S12 is already leading. They know that even one single match, losing one single match would not make a change. They're already qualified. To talk about the prize pool for this tournament, it's a big, big chunk, and this is the distribution for that.
22.5 lakhs is going to be the overall prize pool, and cutting down to the winners, they're going to be getting 11 lakh 25,000. But that is not only what the champions are going to be walking away with, it is going to be the title and all the bragging rights, calling themselves the India champions, especially India Open 2022, meaning that they fought against all the teams throughout the entire region of India from every nook and corner, and they are going to be the only team who are going to be able to say that. But they're going to be a runner up as well, who will be walking away with 5,25,000, third place getting 3, fourth place getting 1,50,000, and fifth, sixth respectively getting 50,000 each, and seventh and eighth place as well getting 25,000 each. So something or the other thing for every, I would say, person in terms of top 8 to walk away with. And with that, we are going to be jumping to the top teams we have, and it's going to be the 14 teams distributed in Group A and Group E. Rudul, why don't you walk over to us?
Well, yes, exactly. To, discuss about the Group A and Group B. In Group A, we have Team SATUL, Team True Rippers, Oglis 5, Enigma Gaming, FSE Sports, Pride Official, 6 Upper Moon. And on the other side, you have Revenant Esports, Kemen Esports, God's Reign, Marcos Gaming, Ryzen Esports, Zahir Team, Hyderabad Hydras. To discuss about all these teams, they have played their offline matches and even the on-stream matches, and as we said, the online matches that we are going to witness even today. But talking about Revenant Esports team, SATUL, God's Reign, on the other side, you have True Rippers. These are some of the chunk of the teams who have been performing consistently out there. Getting those wins, sometimes actually getting those wins by 3 zeros. So again, they're dominative. They're defensive of their position on the group standings. As I discussed about the group standings, we have the group A standings in front of us.
Mridul, we are going to be starting here with True Rippers, but you mentioned we have SATL to start the day off. So SATL will be looking forward to jumping up on the first spot. If they get the victory, for sure they're going to be getting the first spot. But True Rippers right now with a better in terms of overall advantage in the way they've
Yeah,
won matches is the way they're sitting in the first spot. But coming to the third one, it's going to be FSC Sports, followed by fourth for Enigma, and fifth with 6 Upper Moon, and sixth
yeah,
for Pride Official, seventh for Ogles 5. But Ogles 5, they still have a lot more matches to play, Mridul, which is going to be four.
yeah.
Yes, four more matches, so they still have chance to bring things back into the game. Same goes for Six
Mhm.
Upper Moon, and Six Upper Moon will be starting the day off. But right now, as we jump into the Group B, it's all to you.
Well, yes, exactly. And as I already discussed, Lucifer, that most of the teams, even if they have, less amount of goals in the average goals, the way they have won the matches, actually, the rounds they have taken to actually win the matches is what matters. Talking about the Group B standings, it's God's Reign at 845 and Revenant Esports at 680. So yes, these two are the table toppers, but then below them is going to be Marcos Gaming at the third spot. Then you have Kemen Esports, even if they have less average goals than Hyderabad Hydras, but then they have one more match played and they have actually won their matches, in less rounds than Hyderabad Hydras.
I mean, right now, in terms of winning, we have Group of Death. As you mentioned, we
Correct.
have God's Reign and Revenant Esports in Group B itself. So this is going to be
Yeah.
super interesting. And we have their match today. We have had a lot of discussion about who can do what. Both God's
Yeah.
Reign and
Correct.
Revenant have had a clean streak, no in terms of losses, nothing to be worried about. And they are the teams which we kind of think about maybe even having the chance to
Mm-hmm.
grab the title itself of being the champions. Let's see if it will
Yeah.
happen, but all action will be there in the second match. So don't go. That is going to be an action that you shouldn't miss at all. But starting the day
Yeah.
off is going to be SATL versus 6 Upper Moon, and followed by the last match for the day is going to be Enigma Gaming versus Ogles 5. But God's Reign, look at what has happened. They faced off Hyderabad Hydras today itself in an offline match where Hyderabad Hydras gave them a little bit of a trouble, but Hyderabad Hydras couldn't close it up, and God's Reign will get all the 3 rounds in their favor. But Marcos, they had a cleaner run, a 3-0 against Ryzen Esports.
Well, again, we couldn't see the God's Reign offline match, but again, Lucifer, we saw the table standing. So again,
Mm-hmm.
if it's after the updated one, they're still
Yeah,
maintaining their high goal streak. That is what we should talk about, right?
exactly.
Because again, they have 800 plus average goals after having a Hyderabad Hydras match. But again, as we know, the first match for the day between 6 Upper Moon and Team SATL. Well, again, for me, 6 Upper Moon going to be playing for the first time on the stream. It's Illusion, OP, Cyan, Zomboy, Kiyoshima, and Death Rider. On this side from SATL, you have Cursed, Darbari, Ghoul, Might, and Tensai.
Now, SHL, a lot of you will be familiar with, and people who watch zonal finals, they'll be familiar with 6 Upper
6
Moon.
Upper
And I'm
Moon.
pretty sure Raider on the back end, now that he's sitting and waiting for his chance to come on the desk, he'll be very interested to see what Illusion OP will be doing today. Because when we saw in the zonal finals coming in from 6 Upper Moon from the Northeast region or the Northeast zone, he showed us a brilliant performance on Gardevoir, which we were all rattled and dazzled about. And we were talking it until at least day 2 and day 3. Yes, eventually there were other teams also who came into the play. And as we were talking about Illusion OP, he's going to be facing up against Might on this head to head. And look at how close both of them are. In terms of knockouts, it's just a two knockout difference. Assist, yes, a bigger one, which is going to be 16. But look at the amount of damage gives a big difference here. A 20,000 difference, Mridul, that we see in
Yeah.
damage.
But again, Lucifer, we have been seeing players getting the MVP title or the player of the game title because of their assists. There is, and that is where actually Might is leading, right? 77 assists
As well, goals.
to be in front of 61, and as well as goals like 1,732. And there's a reason SAT will have a lot of average goals advantage. But to talk about the rounds taken, six, uh, you know 6 Upper Moon right now at this given stage have only played 2 matches, right?
Mm-hmm.
And both the matches have gone till 5 rounds. So again, consistency that they have shown, but they have played all the 5 matches. So again, teams have been, oppressing and suppressing 6 Upper Moon. Let's see how they perform against Team SATUL.
Now, SATL, Mridul here had a longer run in terms of whenever they had to fight, win rounds, win
Correct.
a best of 5. Whereas 6 Upper Moon, they started their journey from your zonal finals, but still
Correct.
after that, now that they're playing here in the stage 1 national playoffs and they've still played only 10 rounds, tells us that their losses have been somehow faster because Illusion OP, they've played Illusion OP and his entire team. They've played only 2 matches in the best of 5 as
Correct.
of now, so
Exactly.
they've lost both
Exactly.
of it. That's the reason
Yeah.
right now you cannot count these rounds as like being effective, as well as Illusion OP's stats in terms of an immediate or an exact fight off picture that can give you an
Mhm.
idea who is going to be faring better, whether it's going to be SATL's Might or it's going to be 6 Upper Moon's Illusion OP. You cannot say that. I want to see 6
Yeah.
Upper Moon picking up their first victory, their first point, and I think we'll get a better idea then of how SATL's Might as well as 6 Upper Moon's Illusion OP can match against each other, Mridul.
Well, again, this is the group A we talk about, Lucifer. In this group, there is no Kemen Esports. To talk about Kemen Esports, right? Even they have had a lot of losses, but then yesterday it was a day where they got both the matches that they played again against Hyderabad Hydras. Yes, they did have one of the round losses, but then they came back and actually took 2 games back to back. So,
Hmm.
even if they were losing on rounds, even if they were losing for 3 days straight, they lost three of their important matches. But yes, Kemen had two of their victories.
क्या था
Actually, to
बैन
Mine
begin
हटाओ
with,
भाई.
Six
था
Upper Moon
mine.
and SATUL Esports, we have the ban phase
Mime
in
का
front
है
of
बे.
us.
मेरे को भी नहीं
With
दिख रहा
17
है.
seconds to
ए
go,
काटो तुम लोग मेरे
anybody
को.
understanding what Six
काटो
Upper
काटो
Moon
काटो
will be
तुम लोग ही
trying to
काटो.
do. But for me, I think here Mridul SATL should come out with a Tyranitar ban or a Dodrio. These are the only two bans that we
You're
have
weak
quite
as you
frequently
go,
seen from them. There we go. And in Six Upper Moon, they're coming out with the
Just
Mime
a
ban.
regular
ओके.
everyday
Well,
Kyo.
well,
लोग को
well.
30 सेकंड
Six
देना था
Upper
अबे पिक
Moon going
करने
for
को.
a
30 सेकंड
mime,
बहुत कम
Mr.
है.
Mime ban on
क्यों
Team
उठाओ.
SSL. But then
Rolex.
on the other side, you have a Dodrio ban on Six Upper Moon. Again,
फिर
SATL
नेक्स्ट क्या
might be
उठाना?
having those reasons because they still haven't played against Six Upper Moon. But then again,
अगर वो लोग
as we see on the screens, you have a
गार्डो टिकार
Snorlax
में कुछ छोड़ा
for the side of
हैं ये
KO.
क्या
चले
है?
जाओ.
Let's go, let's go.
वो उठाएगा.
Tensai with the Gengar.
उठाया
Don't
नहीं.
tease
Twitter.
me with it.
ट्विटर
A lot
उठाया.
of the teams have done with Pikachu as well as Gengar yesterday, and he will.
He
So
will.
no
He will.
Gengar. Darbari in the meantime, he's at least going to be picking up the Tyranitar, making sure that this time SATL themselves never banned it, and Six Upper Moon as well. Coming to the next end of it is going to be Death Rider coming in with Azumarill and Illusion OP back on the guard of your Rider. You should be ready right now to learn a lot from Illusion OP because you and me, we kind of enjoy Illusion OP. But one thing I can promise you, Mridul, you're also going to become a fan of Illusion OP if he plays the same way that he played in the zonal finals on this guard of yours.
Again, it's been a long journey for teams like Six Upper Moon. They have played the zonal finals too. Yes, they have come around from a long stage, and then performing here in the national playoffs. They have a lot on their back. Talking about Mamoswine coming as a pick from Cyan, a Sizer going in for Zomboy. On the other side from SATUL, you have AG Slash by Might, Goal by Goal actually depending upon Mew, and then Cursed taking a look at it.
With the final Pokemons being selected, we might just see a couple of switches between the players of what they will be playing, and it's going to be Might on none other than the Tyranitar. Darbari is still going to be on the Eldegoss. Tensai is going to be moving to the Aegislash in Ghoul. As you know, he should be playing the Lucario, but Cursed is back on the Mew. Yesterday it was different. Cool also tried his hands on the Mew. On the other end, it doesn't seem any much switches coming through. Science is on the Mamoswine as well as Zomboy on the Sizer that we ended up seeing. But now is time. It's for time for both Six Upper Moon and SHUL to meet for the first time here in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Now, as I said, when all these zonal teams meet the India's topmost teams, for a second or at least for a round, they feel that fanboy movement that they're finally able to play against their favorite players, right? It has happened. It has happened to me as well. As soon as we end up seeing at least one player who we kind of look up to of how they do and play Pokemons and how they're able to dominate, we're like, oh, we follow you. Can you help us out and things like that? But after that, they understand that for at least this matchup, this best of five, they are going to be rival enemies and they have to take them down if they want to continue their journey, Mridul.
Well, yes, again, Lucifer. And as you talk about the journeys, yes, the match is all around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
SHL once again discussing about them, how the match was for them when they actually played with Tyranitar. The match that they played with Tyranitar were the victorious one for them. So Tyranitar has proved for SCTUL as the perfect choice.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever a player actually goes for it, Tyranitar has been that Pokemon. An all-rounder one, always present in those fights, talk about top lanes and bottom lanes. But then an all-rounder Pokemon is also important to get those Regis.
Yes, very crucial because they can do a lot in terms of damage and also kind of
Yeah.
resist
Take
damage
it.
so
Yeah.
that their teammates, one of them can swoop in and exchange the place and immediately start taking the fight head on and close it off.
Correct.
Rather get stuck with the move cooldown, and then because of the move cooldown, somebody else chimes in from the opponent, gets a chance to steal it. So they have to make a way or find a way through all these difficulties. But we have also seen
Yeah.
teams kind of swivel around the entire Thea Sky Ruins based on one player trying to distract majority of their opponents as they're jumping right to the Reggie Rock, but in the meantime one player is left on the top lane to solo fight Reggie Aliki. But right now, with the match started, we'll keep these discussions to a close and get back into the action and see what plans are coming in from both these teams.
Well, right now, if you talk about Team 6 Upper Moon, they're already up for the farming. Snorlax actually getting those levels to, get those moves ready for him. But on the other side, Lucario already adds a +4 for Team SA12. On the other side, you have a Scyther going for, a 10 makeup, whereas Azumarill also had a 5. The first KO coming up for the match. The Scyther sent back to the base.
But you saw what Aegislash was doing from SATUL, annoying them, and now with finally getting a couple of ace energy for itself, they'll be getting a 5-goal in. Ghoul in the meantime super low, gets crushed in between two players, and that's going to be a first KO. Make it a second one, as SATUL are going to be losing 2 of their players, maybe a third one here, because Tensai, he's being hit with a lot of moves coming in from both. Azumarill is thankful it's going to be, because it is right at its goal zone, will be able to heal, and Cursed as well, swooping in.
Well, yes, again, you talk about all of these Pokemons. It is going to be another great, side from Skyesports that they have added 18 points on the goalpost of SA12. Fights beginning up near the bottom lane, whereas the mid lane seems disturbed because they're still not present on the top lane, whereas the Snorlax arrives and 5 more points added. Lucario has a perfect speedster running around all of those goalposts, needs to be back to the base, needs to be back to the goalpost, and Azumarill will take the whole advantage for him. Even the swing up.
Skyesports, at least in terms of the goals for now, have a small lead. Again, until the triple digit that we see, I'll not expect or mention it as a big lead. We'll wait and watch for it in the meantime. SATUL looking like they're concentrating on just farming for all the wild Pokemon, trying to snatch it away, but again getting cornered, and looks like Aegislash is going to be finally facing a knockout, sent back home to the respawn.
And then again, a great start for Skyesports here.
Yes.
But on the other side, you have an LD cost too, right? If you have a Gardevoir right now, not in the evoluted stage, right, Lucifer, it's still a Curlia, but no, okay, the Gardevoir is around the corner as it's fully evoluted, and now will be actually moving in with some great moves. So again, Illusion OP, as you discussed about that, is going to show us the wonders. Not yet, the wonders are not yet shown to us. Azumarill have been consistent with the KOs, and one more KO added for Skyesports as the scoreline has reached 89-27.
Skyesports do not want to stop at all, and SATUL have not even gotten a chance, and Regis have spawned on both the sides. And let's see what's going to be happening. Is it SATUL taking it away, or will it be Skyesports itself? Skyesports are already pushing all the forces of SATUL on both the top and the bottom lanes, and making sure even if they want to get to these Regis, first they have to fight them off. And you can see Science here holding it off, because he's trying to make sure of the range attacks and do a lot in terms of damage, but Deathrider in the meantime wants to annoy Durbury and make sure his teammate gets a chance to goal, and yes, they will be able to. And with 3 players trying to push up, Durbury understands it's not his chance, or it's not going to be him getting even away with his life, and if he gets stuck. Same goes in the bottom lane. Tensai somehow trying to survive here, because he is that sword and the shield that he can do damages with. Finds first KO, make it a second, but before he could do, Illusion OP puts him down, and a 2 KO streak, and might be a third coming through. Cursed is super low, but Illusion understands first he'll goal, get a couple of in terms of health bar, HP restored, and then get back to the fight. But before he could, 2 players cornered right at center and eliminated, and with a shield, it's going to be a block that will help Koishima survive from Skyesports, but damage is coming in both ways. An immediate swoop coming in the pillow line, and on the top lane, a 2 KO streak here, Mridul. A brilliant play coming in from Skyesports, responding not at all in kind, with all aggression. Skyesports making sure SATUL feel the pressure. They've destroyed 2 of their goal zones, top and bottom one each.
Well, and as you move forward, a 179 4-6 Upper Moon. Look at that. 179 points added, 57 for SATUL. Skyesports maintaining that lead. Lucifer, getting the lead is one thing, but maintaining the lead is another thing, where SATUL actually trying to bounce back, but they're not allowed to on the bottom lane. Look at that. Skyesports will be getting that, Reggie for themselves, and moving forward with that. The Reggie coming into their favor. It's an ally already added. The Gardevoir, Illusion OP, showing us the wonders we were talking about.
is happening right now for Six Upper Moon. They're looking unstoppable. Zarbari, nobody to help out, nobody to heal. Left for his lonesome as he's being chased and wrecked around. Icicle as well as the Aqua Tail coming through. And one KO, making sure another because they took down Curse. Oh wait, Curse is somehow still alive with his range attack. Wanted to do damage, but before the Solar Beam could hit, find some advantage. He gets KO'd as well along with his teammate, and it is 4 players from SATL who are eliminated. Now Lucario, he's on the top lane somehow still trying to fight it out, but there is the Sizer as well. But what is SATL going to do? Because Reggie is about to spawn again, and right now it is completely Six Upper Moon under control, Mridul. I don't see SATL having any answers for this.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, SATL, no answers available, right? And look, on the other side, you have 6 Upper Moon with 219. It's completely right now, no points being added, a complete focus on actually bashing around with each other, not getting those points added, but at last, SATL begins the streak. A KO once again coming up for Azumarill, and on the other side, points will be added. The Sizer comes up with 10 points for Six Upper Moon.
It looks like SATL were not at all prepared for a team like this, but finally there is a push at the bottom lane and they eliminate the Snorlax, which was annoying with its shield. It was not cornering any of the players, but it was pushing the players of SATL back, and finally SATL have gotten a triple digit. And on the top lane as well, they find one more knockout, especially on the Mamoswine, which was completely evolved. Now SATL are looking like to have some kind of semblance and understanding of what they need to do, but with most of their goal zones destroyed, only 2 left, they have to make sure they make a bigger comeback, and their bigger comeback is starting with taking all these Regis down, and they're following it up with the Regi Ice coming through. And with 3 minutes only left, Six Upper Moon's idea is just farming. Their only intention is level up better than SATL, so that when they're at the last fight, final stretch, they make sure SATL just go down one after another. But SATL have that understanding because it's been a minute. They've not faced any opponent.
Well, yes, exactly. It's only been, a great side for Aegislash, actually working out for SATL. But on the other side, I am gonna once again mention how Gardevoir has been important for the team. Azumarill has been maintaining, those KO streaks that you always need to actually mention. And here you have the Lucario from SATL still waiting upon the spawn. There's only one single Eldegoss, and it's a run for the Eldegoss. Azumarill just sends out the whole Pokemon out of the arena and actually out of their base. If they're holding it, they won't be allowing any other Pokemon inside.
Yoshima survived with his teammates, was about to get KO'd, but we are here at the final stretch. Majority of the goals are still available for Six Upper Moon, and they are vulnerable because of that. And if SATL get Rayquaza, which they're most probably interested to, they're doing the damage one after another. Kiyoshima wanted to put a stop to it, but he himself gets knocked out. And now with a Unite coming out from Mew, and finally another Unite as well as in the Sizer, they're trying to deny this from happening, but it is very chaotic. Rayquaza is down, but it is going to be none other than Six Upper Moon getting Rayquaza. SATL will somehow lose this. Unfortunate for them. And look at what Six Upper Moon is doing. They're just running right into the goal zone. Unfortunate for the Sizer, their team, that they got it, because most of the players also got knocked out. So the Azumarill immediately jumped, understanding it is the only player that is going to be Death Rider, who had the Rayquaza advantage, gets the goal in, but still fighting it out. Oh no, gets Lucario down. And now with somehow Mamoswine trying to buy time so that Azumarill can get that AOS energies. That will happen, yes, but there are 4 players holding and guarding it, and therefore you can see the Azumarill changing lanes. But what is Six Upper Moon doing? They're guarding their bases, Mridul. What a brilliant decision and a play coming in from Six Upper Moon, and it looks like they have everything under control. I don't see SATL making a comeback. They're thinking of a push, but it might be just pushed off.
When they were around 133 to the ratio of 199, it could have been a comeback where they could have got the Rayquaza, but then in the end it was a Rayquaza steal. Now the Sizer actually roaming around the goalpost. They know if SATL are having those points remaining with them, the goals might be coming in, but that won't be added. That won't be adding any actual position and any actual benefit to Team SATUL. On the other hand, yes, AG Slash will be taking a KO on Azumarill, but Azumarill, Lucifer, has already done its work.
There's nothing else. There's just a second to go. Six Upper Moon are going to be your first round winners here in
Yeah.
Pokemon Unite India Open against the SATUL in their best of 5. This is why we said you should be ready for whatever they throw against, and you might be surprised. And it felt like SATUL was surprised. They were not ready. They were looking completely perplexed. Anything that they wanted to was put a stop to, and this is what we were talking about, Mrudal. That if you see Illusion OP in action, you're also going to love it. 13 knockouts coming in. It has always been the highest on Illusion OP's end whenever he's picked up this Gardevoir. And a Death
You
Rider
know,
assisting
yeah.
him with another 10 knockouts of his own.
Yes, exactly. We talked about how Gardevoir and Death Rider with that Azumarill always and always having those streaks. Illusion was there throughout the match, but then again, if we talk about Death Rider having the streaks whenever important, and when it was important to actually, steal the Rayquaza, 6 Upper Moon was able to do that. And now taking that MVP position, the player of the game position, would be there with the more assist person. You have assists, you have the MVP points. On the other hand, talking about the graph for this game, it always was 6 Upper Moon. At a time, yes, SATUL was close to Team 6 Upper Moon, but there won't be a checkpoint for that. It was between 6 minutes and 8 minutes that we saw a 133 to 199. And as soon as we touch the 8-minute mark, you have the Rayquaza. You have the Rayquaza, you have the game.
You can see in the battle data as well, it is completely favoring 6 Upper Moon. I mean, Might was there doing damage, but he never got a chance to coordinate with Darbari. And I think making sure that Eldegoss as well as Might did not have a synergy worked super well for 6 Upper Moon. And 6 Upper Moon made sure that the Pokemon that they have, they played in that same manner. If it is a ranged attacker, play in range. If it is going to be a 4-fint aggressor, go hit them right on their faces. And that's what they did. Death Rider was the one who was dealing damage with the Aqua Tail coming through. Illusion OP, all he has to do is wait for the Moon Blast, and immediately along with that, he used none other than the Psy Shock that we keep always talking about. Coordinating those two attacks and helping out Death Rider did work it out, but huge credits to Science. What was he doing on the Mammoth Swine? We did not see a lot of it, but the main thing that he was doing is keeping the players of SATUL clutched close to their goal zones, not pushing out. If they push out, he was there immediately to swoop them back and let them back to get back to the gates. And that's the reason you see 14 assists coming in from his end. And MVP,
Yeah.
being a defender, he's got more points than the attackers and the all rounders that we have seen, Mridul.
It has been like that, Lucifer. It has been like that. You have the knockout points. You have how Gardevoir and Azumarill were actually, more important on the aggressive end. But
Mm-hmm.
then, Lucifer, talking about the whole position, talking about the whole state, we also need to discuss how he actually saw the game. Yes, the highlights are in front of us where 6 Upper Moon started just started with a lead and never ended on the position. Yes, you talk about Azumarill getting KO'd back to back. Gardevoir was not into the game from the start, but then throughout the game phases, as soon as the Gardevoir had its evolution, then it was unstoppable.
When you have Rayquaza, it gives you an upper hand. But still, SATUL did a brilliant job that because they were also fighting, they got an advantage to take couple of blows themselves but deliver numerous ones towards the 6 Upper Moon, and that's the reason it was only Death Rider who had the Rayquaza advantage. Even Sizer on their end had that Rayquaza advantage with the shield and the boost coming through, but they immediately started dishing their moves and which broke their Rayquaza shield, their advantage, and therefore Sizer could not go ahead. Otherwise, you would have seen the scoreline coming in from 6 Upper Moon being bigger, but nonetheless, no complaints from my end because SATUL also showed that what they have in terms of aggression, do damage, eliminate the players, it also worked out. But one last move coming in and connecting from 6 Upper Moon, especially from the Sizer, I think it was the bullet punches, which worked really, really well. And this is what I talked about. Science, who was always there for his team, what was he doing? He was pushing and fighting so close to the players of SATUL so that if SATUL players wanted to take up close range spots or towards the side of 6 Upper Moon's goal zones, they were denied. They did not get a chance. And the same thing, once Saiyan falls off, everybody wanted to target the zones which were available. But what was ESPORTS ready for? They were prepared, knowing that players from SATUL will push up one of the other lanes, and especially who to take up charge for that. Such a brilliant defender coming in on Snorlax when they already had signs on Mamoswine. Brilliant play strategies, setups coming through on how they wanted to play their Pokemons on the lanes and what moves those Pokemons had to use. I think that synergy and communication was so seamless that we saw coming in from Six Upper Moon. But that was just the first round. We know SATUL for something more. That is, once they take a loss, that loss is not a good one for them. They're never happy about it, Mridul. And they immediately come in with a big, tight, immediate victory, which the others are like, wait, what just happened? They'll be surprised. Eyes left wide open is what I expect SATUL in the second round.
Well, yes, exactly. And also, talking about Six Upper Moon on the other side, where it was actually a great Mr. Mime man. It
Hmm.
worked out for them. Mr. Mime getting backed on the side of S8UL. Them not being allowed to actually get the Mr. Mime was a great choice, and that's how S8UL uh, just looked bad with their strategy.
I
Yes,
agree. Tensei
it
not
never
having
went
it.
in there for Tensei not having the Mr. Mime. Some things could have resulted in favor for them, but then we talk about the ban phase for the round two. We are already out here, and Lucifer will have the Pokemon bans. Here you go, Dodio from SATUL, and on the side of Six Upper Moon you have
This time it's going to be a Snorlax. Okay.
yeah.
Interesting that they change it from a mime and they're like worried that maybe a Snorlax can come through because we saw the Snorlax being used coming in from none other than Kyoshima. So maybe they figured out a counter, but as soon as we talked about the mime, Tensai see how quick he is to pick it up. He
Quickest,
understands the
yeah.
ban is not there. Let me immediately show what magic you can do with the mime and how well I can boost my teammates' attacks and deliver bigger, better blows. But on the other hand, I feel like Six Upper Moon should be coming in most probably with similar picks. Not a lot of changes from there. And Death Rider, as we saw, it is still the Azumarill. And Kyoshima, he is switching up, takes up the role. Maybe we will see it in the final phase as well if it switches up. But for now, there is still going to be a Mamoswine. Might still coming with a Tyranitar. And coming to Darbari, he's playing with us. He's teasing us for now. But maybe, oh, a Gardevoir pick coming in from SATUL. This one, I was not ready for. Illusion OP most probably should be again sticking on to none other than the Gardevoir, which we all have loved, has been brilliant on it. But what does Science go? Illusion? He's changing it up. He's like Psychic Attack. Enough! I'm going to bring out a fire Pokemon who's going to try and literally blow you off and also burn you up. Along with that, Eldegoss.
An Eldegoss pick coming up from the side of Cyan is also a blow up to SATUL. But on the other side, you talk about SATUL, you have Blissey, but then again, it might be a tease too. Oh no, it's not a tease. Yes, they have already picked it up. Might be changing the Pokemons in the final preparations phase. Yes, the preparation phase is in front of us. It might be a switch, to actually
There
get those
is.
Pokemons. As I said, Durbary will be taking the Blissey, and Cursed will be going in with the Gardevoir. So no Gardevoir for Illusion OP, as now he's going with the Delphox. So from actually, focusing more on a psychic type, he's here with the Delphox to cause the fire destruction.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to use my Mystical Fire or maybe a Fire Spin or a Flame Charge coming through on the Delphox and catch players from SATUL off guard. Because if you understand the playstyle of what kind of a moveset you like to use on one Pokemon, there will be an immediate counter to try and pull you off that Pokemon or at least deny you from getting even the slightest advantage where you make sure your moves connect and do damage to the opponent Pokemon. And if that does, and certain times even critical damage takes action on it, it does make easier to knock out a Pokemon. And this time, that is the reason he does not want a proper counter to be ready towards the Pokemon that he likes to play. Picks up the Delphox, and we jump right into the action.
Well, we're not waiting for the action. We are going to start with S8UL going against 6 Upper Moon for the match one. The game one is already done. The round one is already over. Starting off with the round two. Yes, Tensai has that Mr. Mime. Not getting banned this time. He is having his, main Pokemon if I'm going to talk about. Scyther with Zomboy also getting the farms and Azumarill within no time getting the first goals. Once again, 6 Upper Moon, they get that
Oh.
Azumarill, not yet fully evoluted. It's still at the bottom stage of being, a small Morel. And that's a cutie Morel, right?
Mhm. It's gonna be cute, but also deadly at the same time if somebody tries to overextend. And now it looks like Darbury wants to. But Curse coming in with a Gardevoir of his own, trying to do damage, sending them off with the Moonblast as well. It just pushes them back, but a Swinub is able to take down Tensai. That's none other than Science, I think, most probably coming through, as they will be looking forward to finding a lot more knockouts. Ooh, that's got to hurt. SATUL, they're again, maybe they're getting the Eos energy for themselves, but not the knockouts as we start things off.
Well. To talk about all of these things, you also know that once again, 6 Upper Moon has took the start in their hands. And if we're gonna talk about the mid lane fights, no one actually focusing on the goal post. The Scyther is going to run for it, and adding the point, 6 Upper Moon knows that you have to maintain a good streak of lead, because if you don't have a good streak of lead, you know what happened between the 6 to 8 minute. SATUL could have actually taken the lead against Team 6 Upper Moon, but then they were denied the Rayquaza, and there was no looking back for Team 6 Upper Moon. 34 points added. The first stretch is already over. Kiyoshima coming up with the Piloswine, a good early evolution from Swinub to Piloswine, and then at the 5th minute, you need to have the Mamoswine ready. A KO coming up on the Scyther. So Scyther is now the Scyther.
Oh, buddy, look at the big, brilliant Solar Beam from Ghoul, which does do a lot of damage, and they are now trying to run off, but they are taking revenge on Kiyoshima as well, because he did deliver a KO on Tensai. But in the meantime, 6 Upper Moon, after Zomboy was taken down, they're trying to get back that control, but Curse is making sure they do not even get out of their goal zone, puts out another Psyshock, and they're gotten back into it. 6 Upper Moon, they look in control for at least the starting few minutes, but as we are at now, when Rayquaza is about to spawn, they're looking a little bit shaky and fumbly, but SATUL completely in their known form and how they want to fight.
Well, talking about the decisions, getting made, SATUL actually has started to come back and maintain that coordination of the point table, the point streak. Talking about the first Reggie on the top lane, yes, the Reggies are going to be important, but both of the teams focusing more on the Reggie would mean that they won't be focusing on the farming. So again, the level ups are going to be needed for each and every Pokemon. We talk about the side of Team SATUL. Chansey, has become the Blissey, but then again, the Blissey so going to be important. 6 Upper Moon still adding those points on one of that goal post. The top lane went empty, and a total utilization by their side. Last, it's a Tyranitar coming in. We were waiting for the Tyranitar, and I'm sure we are going to have it.
Mr. Moon started a fight with the Regieleki, but now backed off after understanding, as you mentioned, the Tyranitar being here. And Tyranitar not only alone, but 3 more members to add on from SATUL. So it is going to be a 4v4 fight if it initiates, but SATUL are taking charge, and the only thing that 6 Upper Moon can do is going to be a sneak steal coming through. They're trying for it, couple of cottons being thrown, but the Solar Beam to close the matters in their favor. The Fireworks Ignite coming out, but still does not pay much in terms of dividends. It's still SATUL finding a couple of knockouts, and look at Science, he's super low and now needs to defend against this ally of SATUL, Regieleki coming through. Finally, Illusion OP trying to help him out with Illusion Fire coming through his own and trying to do damage, but Zomboy is low on the other end. The Tyranitar is looking unstoppable as it's finally taken its final form with the Ancient as well as Dark Pulse. It's making sure 6 Upper Moon are being constantly pushed back, and SATUL slowly but steadily closing the gap.
Talking about closing the gaps and, making those divisions, Lucifer, the divisions made by 6 Upper Moon are once again landing right. Look at that. SATUL Tensei actually trying to stop all of those Pokemon still entering the base and still getting those goals. The divisions won't be actually creating a big thing. Green added, but Azumarill is fast. Would be there before you actually play the screen.
A big Unite, but gets stunned in the Unite and therefore could not connect a lot. But Azumarill back to tail helps, gets that Registeel, and now the attack is boosted. Trying to fight out with Tensai, but Tensai might find the Sizer, yes. But a Mammoth Mash coming in from Kiyoshima to help out. He does get one in between. Omit actually a 2 KO streak, but the Gardevoir is still surviving with being a squishy Pokemon. Not for too long. And there is the goal attempt coming through, but no, why did Science move away from it? Because of that, the goal boost was stopped. And now they're trying it for as much as possible, but the KO streak is not stopping from 6 Upper Moon. But finally, they have to give respect and move out from SATL's goal zone because all the players who were knocked out, they're back in the game.
Yes, coming back in the game, and now we are here with the 4-minute timer. The moves coming back into play. Look at that. The Blissey actually moving out with the Mr. Mime and being the perfect support. Whereas we have the Mammothswine ready, bumping around and bashing around with the tusk and creating a huge damage on Tensor.
This fight here in the bottom lane is going to be super crucial because SATL have concentrated 2 players on the top lane. So if the bottom control goes off right now, it's going to be 6 Upper Moon getting a lot in terms of goals backed up for themselves, which will be a good thing because they need that goal, destroy goal zones because SATL are not stopping on the top lane with the Regieleki helping in their favor. Yes, they finally get one of the first goal zones destroyed, but in the meantime, overextension coming in from Death Rider. He was oh so ever close from getting the goal in, but now all he is going to be facing is an instant KO. He tried to survive, tried to fight it out, but with 2 players constantly hitting him, it is going to be 6 Upper Moon and SATL still treading close in this fight.
SATL actually finding a whole lot of solutions for Azumarill because Azumarill was the problem causer for them in the game number 1, in the round number 1, and now understanding the whole situation around that and actually focusing more on the Regis. They had 2 ally Regis, whereas 6 Upper Moon got 1. So yes, they're actually leading in that way and adding more 11 points. Got some good goals on the top lane where most of the Pokemon from Team 6 Upper Moon were situated in the bottom lane.
Santa thought of stealing it, but now he is not. And Shul, he barely survives. He managed to run away, and he will tell Tyranitar, be ready because they will try to push the bottom lane. But it's not the decision that 6 Upper Moon want because they know it's just another 10 seconds left because Rayquaza is going to spawn. And if 6 Upper Moon want any chance of winning it again here in the second round, they have to make sure they get the Rayquaza because finally there is a difference between themselves and SATL. Not a big one, but at least 40 goals is going to be enough for them. If SATL defend and do not let Rayquaza slip out, or even if they defend and win Rayquaza in their favor, SATL are still going to be the ones winning. And this is what I said, SATL come back with a huge aggression once they face defeat, and right now they're facing SATL in their complete aggressive form.
Well, yes, exactly. Talking about Team 6 Upper Moon and Team SATL at this given moment. They have the Rayquaza where 6 Upper Moon actually stole it from SATL. This time, it's a steal important for them because if SATL is also going to focus on that to actually make the lead, big, Rayquaza is the important Pokemon for them. But then 6 Upper Moon is not allowing that. Those 50 points, Azumarill. I thought that they had, an oppression on Azumarill, but would be adding 50 points, and now the lead is with them.
They have a 2 KO streak, they need to immediately jump on Rayquaza, they're trying for it, and one player is left that is going to be cursed on that Mew. That Solar Beam is going to be super crucial for the steal, and if it works out, all the players from SATL, as soon as they're going to be respawning, will get it, but no chance. I don't know where he was or what happened to him, whether he was knocked out. Yes, he was. I thought he came close and somebody was keeping a guard of it, and a big 100 comes from 6 Upper Moon, and they're not looking for the stopping. Now, Kiyoshima, he's being annoyed, so most probably he's going to be losing his Rayquaza shield, so he's trying to run away, and his health is also not that great because he is on his blue HP. Blue HP is not that great, but right now with more players coming on the top lane, he will be getting a chance to use that goal assist and get that 50 in, and they're making and trying to use that, but SATL are not stopping. Find one KO, and if SATL find a lot more KO, it's going to make life a lot more difficult here. Science also loses his shield, and chaos will be followed up, but with the next 5 seconds left, all 6 Upper Moon have to do is defend, wait, stall SATL from doing anything more, and it is done. It is still again a 6 Upper Moon coming up strong, coming up huge to win it in the second round.
Well, to actually get that Rayquaza, the best move by SATL was to actually get those KOs. They KO'd the main important Pokemons. They were already waiting at the base to get that respawn, Lucifer. And while they were waiting, they got the Rayquaza. It only takes the 20 to 30 second timer to get that Rayquaza. SATL got it. 6 Upper Moon got it. they changed the whole strategy. Azumarill, even without the Rayquaza, added 250 pointers to the team. Not actually two, only one. But look at the Delphox. 205 points. And with that attacker on their side, and seeing this at last, not a supporter or a defender is the player of the game.
Here I want to mention it was one small fight which turned it towards 6 upper moon. Graph will also tell
Mm-hmm.
us that. You could see SATL had climbed up. What happened at the ninth minute was Gardevoir. I think it was Darbury or somebody. I'm not too sure. We will get back to it as we switch to the battle data. But Gardevoir came a little bit closer, wanted to take up a fight with Sizer, but Sizer, being an all rounder in the close-in, can do a lot more damage. And to add additional damage before Gardevoir could do anything, pops out the Unite move, and with that, it's a done deal. Gardevoir goes down, might immediately chimed in with a Tyranitar, but as soon as he chimed in, the Mammoth came in with a mash of its own, and then the Delphox chimed up his fireworks, and there the immediate fall down of Esituel happened, where multiple players started receiving knockouts. Mew survived. Cursed was there trying to help. Not Cursed, Ghoul was there trying to help. Cursed was the one, I think he was playing on the Gardevoir, yes. Ghoul, he was there, but 6 Upper Moon. Big Brain knew gameplay. They knew Ghoul will be there with the Solar Beam trying to steal it away. And as soon as he creeped out of the tall grasses, he was also knocked out. And everything that SATL had planned to get this round under control, all foiled. And if 6 Upper Moon want to win against SATL, this is how they have to play. 74,000 damage coming in Illusion OP. We thought he only does magic with Gardevoir, but that man, he has a lot of other tricks, and he will take away the MVP this time with 82 MVP points. But in terms of the knockouts, still standing tall.
Yeah.
Previously 13, this time 10. More on the assists this time. 6 assists coming in his end, and damage is 74,000.
you know Actually, adding to your statement, Lucifer, Illusion OP, you said that he has some magical powers with that Gardevoir. Okay, he has some fiery magic powers
Mm-hmm.
with the Delphox. Adding that attacker, initiation, and actually adding that attacker ability, we actually play a psychic Pokemon too. Two different roles, two different positions. You have the Delphox with you, and
Mm-hmm.
on the other side, you have a Gardevoir. Totally deviations. And actually, with this time, getting that Delphox on the chart, on the board, yes, both are the attackers. You have both the attackers, right? Gardevoir and Delphox. So maintaining your role, maintaining your lead, but getting an MVP from an attacker.
Brilliant
Class.
play coming in. Illusion OP, numerous tricks. I'm not too sure what he has planned for the next. Gardevoir, maybe more. Maybe Delphox now that he's picked. Maybe a SCDI also coming in the next one in the third round to make sure that SCTL do not get a glimpse or a hint of what actually 6 Upper Moon have. But looking at how 6 Upper Moon have are playing here today, it looks like they
Uh-huh.
watched how SATL have played in their previous matches, came well prepared, and they're just countering SATL with whatever one they want to do. Here in at least the second round, I felt like SATL were completely under control. They kept all the players from 6 Upper Moon at bay in their goal zones, and at all times the Regieliki which spawned on the top, it was always taken in favor of SATL. And because of that, the entire top lane was able to be destroyed coming in from SATL, and that was really good for them in the starting 5 minutes. But after that, it was the hold off, wait, and next fight being initiated when your Rayquaza spawned, and cursed him pushing with that Gardevoir did not work in their favor. Let's jump right into the highlights where we can see in the first half entirely it was SATL's game. They were so good. They were getting knockouts delivered and they were sending 6 Upper Moon players back. But what did 6 Upper Moon do well? They never gave up. They kept fighting, trying as much as they could, kept farming. That is the main important thing. They fought with the wild Pokemon, got the level experience, AOS energies, and that's the reason we see them. They have a chance to put on a brilliant battle and win the match out in their favor.
Well, yes, also to talk about Mamoswine here, how he got KO on Mew. But then we discussed how the tables turn. Here about the 9th minute, you see when Gardevoir actually came into action for SATL, it could have resulted for them. On the other side, Illusion OP just staying around the position, adding the points. It took a long time for the Delphox to actually add those 50 points, but as soon he added those, the difference was just of a 1 point. Team SCTUL actually took a lead, but then it was the Rayquaza just coming up with the whole lead for them. Even before actually getting that Rayquaza, Azumarill adding those 50 points, the whole fight was in the mid-lane, but silently and securely, Azumarill added 50 points, where Six Up Moon got the lead, and then
Hmm.
Rayquaza was a piece of cake and icing on the cake too.
Super crucial on how Six Upper Moon played. We could have seen that maybe once they saw a couple of players from SATUL, everybody jumped in to fight out and get knockouts and send SATUL back to their bases, get them
Correct.
respawn. It was not the case. They waited. Sizer started it off, followed with Mamoswine coming through. Then it was the Delphox coming through. So one after another, everybody started, I would say, cooperating and as well as making sure that the attacks were coordinated, not kind of coinciding in between. Like one attack goes down and maybe misses, and the next attack they throw it out, which again might hit or not. So they made sure that when they got an opportunity to have a hit on them, they hit them, stun them, make sure they don't move, and get more effective attack on them. But right now, it might be the last round. Looking at how Six Upper Moon have played on the first two rounds of the best of fives, SATUL have to come up something huge, and let's see what big brain game plans they lay out in this ban phase.
Well, yes, exactly. Talking about the draft pick screen here. The ban phase is about to end, where might be a chance as Six of Moon has always thought what SATUL has been working around. Got the Mr. Mime in game 2. No, you won't be allowed to have it in the game number 3. And a Tyranitar ban by SATUL. Again, SATUL should have worked around what's working for Six Upper Moon, because the bans are not coming into play.
Yeah, it never has SATUL's ban affected Six Upper Moon. They've never even
Correct.
chosen those
Mhm.
Pokemons. But on
Exactly. That is what I'm
SATUL's
saying.
end, all the bans that Six Upper Moon have made has affected their game style,
As it will.
affected their gameplay, and now with Tensai not
Mhm.
having this mime, it might be tough for him. Kiyoshima, he's still going to be standing as a defender, but this time not the Mamoswine. I think he's going to be giving it back to Science on that Mamoswine, but there is going to be a Mamoswine of SATUL's own. Cursed is going to be picking it up, but I think Cursed will be exchanging the Pokemon with one of his friends later down the line, as this is still the pick phase. But SATUL jump in with a couple more attackers. One, an all rounder is going to be Might on Sizer, and then Ghoul picking a Mew for now.
Well, Ghoul picking up Mew for now is also going to be a great choice by the side of Team SATUL. On the other side, you have Gardevoir once again back into the battle. So again, even
Ooh,
if it was
Illusion
not
OP.
a a Delphox ban, is here with the attacker, the special attacking type Pokemon, with some great attacks and also with a scoring ability to, get those points. We saw how Illusion Upi stayed with the Delphox at the goal post, and it took a long time to actually add those points, but he knew it would result fruitful and he stayed there, never actually went for the attack. Where you talk about the preparation phase now, the Pokemons have already been selected and now they'll be transferred within each other.
I think Curse will be taking up Serena here, and they'll be exchanging that Mamoswine. But with 8 seconds, looks like they're sticking on to it. But Science and Illusion OP, in the last second, I saw a switch up. That Gardevoir was given to Science and Illusion OP picked up the Mamoswine. I was like, okay, I'm sorry, not Mamoswine, Blissey. So not too sure what it was the case, but it is going to be interesting because not only there is back the Gardevoir, but it is a Cramorant as well coming in from Six Upper Moon. Two ranged attackers they've picked up, whereas on the other end, it is SATL still trying to figure out what is going to go wrong or what right they have to make with just one ranged attacker on Mew and two all rounders, Arena as well as Sizer coming in on Might. So let's hope SATUL are coming in well prepped here because until now, Six Upper Moon, even though they were losing the second round in terms of momentum, they had that patience that they knew they can get back into the game. And when it mattered, the final stretch, all the players rose like the stars they needed to fight.
Well, again, we have a call here that it's a re-host of lobby, because again, Illusion going with a Blissey,
Yeah,
Lucifer,
I
that's
think
not
some small
possible,
glitch
right?
happened over
That
there.
actually, yeah, a small glitch, or it might be a technical fault coming up from their side or our end. But then you talk about these issues, these are going to be there. We have already always talked about that, right? These are the remote events where it's the Pokemon Unite India Open. But then, Lucifer, we also know that Illusion OP now is back again with the Gardevoir.
He
What's your
should
take
be.
on that?
Now I think that I'll not be having any thoughts for six upper moon. One thing that they would kind of talk between themselves is going to be, guys, we have taken them 2 rounds consecutively. There's one more round that we have to take them. Let's do it, play together. But on SATL, because of this rehost, they have a chance to discuss a little bit deeper in what they can do, and also that
Correct.
they have got a glimpse of what six upper moon are coming up in their Pokemon lineup. They might prepare a little bit better in terms of what they want to do in terms of the counter, because they want to block them, stun them, and then immediately use their move so their move connects. Because we have seen numerous times that Unite fails because the Pokemon has run away. Going for the any of the moves, you take it, whether it's a ranged or whether it's a close ranged attacker or an all-rounder, the move before it hits the Pokemon runs away, because there might be a speedster, or they might have a dismiss move where they can immediately put out fakes, just like Greninja takes out the clone and then runs away. So these kind of moves coming in, making sure that the other Pokemon's moves go in vain, is going to be a crucial thing that I think SAT will need to talk about. And the decisions, because SATL in the first 8 minutes, their moves and the fights that they chose and moved around the lanes was the ones they decided as a team. But the final stretch
Mm-hmm.
fight around Rayquaza, as soon as it spawned, one started to initiate, but then was caught off guard, understanding that it was an all rounder, and from there on, everything started breaking apart. Because from there, it was just a firefighting situation that SATL were indulged in. SATL need to understand, as long as they're in a firefighting situation, it's the other team commanding the, I would say, control and understanding what they want to do, rather than SATL falling prey directly to it, rather than them trying to take control of those chains or the reins. Let's see if SATL have that understanding for now. But in terms of a question to you, Mrudul, do you think a six upper moon will make some changes in terms of the playstyle? Because for now, we did see in the first round it was aggressive, where they kept hitting SATL. Knockouts were what they were making sure SATL receive, and the second one they played calm and composed.
Yeah, the calm and composed you talk about from the side of Six Upper Moon was there. Again, they have a 2-0 lead, but then how careful they have been throughout the two games, they need to be more careful. It's Team S8 you are standing against them. And Darbari, if he would have gone for that Cramoran, I would have definitely been so happy. But then the Eldegoss being important in meta, but you know how to actually confuse those Pokemons and be available for your team always and always with the support. It's important to have an Eldegoss too, right? On the other side, if you talk about Six Upper Moon, they are not going to miss on that Azumarill. It's important, it's needed, and it's definitely needed.
Now, one thing I'm worried here for six upper moon is the Dodrio that Cursed has picked up.
Yeah.
That can change the game. That will be a steal of the show if it works out really, really well here for SATUL. And I hope Six Upper Moon are ready for it, because if that Dodrio runs right on top of them with beak attacks coming through, it's gonna take a toll. And I hope they have some counter prepared where they can set a trap for Curse to walk in and immediately take him out, because he is going to be running to take the Regieleki, the talk about the Regirise talker, the Registeel at the bottom, or even the Rayquaza right in the legendary pit. In case his team starts crumbling, he will wait, hide, and then jump into it. And right now, let's jump into the action.
Yes, jumping into the action and the game number 3 for the day. The round 3 of the first matchup for the day. That 6 Upper Moon and SHUL is in front of us, where we begin with the farming from the side of 6 Upper Moon. Two of the Pokemons from SHUL are going for those early, pointers to be added, but then it's SHUL. Scyther beginning to play.
Big slaps coming through. I might, but he will survive, because early stages they will be able to get the goals in. In the meantime, Six Upper Moon also need to be worried that if they keep overextending to get goals in, they might get punished. And there we go. As soon as Steenie evolved, they lost that Steenie. Now Six Upper Moon, yes, would not have to wait for a long time, but that's an advantage in terms of experience that SATL would have gotten on a couple of their players. And look at this Curse immediately jumping signs. I think that's going to be a KO. Nobody's going to be stopping it. And Curse as well with his move, he's not going to be making sure that he stops. Gets a big one for SATUL, and in the meantime, 6 Upper Moon, they have to face what they can do against this Dodrio.
Yes, exactly. And now talk about SATUL. They have taken the lead from this very given moment. Again, on the other side, you talked about Dodrio, right? Dodrio would be there in the mid lane right now, actually waiting for a call to be, a help if needed. Snorlax and Azumarill would be actually in a bad situation. On the other side, SA12 have pushed in real hard. They're into the base of 6 Upper Moon, looking for some more goals, but yes, the top lane is guarded strong.
SATUL this time looks like they are ready, and now look at the confidence as they're trying to push towards the players of 6 Upper Moon. They want to take this fight head on. 4 players right now trying to take only Tensai alone, and what does Tensai do? He sets up a trap, and now there is a fight with Tensai trying to fight with 3 players and Darbari helping out constantly, and this is something that they should be worried about. If this happens, it takes a toll on them, and from there on makes their life even more difficult, and I think that's what I'm even more worried about for now, because as we progress ahead, it is just a tough one to work with, and I'm not too sure how they will kind of find a way to work around it, because if they don't find a way to work around it, it'll make their life even more tougher. But looks like we have a small technical snag, but we should be back into the game any second now. I have a confirmation, it's some technical snag, but in the meantime, I want to understand, Rudul, what do you think? Is this SATL completely under control, or is it going to be going somewhere else?
Well, to talk about SATUL right now from this very position, yes, it might be a base and it might be a position where SATUL is actually looking strong, but look at that. 6 Upper Moon are already up for it. They know that, SATUL have taken a lead. It's a long lead to actually cover up, and this might be a comeback for SATUL to actually take it over for a 3-2. But then, from this very stage, all the 3 games, or it's a win for 6 Upper Moon.
Let's see what is going to be happening. SATL looking completely in control. They're fighting with Agility, they're fighting with the wild Pokemons, they're fighting with 6 Upper Moon players, and it is always SATL getting advantage. Cursed, it was a technical glitch. He did not walk away out of the map, but right now he's going to be taking a life away. Look like it, but somehow Kiyoshima survives, runs away. But what is happening? SATL are just breaking goal zones, making sure 6 Upper Moon pay a big price for making sure that they lost 2 rounds consecutively, and you can see especially Cursed on this Dodrio has been a menace. He's already level 10, whereas the players from 6 Upper Moon are still getting closer to level 8, and they're still 2 levels away, and this Dodrio again finds another KO for his team, and it's not looking like the Dodrio wants to stop. Cursed is playing so well, another goal zone being bursted, and 6 Upper Moon are still sitting at 16, whereas SATL are in a double century.
Well, SATUL coming up for a double century against that 6 Upper Moon being only on 16 points. Yes, 5 minutes are going to pass by in this game where Serena, Azumarill, Gardevoir, Blissey, Snorlax, everyone is evoluted. 4 Pokemons have their Unite ability available, and I don't know, on the other side you do have 2 of the Unite abilities, whereas 6 Upper Moon, Azumarill, yes, a good choice, but again, is a single up Azumarill possible for, and actually just taking a stand for all of the other Pokemons present? That's not a state you talk about. Dodrio actually getting a KO on that Gardevoir, and with that, they are going to increase those points. Azumarill also goes down. Cooldown coming up on them. They'll be taking the respawn in no time. Meanwhile, the Piloswine is now a Mamoswine. Moving with that, he's hunting, and Tensai is waiting for the Pokemons to actually arrive for the region.
Another one for SATL here. Does not look like 6 Upper Moon have anything to say, especially because of Curse. He's coming out of nowhere at any point. If it feels like 6 Upper Moon are getting back into the match, there is an immediate call to Curse. They're like, bro, we need help. And he immediately jumps in. Zomboy uses his Unite, the Queen transforms to only kick Tensai a lot, but does not take him down at all. On the other end, it is going to be the Queen facing a KO. And from there on, SATL still progressing with their new made ally, a new comrade in line, which is none other than Reggie. But right now, look at this Kojima. I think he's going to be getting immediately KO'd. But Big Unite was used, because of which Durbury, he's taken down, making sure they follow up on another as Tensai goes down. Now they're trying to take down Might, but Might is being assisted with Ghoul. They have to fight with both of them, eliminate them, and a side shot comes through. Illusion OP surviving, making sure that there is a prize that they will be able to pay, but immediately Ghoul, he will be able to run away. But there is a chase. Kiyoshima is not letting him run, but with the surf and any other move that Ghoul has, he will be making a run for it. But look at what Dodrio has already done. Kept constantly goaling. The score from 200 had pushed to another 15 extra, but Six Moon have had enough here, Mridul. They've finally started taking a fight on the Reggie, and this time it's going to be the Reggie steal, which will give them a boost in attack. But if there is a steal coming through, they have to be worried about. Dodrio is close, but before Dodrio could say anything, there was an immediate attack advantage, and now Might, he's going to be facing all the brunts coming in, both from the Queen as well as the Azumarill. They're chasing him down, as well as I'm not too sure where the Dodrio went. I think instant knockout on the Dodrio. Yes, it happened, and now this is the chance for Six Upper Moon. They need to get a lot of goals and get the goal zones as well bursted. It is going to be Snorlax starting out with a 15, but SATL are still trying to push back the players. Queen finds one, that is going to be Zarina. Finds a KO, looking forward to another one. Tensai is super low, he gets dragged, pulled out of the goal zone, goes down, and it looks like it's only up to Ghoul to defend this goal zone, and he will also be instantly KO'd, and a big bottom lane fight coming through. Man, I fumbled because it was a crazy fight, and finally it looks like Six Upper Moon are back maybe into the game.
Well, yes, exactly, Lucifer. Talking about this very fight of Team 6 Upper Moon. Yes, they had those points available with them, and actually making the lead less is what they focus for. Now that they actually got those goal points on the bottom lane, but look at the top lane. The Reggie coming into the hands of Team SATL. You know, they took a Reggie, an ally was added, but this Reggie was not even a focus for SATL. Mew adds that Reggie to the team, and now that they're busy, healing their HP, and at the, mid lane where they have the Rayquaza is their prime focus.
They want to, and they do get it. Six Upper Moon. They're running. They want to get to the goal zones right now. There are players who are a little bit low,
is already going
but
there.
SATL, they are annoying. Look at the bottom lane. They're trying to punish the players, but there's a big 80 that comes in from Kiyoshima, and now SATL slowly one player is creeping in. That is none other than Might, and there is already one player ready. Jumps on, but before he could jump, a 98 comes through, and look at the Dodrio curse. He's also getting a couple of goals in, and unfortunately Six Upper Moon, even though they got the Rayquaza, knowing their intentions, SATL, what did they do? Before they could move out from the legendary or the mid lane, they started hitting them with damage, and what happened was that they lost their Rayquaza shield and the boost. This looks like it is SATL.
The hold of the goal post is also there. 2 on the top lane, 2 on the bottom lane, while Dodo is also going to arrive. What is going to be the strategy coming from the side of Team 6 Upper Moon? They have the points available. They can still win it for themselves. But then SATL have their defenses strong. Snorlax is waiting for the team. A single move where they're going to charge in, and then it's going to be the perfect decision. Yes, that's a charge. All of them are going together, and that's how they'll be taking out Mew. The points will be added, must be added, while another one goes in for the base. No, the chaos from Azumarill. The Speedster is coming into play.
They did get one KO. Make it 2 right now. They're looking forward to another one, but this is annoying. They're hitting them, but with the goal assist, somehow they're getting a big 100, and it looks like 387. They need to get another 20 in, but it looks going to be tough. 9 seconds on the clock. It is not going to be enough. SATL should be still able to win, but they're still trying to charge up with another 28. Oh no, stop Illusion OP. If Illusion OP would have gotten it, it would have been 6 Upper Moon closing it right here, right now. Mamoswine. SATL coming in with that hit. So close, Illusion OP. If he had even hit one lesser, he would have gotten in. Unfortunate. What a play coming in from Tensai with his tusk on the basic attack. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Otherwise, 6 Upper Moon would have closed it. Man, what a decision. What a play. What a synergy we saw from 6 Upper Moon to get back into the game. But SATL, they also did not give up.
Yeah. Well, SATL, for them, get your forces ready. two more games to be taken. This is just the start. Yes, you have taken it by a 5 point lead, where a single tusk, the primary move coming up for the play of Mammoth Swine, a single tusk left the Gardevoir of the Illusion OP behind. Look at that. They came so close to it. Six Upper Moon came so close to that victory. SATL had a gradual increase throughout the game, but then increases at the 7th minute, then at the 8th minute, then around the 9th minute when they got the Rayquaza. After that, there was no looking back. They were actually up for a victory, had a lead, but SATL stayed consistent, got those Reggies, where, the Reggies helped them out.
Cursed, cursed. Six Upper Moon. I think that's going to be the next ban. It is not going to be a Mime nor a Snorlax. It is going to be directly a Dodrio ban. You saw Cursed what he did. I'm not going to be talking a lot in terms of the battle data because both the ends it was brilliant. You can see Might with 82,000, Science with taking 81,000 on himself. Illusion, as always, doing so much damage. Did try, but Cursed with 9 knockouts that he had, and on top of it, a lot more goals as well, which helped out for them. The Dodrio paid a big hefty price, but might as well on Sizer. He never fell back. That's what I said in terms of damage. 82,000, 12 assists as well, 5 knockouts, 135 goals of his own, and being an MVP with 83 points tells us that SATL played together really well. But at the last fight, it might be SATL winning it out just because of another 10 goals. But for me, it feels like it should have been Six Upper Moon closing it by the way of how they played, Mradul.
Yes, exactly. Picking up the pace. In the very last 3 minutes, where at
Mhm.
the 7th minute, they begun with actually having one Reggie for themselves. The only Reggie that they got was with them. And after that, you saw how they took a straight, lead on the graph. It was more and more points being added by the, the Azumarill for the team. Azumarill was really important for Six Upper Moon. But
Mhm.
on the other side, if you talk about SATUL, the Dodrio play smart, always there with the steals. Even after Six Upper Moon got that Rayquaza, they couldn't take that win. So it
Yeah.
doesn't mean if you have the Rayquaza, you would actually be getting the win. You actually need to play your defense strong. And SA12 was way too strong on the defenses.
SATL making sure they do not run away with the Rayquaza even though there was an advantage. It was only Kiyoshima who got a chance to immediately jump to the top lane, get the goal in. But look at this, from the very start, SATL with the punches that they had on Sizer, on Tensai, anybody you name it, they were just looking phenomenal. They fought and fought and fought, made sure that SATL paid a price. You can see Might for how long he fought. Then the only reason that he fought was knowing that Cursed on that Dodrio will run right and immediately come to the drill pack and start making damages, which worked out really well for SATL. Out of the top lane, which was looking like Six Upper Moon might have had control on it, not at all. And then completely at all times, even when Rayquaza was just about to spawn in less than a second, it was still SATL to get Regieleki. So a brilliant play at all times was SATL's intention, and they were able to deliver on top of it. Six Upper Moon still saying that, never giving it up, kept fighting, made sure this time as well when Rayquaza spawned, they had to take that Rayquaza within an instant, do get it. But immediate counter coming in from SATL. But after that as well, they do not give up. They make a 5-man bottom lane push. And from there on, what happens is Kiyoshima, all he had to do was guard. I think maybe a small second delay before he jumped gave that chance over there to get a big 98 score coming through. If that 98 would have not gone in on the top lane, Mridul, it would have been Six Upper Moon winning this. I mean, they wouldn't have been had to make a bottom lane fast push. It would have been easy peasy victory coming in for Six Upper Moon, and SATL would have to walk away with a loss today. But still, the game is not done. SATL, if they need to win, they need 2 more rounds. Whereas Six Upper Moon, 1 more to close it all out.
Well, exactly. One more to close it all out for Team S8UL. On the other side, if we talk about this very position, Lucifer, where actually S8UL were maintaining their lead, it took a lot of time. It took around 7 minutes for Six Upper Moon to make that comeback. As I already mentioned it, but then if we talk about the side of Six Upper Moon, they had all those Pokemons. The set of lineups were perfect. And now that they had the last game, it could have been a 3-0. It could have landed straight for them, but still, a fourth game needs to be there where SATL has earned it for themselves, stopping it with just a single tusk.
Yeah.
Made a long move and made a large move for SATL.
Yeah, that is going to be I mean, one step for a man, but one giant leap for a mankind was the statement made when the first man stepped on moon. That is the same thing. One small move, but it's going to be a big momentum that it would have created for SATL. From here on, it might also make it seem possible for a big comeback from SATL's end. One is all they needed, and from there on, we have seen their aggression, known their aggression, and we have known their momentum. And once they understand that this is the synergy that works for us, they will run away and they will literally storm. There might be a mammoth or no mammoth coming through, they will make sure that the moves are a stomp right to their opponent. So right now, 6 Upper Moon need to be wary about it. They already faced it in this third round. 6 Upper Moon were able to do anything until like 6-7 minutes. We saw them with just double digits, and the double digits was 16 goals, whereas SATL were sitting at 200 goals. That tells you that SATUL came out with all aggressions, all punches, all moves packing, and which was all heavy hitters. But still so close to losing it out does tell us that there is still a probability, there is still going to be a chance where we might end up seeing that 6 Upper Moon find a way to close it. It is going to be a tough one, but 6 Upper Moon would have to give their all. I mean, losing not even by 10, they just lost by 6, only 6 goals away from SATL. Jumping into the next round with the ban phase coming in, I'm pretty sure 6 Upper Moon not going to make a mistake. They're going to ban the Dodrio at all costs.
Well, yes, exactly. A good decision. It can be when there. It was just a five
They
point
said no.
victory. 387 to. Oh, they said no to it. SATUL is going to ban the same Tyranitar, whereas Snorlax, here it comes. Not a Dodrio ban from 6 Upper Moon. The decisions actually come around different from their side. Okay, it might be different for them. It is a decision that they have taken. And yes, we are going to, do that? We are going to rehost this lobby.
I mean, not too sure what happened, but as you said, we will be getting back into the game, and that's what I was kind of surprised of not seeing the Dodrio being banned, because it was a most probable one, and also like the easiest decision to make for 6 Upper Moon. And I think having this small glitch over there, we still might end up seeing the same bans coming through, because a ban decision is done from the team, Rudal. Whereas the Pokemon picks, it might be a little bit odd, might not be the ones that we always think about, or might not be the ones because of that rehost that we'll eventually see. But I feel like it's still going to be the Tyranitar as well as the Snorlax ban coming through. Now, 6 Upper Moon, even with the Dodrio causing problems, they were able to get close to closing this round in their favor. And after seeing their scoreline, especially, they will look forward to doing it. But let's see what happens after the rehost. Is there going to be a change? But now I want to ask you, now SATUL, they're not completely on top, right? They faced the loss. And True Rippers also, who are on top of them, faced a loss. Now, if SATUL face a loss again today, 6 Upper Moon, yes, will find their first victory here in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 National Playoff Stage 1, and will finally start making their way up on the ranks and the ladders. But SATUL, their dream of being on the top one might be put to a hold, Mridul. What do you think?
Oh, definitely, because right now they have lost two games. The rounds would be added where they were already behind True Rippers, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it was
Yes.
True Rippers actually leading on the group standings. And when it's SATL, below them, more rounds getting added, that means they would might it might cause a chance where they would drop down to the third position if
Hmm.
they lose against Team 6 Upper Moon. Whereas for 6 Upper Moon, it's always a win win situation. Many more matches are going to come in the further more days. So, yes, even if they are winning, and that too if they have a lose against SA2L, that doesn't matter because they would be just climbing the charts.
Yeah, right now, SATUL, even if they take a loss here in this matchup, they will not be pushed down, but will eventually write a story for them to be moved out or moved lower to the ranks. And I think that will again ignite their fire, and they will start taking teams down. yes, as of now, Group A does not look chaotic, does not look, I would say, something that we have to be worried about, or for the teams. There are teams who are having great days, just like six Upper Moon right today. They've had two losses consecutively, but today it is looking like a bright sunny day. I know it's an evening, but still, it looks like they have that fire ignited in them. They are the ones who are the torch bearers for at least this matchup in the best of five. So it can start getting their climb up, as I mentioned. They will be getting a score advantage in terms of. Oh wait, actually, Six Upper Moon do not have two losses. They have one victory and one loss. Whereas same goes for Enigma, as I'm taking a look at the scoreboard. So they get a victory here, they're going to be climbing on top of Enigma, making their move ahead. And if their goal, I would say, difference is better than the team, which is going to be none other than FS Esports, they might actually make it right next to SATUL on the third spot. So I don't know what can happen. It is an interesting matchup that is happening right now, as these top four, top five teams are fighting off to qualify to the next stage. And with just a couple of days left, Mrudul, you can see the fights coming in. But again, as we are rehosting now, you see this match is getting so close. After looking at the second round and the third round is where things got spicier. And the next
Yeah,
match, Mridul, is going to be God's Reign versus Revenant Esports, the match that
yeah.
we were always talking about, to see who is going to be the table topper for Group B. What are your thoughts on Group B? That is the group of death and looking very dangerous.
To discuss about group of death is also what I wanted to have, because the discussion has a lot of pros and cons added to each and
Hmm.
every team. Some positives and negatives are there, where the positives are that most of the teams are actually climbing up the charts and getting those
Yes.
points, sometimes winning, sometimes losing. Whereas in group A, it's win-win situation for each and every team.
Yeah,
you
kind
know
of.
and on the other side, most of the teams in Group A are actually left with their games. On
Hmm.
the side, you talk about Group B, the matches are going to get finished. And
Oh.
after that, the teams not actually left with any of those matches. I'm talking about Kemen Esports, right?
Hmm.
One of their matches is still left where, they have played most of their matches. They need to get those victories, at least three victories. And then when they're done with their matches, all they need to be depending on is upon how the other teams perform. The
Yeah.
group of death, where the next match is going to be Revenant and Godzane for sure. And here you have it. Also, to talk about one thing that has been troubling me a lot, that why a Tyranitar ban is there from SA12 each and every time for on 6 Upper Moon.
I mean, we kept seeing the Tyranitar and the Eldegoss combo in the early days of Pokemon Unite India Open, which has been, I would say, an overpowered move setup and a meta setup coming through from any of the teams. And I think that's the reason SATUL, they've not figured out a proper counter strategy for their Tyranitar setup. Whereas on the other end, Six Upper Moon, they've not even thought about having a chance of the Tyranitar. But now one thing that they have to worry about is the Dodrio. And to counter that, I saw a nine tails coming in with the avalanche. That might be enough to just slow down the Dodrio and stop it. Just freeze it and then immediately pounce upon it, because speedsters are squishy. If you're able to stop them, because they always like to run, if you put a stop to them and immediately start throwing maybe a stun or just like an avalanche coming through, maybe an aurora veil, which will slow them down in terms of the speed, it gives a big advantage for the other team to instantly knock out the speedster. Game starts.
Yes.
Let's jump in if it's going to be the last one or the not.
Well. Yes, exactly how you are going to discuss about it. We are going to move in with that. Uh, Lucifer, Zook 6 Upper Moon going against Team SATUL. The fourth game for the day. Yes, it's the match number one, where 6 Upper Moon right now, they look good with the strategies that they're up for. And 4 points added by SATUL. It's the Squirtle, yet to be the Blast Ice.
Now, Squirtle, you saw he's about to be KO'd. There you see. Six Upper Moon getting back in control. Tensai right now has the mime that he likes. It's not banned in this round. But a big solar beam, and immediately Kyoshima trying to follow up, and Tensai might just go down, but using the speed, he runs away. He's going to be happy about that he'll be having a potion because of which he could increase his speed. Otherwise, Tensai, we would have seen him being knocked out.
Well, a knockout could have been there, Lucifer. And as you talk about knockouts, Azumarill is in front of us, right? Azumarill, the chaos streaks that you talk about, SATUL. Again, it's all in for them. If they're losing this one, they're losing it all on the leaderboard too. Where 6 Upper Moon, it's always a positiveness for them. And SATUL now coming up with a perfect lead. Adding up, you talk about Azumarill, there's no Mr. Mime ban, and Azumarill and Mr. Mime are working as a perfect combo for the team.
Picks up the moon, looking in control, at least in delivering knockouts. Goal is something that they will look forward to later in the stages, because right now their intention is going to be only leveling up, making sure that they do not let that Dodrio run around, do damage, and which has not been the case. It has always looked like 6 Upper Moon have been in control. They've been able to push players from SATUL and always get an advantage in terms of knockouts. And now their intention is only farming. Look at Tensai how low is. He's caught in the jungle of 6 Upper Moon. He's trying to run as much as possible, but he's walking right into the flux. He's hiding, puts up a barrier. A big razor leaf comes. That's going to be stopping him from returning back to his base. A confusion ray being used. Somehow Tensai is still trying to survive, but with the leech coming through. Oh, Tensai! He's playing with fire right now, but Death Rider is there. But Tensai, oh no, finally gets taken down as Death Rider on the Mew immediately jumps to the tall grasses at SATUL, making a big, heavy, risky moves, but they're still trying to win it all out.
Well. To talk about Team 6 Upper Moon, the difference is going huge here, Lucifer, as SATUL is focusing more on each and every lane. And as you know, Team SATUL also waiting for the Reggie around. The Reggies are going to be present within the next 5 seconds, with the farming getting done from 6 Upper Moon means that they're focusing more on those early evolutions. They have the Ninetales there, they have the Eldegoss, they have the Ivysaur right now, or if it's going to be a Bulbous, if it's going to be a Venusaur soon.
Yeah.
Mew and a Piloswine. Piloswine, yet not the man.
Regirock is taken, defenses have been boosted, but in the meantime 6 Upper Moon trying to take this Regieleki, but no, says Mime. Tensai will be making sure that it becomes an ally for SATUL, and more number of players are super low. A brilliant barrier to separate the players from running away, and that Ninetales, which was so very crucial for 6 Upper Moon, gets taken down, and the top goal zone immediately gets broken down with the help of Regieleki. SATUL pushing themselves closer to 200, but look at where Piloswine is. Piloswine right now might just get cornered and an immediate knockout might fall off. Curse is also moving in. Darbari was super low, and finally making sure that 1v1 is going to become a 3v1 against the Piloswine. 6 Upper Moon, unfortunate, but at least some kind of a distraction. Maybe it was a set strategy for their end.
Oh yeah, it might be a set strategy for Team 6 Upper Moon. But again, you talk about SATUL. As soon as 6 Upper Moon is looking for a comeback or actually adding points and actually resulting good with their strategies, SATUL is always ready with the counter. And to talk about counters, Ninetales is here to actually, counter the might. The Sizer creating problem for Team 6 Upper Moon. Yes, he must face those consequences where the speedster Dodrio is just roaming around back to back. What is that? I am going to actually have, I might set up this.
This is setup. This is a trap that they want to lay. If Tensai wouldn't have been spotted, right, it would be a trap to take a fight on the top lane and eliminate players. But now look at what they have Tensai. But there is a help with Ghoul coming in. 3 players immediately chiming in, and it's going to be Ghoul first going down, and followed up with the Tensai. It should be that he should go down, but wait, I'm not too sure. I did not see the KO coming through. A triple trample coming through to eliminate players, but Curse himself gets taken down. A brilliant play with the petal dance coming through, and the help on Zomboy. An immediate push coming through, but Tensai is already here, hiding in the tall grasses before they could go in for a goal. They block it, the barrier coming in, the Solar Beam trying to help them out, and there is going to be no goals that still 6 Upper Moon do, but a big unite coming in from Zomboy, does not find any connections, but a big cannon blast used from Darbari, which pushes all the players from 6 Upper Moon before they could do anything. Kyoshima on the other end, he's already back on Mamoswine, fully evolved, but Might is taking a fight of his own. 1v1 on Regieleki. Science on this Eldegoss is here, but there is going to be nobody else. So this should be an easy one. And also Azumarill coming in from the backlines on Science to take him out. So this Regieleki is not going to be going away. Science tried his best, but now finally both of them packing punches right to Science. He'll be eliminated. 6 Upper Moon in the meantime concentrating on fighting out with the Regias, get it for themselves, but Tensai, he's always causing problems with with the barrier and then followed up with an immediate confusion beam or then the blast cannons that we just saw coming in from Darbari previously as a unite. But now it is going to be two ices coming in from Six Upper Moon, but on the other end it's going to be a surf which is hitting three players together, and it looks like one player will be KO'd. But Darbari, oh man, I'm sorry, it is going to be Science who finds a KO on the Dodrio, make it another KO, actually a 3 KO streak. Not too sure how he pulled it off, but Tensai, understanding that he's the only player at the bottom lane, making sure he does not give away his life, fight for survival as his teammates respawn, use the pantomime dance, and now trying to do a lot more damage, and an immediate instant KO coming through as SATL's players respawn. Kiyoshima trying to fight for his life, trying to fight for his teammates for survival, but gets taken down immediately. A 2 KO streak for the Dodrio as well.
Well, the streaks are going to be added by the Dodrio, and as you talk about that, Lucifer, we are also going to see a huge lead coming in from the side of SATL. Talk about the Azumarill once again coming back to the streaks, and all the Regis. Two Regis coming into the focus from SATL, while the Regis on the other side has been focused by Six Upper Moon. Again, the Rayquaza is not here. A Rayquaza steal could actually cause Six Upper Moon winning this and closing it on a 3-1. But then SATL is looking for a 3-2 victory. They are here for a comeback, and they are looking promising in the game number 4.
Six Upper Moon need to get a victory for themselves. Six Upper Moon need to make sure they eliminate Tensai. Tensai on the supporter role has been causing problems, has been annoying for Six Upper Moon in anything that they want to do, any strategy. And Six Upper Moon finally understanding that one main thing that they have to do is get at least this Regielike before Rayquaza. But before that could happen, 6 seconds on the clock, players from SATL do not let them take it up. But now with Rayquaza being spawned, I want to know what happens. Is it going to be SATL who are going to be jumping right into the battle, or Six Upper Moon waiting for it? Confusion Ray being missed, Kiyoshima dodges it, and he is now playing with his teammate, and with a big icicle crash coming through, nobody gets stuck on it, but nonetheless it is still not going in any side's favor.
Well, yes, exactly. And talk about the favors and actually the positions here at this given moment. Six Upper Moon look promising to take down that Rayquaza, but then here's the Blastoise with the water pumps actually, taking the damage on the Venusaur. Might not be able to do that. 303 on the chart, and it can be a KO on the Rayquaza any given moment. 303.
Oh no, a steal!
Rayquaza is for a steal, and it is the Dodrio. You are not going to ban the Dodrio. The Dodrio is going to actually ban you from the game, actually take you out from the arena. It's a win-win situation with 393 is the total score right now on the chart for it.
Bottom lane push to eliminate Might, but they're getting the goals in as well. They break it. They get it to 270 as they break the top lane as well as the bottom lane, but it's the only thing that they will be able to do. After that, there is nothing. SA12 in the meantime, they've already pushed up to 457, and from here on, as the top and the bottom goal zones have been bursted, the only way to get another zone bursted is going to be making sure they make a 5-man push. They're going in for the decision, but you look at the top lane, what Darbari is doing. He's slowly creeping up, and he might just go to the base goal zone and try to put a lot more goals. As soon as his teammates give him a call that it's a 5-man push coming in, and yes, he's doing that. A 14 gets scored, but I don't think it is going to be enough for Six Upper Moon to make a comeback, and we are going to be jumping into the 5th match of the day, 5th round of the day. But it's still them not giving up. Six Upper Moon going in for head-on fights, looking forward to destroying. Dodrio comes in, gets one on the backline, and now stuck in the flux zone. A water cannon unite coming through from Darbari as he respawns, but it is not at all working, pushing them back to the flux zone, making them low on speed, and immediately hitting them with the moves. SATL get back into the game, and with the first match starting off, Six Upper Moon, after they lost the chance to close it out in the 3rd round, SATL like, you made one small mistake, gave us one gap to get in, and we are going to make sure that you are going to be feeling bad about it.
A total capitalization and a utilization over the opportunity that Team SATL has got. Just 5 points, and after that, it's now a great lead. Talking about the lead, it's 153 points of lead against Team 6 Upper Moon. On the other side, if you talk about the MVP for this game, it's going to be Darbari with the Blastoise. 129 goals only, but 6 assists for the team. Where Dodrio had a lot of steals, had a lot of goals scored for the team. But in the end, they actually crossed their paths around the 3rd minute. After that, the graph had a difference throughout. When they got the Rayquaza, the victory was in their hands. If it was a Rayquaza for 6 Upper Moon, it would have been an end to the story.
Yeah, they were close as well, and majority of the players from Six Upper Moon were right in the legendary pit trying to fight it out, but SATL were better, and especially cursed on that Dodrio. You can see he's not done a lot in terms of damage. This time, he also did not find a lot of knockouts, I presume. But on the other end, Six Upper Moon looked in control in terms of the damage as well. Illusion OP, look at him, 82,000, as well as Zomboy on that Ninetales was able to make sure that they slowed down Cursed. Got 61,000 as well. But I think somewhere Science could not be there for his teammate in terms of the healing a lot much, because you can see it's only 50,000 on an average. We have seen somewhere around 70,000 on that Eldegoss being the healing. But Darbury, you need to give him credits. Those water cannon unite moves coming through was so very crucial, which gave them big upper hand to get goals in, get lane control in, and they stopped whatever Six Upper Moon had planned. One was the bottom lane towards the Six Upper Moon's goal zone end, and then SATUL's own goal zone end, where Six Upper Moon were trying to push that water cannon at both the ends, did a lot in terms of damage.
Well, yes, actually, Darbury with that Blastoise caused a lot of damage. And look at that, 91 MVP points added for himself. He just took the title
Mm-hmm.
to his team and to his home. Again, it's just the fourth game. Now, the deal is not set, the deal is
Yeah.
not done yet. It's zero and it's back to that zero where one single game decides it all. Is it going to be SATUL or is it going to be the 6 Upper Moon who took the first two games? A great start for them, but now it's looking like in the end, got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
You're reciting lyrics of songs right now. How broken you must feel, just like the players of Six Upper Moon, right? Because they were always they were there. They were just about to close the game in their favor. I'm still in that delusion, stuck that illusion. OP was able to score that 28 AOS energy that he had, which would have been converted into a 56, right? And if they would have gotten that score, easy close, a 3-0 clean sweep for Six Upper Moon. What happened? A stop coming in on the Mammoth line. And then just got denied by 3 goals. And I'm pretty sure, I think that hit Six Upper Moon, and that gave the confidence which SATUL needed. They're like, we were able to defend them, but our defense was not that great. Let's start tightening up those loose ends. And that's what they did. SATUL from there on went right and fought with all they've gotten. Let's quickly jump into the highlights of this fourth round. You can see here, both the sides were looking completely under control, but for me, it felt like Six Upper Moon, at least in terms of doing damage, taking knockouts and delivering and sending back the players of SATUL back to their base. They were more capable of doing it. But what happened was that last Rayquaza fight, and a big difference that the goal score already had way before Rayquaza had spawned.
Exactly, and if you need to talk about the highlights, you also need to point out how throughout the game Venusaur was important for Six Upper Moon. As soon as it came to it and said Ivysaur was the stage where it remained for a longer time period. SATUL gaining the leads back to back, Six Upper Moon touching it. SATUL gaining the leads back to back, Six Upper Moon touching it. It was a huge difference till the 4th minute, and after that they went so close around each other. Six Upper Moon could have got the Rayquaza and just closed it. There came the Blastoise into the play, bashing around Team SATUL. As soon as we began with it, the chaos on those Regis, the last Regi available, that was also with Team SATUL. Eldegoss tried to make a difference. Right, that even if the sizer goes down, it can actually, change the tables for Six Upper Moon. But no, it didn't. And after that, a clean sweep victory for SATUL.
Now, SATUL, again, even though they've pushed back here till the 5th round and looking forward to a comeback clean sweep, they have to be worried about. It's one round to win it all, and it's one round to lose it all. All the efforts that they have put into will get a decision done in this last matchup in Skyesports, where whether it goes till the Rayquaza or it gets ended before that itself. It's going to depend on both SATUL on how they start up the initial momentum in the early 3-4 minutes, and same goes for Six Upper Moon. Until now, after SATUL have gotten the Dodrio, it's somewhere that at the back of their minds they have that the Dodrio can run in, can steal it away, and it always has happened. It has been the Dodrio who has been a problem for them, because Speedster can come in from any direction. All their moves are fast ones. And as soon as it jumps in, you are unable to do anything, because at all points, Dodrio, whenever Cursed was there for a fight, he came in from the backlines itself. And he was always a surprise, even though Six Upper Moon knew about it. But having the type of Pokemons which they couldn't switch their move immediately, because they were already
Mm-hmm.
fighting with a couple of players of SATUL. If they had a chance to somebody hold the backlines, as we talk right, as the tower keepers or something like that, as the goalkeepers, you can put it here, because we have the goals. Let's see if it happens, because this is the do or die for both SATUL and Six Upper Moon. Starting off with the ban
Yeah.
phase, I want to know if finally Six Upper Moon will ban that Dodrio, or again Mime or Snorlax. I'm not too sure why they're doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Because a mime actually affects SATL. It's okay. But why is there a Snorlax, ban coming in from the side of Six Upper Moon? I cannot understand that. And on the side, vice versa. You talk about SATL, a Snorlax ban. Yes, a mime ban is still justified, but Dodrio will come up. And that Dodrio stole your Rayquaza. Six Upper Moon should have learned from that.
I don't know. At least SATL have changed. They're like, we do not want Kiyoshima on Snorlax. And because this is a do or die match, we need to be able to get goals in. And if they bring up that Snorlax with the block, they will be pushing them out before they can get the goal in. So maybe the decision on the other end, Six Up Moon denying Tensai of Maim, I don't think that's going to be a big effect. Zomboy finally getting that Tyranitar to pick it up. He's going to making a choice of it. Illusion OP is sticking back to the Gardevoir. Death Rider coming back on the Azumarill. We are finally seeing the best Pokemons, I feel like, from Six Upper Moon's players. But on SATUL's end, they are also not like picking up Pokemons which they are unfamiliar with. They are picking up Pokemons which their entire team has done damage with.
Yes, exactly. And that's how on this very draft pick, you are going to see that
Again, the
Ghoul
Dodrio.
is going to go with the Ninetales. Again, the Dodo is here. It's right. Kiyoshina, a slow bro. Okay. Six Upper Moon taking a lot of chances. Yes, the Azumarill is going to be there for sure. But on the side of SATUL, the last game, and at last, we would be seeing some changes.
Now, as the last Pokemon is about to be picked from SATL, I wonder what it is. Most probably should be an all-rounder, as we generally see, whether it is Azumarill or a Sizer, Lucario. Oh, it is a Lucario, and yes, in the final preparation, we will be seeing a couple of changes coming through, because I don't think Darbury will be playing Dodrio. It should be going to Cursed, and yes, there is in Darbury. He takes up the Lucario. I don't think so, and yes, the change coming in, Darbury gets the Eldegoss. Might picks up the Lucario. Kiyoshima on the other end, he takes up Blissey, and Science will be playing on the defender. As we did see him, the Mamoswine, he's right now making sure he uses a Slowbro. No changes in the other Pokemons coming in from the other three players of Six Upper Moon. They're going to be sticking in for the same. Super
Yeah.
intense battle, and I'm not too sure for whose end it will go. One thing, there is still Dodrio. That is the only thing that
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried for Six Upper Moon.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, Six Upper Moon, the Dodrio is going to have a lot of damage to them. Cause the
Hmm.
damage to them in the very fourth game, where it could have resulted once again to their side. But then, you must learn again. There should be a strategy in mind for team Six Upper Moon, that a counter is there for
Hmm.
Dodrio or not. Because again, Dodrio, even if it's a speedster, it can be stopped. Our defense needs to be strong. Whereas we saw that SATL actually, stood around even after they got the Rayquaza. It was not a victory. So again, the defense can be strong. Defenders can actually stop the speedster and the attackers to, stopping them from the territory entrance. But here we go. We start with Team Six Upper Moon. Each and every Pokemon right now focusing more on that.
In the orange
Farming.
corner, it's going to be SHL. 6 upper moon in the purple. As we change sides for Cyanide might be the first play. Ghoul is not stopping with his basic attacks. He's constantly hitting Zomboy as the target. Finally has to switch up. And now it's going to be Science coming in with a lot of water splurges of his own towards Ghoul. And also Tensai with the spin up. He's trying to take down a player, and Lavitar, yes, rightfully goes down. Unfortunate for them. These overcommitments coming through from 6 upper moon to lose a player so early on. I understand I might be exaggerating, but this exaggeration is going to be because of the evolution that SATL players will get an advantage on the experience, the level ups that they'll be able to get because of taking an opponent Pokemon down.
Well, exactly, and right now also focusing on all these situations, and at this very given moment, look at Team SATUL. 27 points for them, and a KO coming up from the side of SATUL. It's a great KO where it's not, the Ninetales haven't, it's not an evolution still cause to that very Vulpix, but I hope so soon it will be. And yes, the Ninetales is now evolved. 27 points on the chart for SATUL. On the other side, you talk about the Chansey is also there, and the Dodrio is already making a run for the pointers to be added. The wild Pokemons available, those will be farmed for sure. Let's see if they actually get to the first 4 point and get all the points those are needed. Yes, adding to the chart, adding more and more 4, 5, 6s. They are at 41.
Dodrio is running around like it's a playground, like it knows what it needs to do. Curse is playing brilliant, masterful, I would say, and he's teaching right now 6 upper moon, letting them know that you shouldn't have given us a chance to keep picking this Dodrio. You're going to be paying a hefty price for it. Still, right, in terms of leveling up, I would call SATUL looking better. But what 6 upper moon are doing in the backlines is leveling up their Gardevoir. Once it is at leveled up completely, they are going to be having a lot of problems. That Gardevoir and Tyranitar both completely evolved. It will give them a lot of problems. But right now, Kiyoshima, he gets pushed with 4 players. They don't care whether it's a Blissey or whether it's any Pokemon. The intention is take them out, get that goal zone cleared and destroyed. And that's going to be the first destruction. 6 upper moon lose their top goal zone.
Well, exactly, and to talk about these situations and talk about this very position, 6 upper moon right now is focusing to actually take it back. Yes, SATUL, you have got 2 games back to back, but no, you won't be getting the last one. They are close around them, but then the Dodrio adding those points is the main important Scorpion on the ground, right? Because again, SATUL having that Dodrio is always having those bites on 6 upper moon. Those are going to affect them. Again, on the other side, yes, as you know, SATUL moving forward on the base of 6 upper moon. A charge up that was needed. Yes, look at that. A 3v3 going on. More 2 points added by the Eldegoss. And even if it's a bash by Team SATUL, they're still inside the territory of 6 upper moon.
I'm not too sure how Illusion OP is surviving, all because of science, but finally they push him out of the goal zone and he loses his blue HP. With the Psychic,
boom!
Illusion OP is still trying. Okay, wait, he gets one on Eldegoss, but what SATUL wanted to do, they've done it and they're out of the bottom lane. They've just moved out. Then they're immediately back on concentrating on farming, and it's going to be Tensai leading the farm right now at the legendary pit, where he's looking forward to jumping up to become a Mamoswine. In the meantime, Ghoul keeping control of bottom lane as all the wild Pokemon is being grabbed from him for the Ace Energy, as well as leveling up, getting that Unite ready for himself as well.
Well, yes, exactly. Look at the Slowbro also, having those pointers for himself, actually getting those, more points getting added back to back would actually make a big move here. Look at that. On the other side, you have SATUL, 159 here, more 5 minutes remaining, and a KO by Azumarill. That's how Azumarill was fought.
And Blissey goes down for that. Now they do not have a supporter, because of which 6 upper moon, I think they should start backing off, but not before destroying a goal zone. That was their intention. They get it clearly done, and now they have to immediately run back. The other end, SATUL are pushing up. Azumarill is still alive. They're very looking forward to getting a couple of goals in and also snatching away the berry, and they will be successful of it. Again, looking forward to a goal coming in, and another goal zone is what ENIGMA lose. Tensai on the other end, he's trying to surround the players, and Blissey immediately goes down. It's only one player that is surviving. There's going to be Slowbro taking a brunt and a beating like no other Pokemon. 4 people hitting with all the shots, and it's like taking it do a lot more to me. But finally gets taken down. 6 Upper Moons, Slowbro, a good try coming through, but it was not enough as Registeel in the bottom lane goes again to SAQL. Not like previously. Previously, Jiash was taken from 6 Upper Moon, but right now, 6 Upper Moon jumping right to Registeel.
And with that, you have 198. 6 Upper Moon still trying to make a comeback. Dodio once again coming up, but the Reggie for the side of 6 Upper Moon. It might be a help as Blissey also gets a KO on that Mamoswine. Just running around and bashing around that goalpost. The goalpost is available.
Oh,
the point
brilliant
will
play.
be added. And a brilliant play by 6 Upper Moon, as you are going to mention, Lucifer. All the points added is just only one Pokemon left, and the Dodrio as soon as it goes back. But no, Lucario with a 3 KO streak, and then the dreams of 6 Upper Moon getting shattered.
Azumarill Death Rider played such a brilliant positioning over there from where he could hit the players. Started the KOs for 6 Upper Moon's favor. But as soon as he switched around, he saw Might coming in on the Lucario, those punches coming in the mashes. I think that caused problems if those Mega mashes did not come in from Might. If he was not present, the top lane would have been taken completely in control for 6 Upper Moon. And most probably also the top goal zone for SATUL will also be bursted. But for now, fight comes to a standstill where all the Pokemons will look forward to farming. 50 goals available here for Might to go and put it up, but he knows with just less than a minute left for the Rayquaza, if he tries for a big commitment, he might be playing with his life.
You know, a play for life actually can go around for this very person. Look at that. Look at that player. Lucario actually caused the death to the side of 6 Upper Moon. You know, shattering the dreams, and only one single thing to be depending upon. It's going to be, you know what, the Rayquaza, but the Tyranitar is the one actually, you know, now causing the destruction. SA12 was banning it for 4 games straight, but they left it this time. Is it a blunder?
It is causing problem, but still 6 Upper Moon are on the deficit. SATL are leading charge. Immediate TP outs coming in from 6 Upper Moon. They're going to be giving up Rayquaza, which SATL are not jumping in for the battle, and now 6 Upper Moon are back in the game after that they've TP'd back to the base, fully healed, without any kind of hits on them, and now it is going to be a 5v5 fight coming through. But looking at Might, he's just keeping a guard of the top lane goal zone. Oh no, Mammoth goes down, and now it is a disadvantage for SATL. They've lost one player, immediately jumping on. There is going to be the Lucario. Dodrio comes in with a triple trample, but immediately gets KO'd. That is another opening that 6 Upper Moon have here, but still they have to make sure they take down the Lucario. Lucario jumps in the lane, and he takes down Rayquaza. The pit gets destroyed, and back SATL will be getting Rayquaza, running right to the goal zone, but they're trying to deny it. Yes, Eldegoss loses its shield, a KO followed up. Tyranitar running right to the goal zone on the top, but there is already one player holding and waiting it out, none other than Tensai. No goal getter available here, and Tensai unable to take him out because again, it is an all-rounder, will be able to take damage upon himself. But 6 Upper Moon, they've not let SATL get goals as well. This still can go the long way, and in the last 30 seconds, a 5-man push coming in from 6 Upper Moon might just change the game here, Mridul.
Well, yes, exactly. Look at that. The games are going to be changed here, but look at that. Mamoswine actually resulted bad for SATL. It could have been the Tyranitar adding the first 50. Really important for them. The goalposts are not empty, but yes, the top lane one is empty for them, and they would be adding it. No, Mamoswine, perfect timing.
But still, if they get 100 in, I think there is a possibility. They have to go for a 5-man push coming through. With 20 seconds left, they're annoying the Tyranitar. Tyranitar is left super low. Science comes in to help. Tensai is super low. This might just be the opening. Might is also here. They have to start getting the goals in, and they are trying their best, but they're being stopped. 8 seconds to the clock. Tyranitar has a big 50. If they get even an assist here, 4 seconds to go, and it looks like nothing being done. They do get the KO, but the time is up. SAT will save themselves, and they are the ones who are going to be winning it. Such a close battle. Unfortunate 6 Upper Moon. If they just made a 5-man push rather than one by one being pushed, helping out their teammates, if it was a team push coming through, I think they would have had a chance to destroy the top goal zone. A great, valiant effort coming in from 6 Upper Moon, but this is what SATUL is. You give them
Yeah.
one small gap, and they'll take a big leap to victory.
2 times straight Lucifer we saw in this very matchup that even if you have the Rayquaza, it doesn't mean that you would have the victory. Once again, the Rayquaza here was there with Team SATUL. They got the victory, but not because of Rayquaza. They got the victory by stopping the points Team 6 Upper Moon had. Team 6 Upper Moon had a lot of points for them. And look at the battle data. Proved a lot. Azumarill proved a lot with the damage taken and the damage dealt.
But
But on the other side, it was a teamwork by SATUL.
it is teamwork, but also I would give a separate mention here for Might. That
Yeah.
is the man who caused all the problems here for 6 Upper Moon. Tensei again.
Amazon.
He's just brilliant. Come on. I mean, whether he plays a Mime, Mamoswan, or any of the other supporters or defenders, we saw him on Blastoise as well. Because of him
Yeah.
itself, they were able to stop here as well on the top lane when they were trying to goal, right? Tensei jumps in
Mhm.
first, swoops to the top goal zone. What he does, he just keeps stomping around. Keep pushing them
Yeah.
out of the zone. They stepped in, tried to use the goal assist advantage where their goals will be boosted, did not work out. And this is the reason we need to have a couple of players who are responsible for putting goals in. But after this comeback, everybody needs a breather. SATUL themselves, even 6 Super Moon will be feeling a little bit bad, but it was a tough game. They also know, but the next match is going to be an interesting one. So let us re-energize ourselves and get back into Revenant Esports versus God's Reign after this break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a very short break, and we are here in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Joining me as my co-caster is going to be Raider for the game number 2. And yes, Lucifer has left, but he'll be joining us with the game 3. Right, Raider? And as
Yep.
we begin with this game, we saw a brilliant move by SATUL. They were losing it 2-0 against 6 Upper Moon, but they came back and took it to 3-2. Now we have the game for the day, the major game for the day. In the group of death, the group B, Revenant Esports against God's Reign.
A beautiful competition is bound to happen for now. Revenant Esports, a beautiful team which is setting the embarkments, which was having the highest amount of goals getting scored in every single individual match. But on the other corner, if we talk about Godstrain, the team with the highest average amount of goals ever scored in this whole Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. So definitely, I believe the competition is something which is not going to be that light. Revenant versus Godstrain. I'm looking forward to see the 5 rounds because I don't think so. It's going to be a clean sweep coming up. That's for sure bound to happen, that we are going to witness the 5 rounds. Every single round is going to move farther and farther, and I believe those 50 minutes, that means 10 minutes each for every particular round, and it's going to be quite crucial to watch out. Apart from that, we are going to get the ban phases, the pick phases, everything is going to be quite crucial. And talking about the ban phase, I believe, yes, of course, it's here right now. Revenant sitting in the blue corner, and if I talk about Godstrain, well, they are sitting in the orange corner. Meanwhile, the ban phase is of 20 seconds more to go, and after that, we'll get to see which are the two Pokemons getting banned. And apart from that, then we'll get to see the pick phase as well, where we'll get to notice and check out that which are the 5 Pokemons who gets in, which are getting chosen by Revenant, and which are the 5 chosen by Team Godstrain. Definitely, the battle is quite strong. It's Snorlax coming from Revenant's corner and Eldricos for Godstrain.
Yes, exactly. God's Reign are already going to ban the Eldegoss here. So again, if a Tyranitar and Eldegoss meta would be tried by the side of Revenant, it is denied. But here's a Blissey from Noxie, and on the other side you have Nova already with the Dodrio pick. Raider,
Mhm.
a Dodrio is here. You know how Dodrio has been, massive whenever we talk about the steals.
Well, definitely, he's a speedster. Apart from giving the damage, he's a very good stealer. Definitely, at the last few seconds, he can easily bag out a lot of damage. On the other corner, if we talk about Crowley, well, the Espeon comes in. On the other corner, from God's Reign, it's going to be Divine choosing the Mamoswine. So definitely, quite a few amazing picks are coming up. Lucario going to be the another choice for Scepter. That's amazing to see. God's Reign, I'm actually going to see their first game on the live, which I'm going to cast. So definitely, I'm quite excited about that. And if we talk about Revenant, the way they were emphasizing their competition yesterday, and the way they were getting the clean swipes in front of Cayman as well as Zahir. So definitely, it's looking quite amazing that how these two giants coming from hailing from the same groups, how they're going to perform. Apart from that, if we talk about the picks, Reverend Blizzard is going to pick another beautiful Pokemon coming up, and on the other one, if we talk about Swifty, the Blastoise comes in.
Well, yes, again, but we have a call here. It's going to be a re-host
Oh,
for this game. The very first game of the match 2 is going to be rehosted once again. Yes, there are some issues here happening. Some of the other technical issues where we would be joining back to the lobbies. Final preparation phase is still going on, where it might be some switches, and we would be ready to actually rehost the lobby with the same things. Yes, it's an Eldego's ban from God's Reign, whereas Revenant has banned the Snorlax.
well, the bans are for sure here right now, but in the next, I believe the re-hosting situation, we might actually get to see what are the clear pictures. But for now, we are just waiting for the match to get started. And before that, we are once again, I believe, going to get the ban phase and pick phase. It might not come if the time period is not there, but apart from that, it will come in, and we'll get to see which are the two Pokemons getting banned and which are the tens getting chosen. And who is the rosters? Well, we have already talked about the roster from Revenant is going to be guys like Crowley and some other. And if I talk about Godstain, Scepter, a guy I would love to see how he's going to perform, how his Pokemon choice is going to work out, and eventually, if I talk about the meta, well, that's the strongest. Well, we have to talk about that strongest feeling because when it comes to the group wise standing or the particular match wise standing as well, Godstain and Revenant are the two teams which are on top, be it from
Yeah,
Group A, from Group B. Well, definitely these two teams are coming from Group B, but the thing is that Revenant and Godstain are the two teams which are at the top at this moment, and their
yeah.
average goals are absolutely amazing. Their winning streak is absolutely amazing. And now it's all about the consistency. If they want to actually bag this whole tournament, the championship, and being on the top and becoming the champion, they have to be consistent. Although otherwise, I believe teams like SATL might actually catch up, because yes, they are having some difficulties in catching up to the momentum. First two matches are getting out of their hands, and eventually in the last three, they're bagging the victory in their favor. The goal buffer is not that much, but still they are winning. That's the key point at this moment. And apart from that, the next battle which will come in after this one would be Enigmas. And Enigma, another beautiful team which was able to beat down SATL. So definitely there is a lot of hope coming from Enigma as well. But if we talk about teams like Cayman Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, their situation is a little bit shaky. So definitely, I
Yeah.
guess this whole pool of 14 teams getting divided in a pool of 7 each, Group A and Group B. Definitely, the competition is for sure there. But the one thing which is bound to happen is the ruckus, is the chaos, is the clashes coming up in the next upcoming moments. Before that, guys, we will witness very soon the big phase, the ban phase. Comment down your predictions as well, guys.
Yeah. Well, then to talk about the communications happening between at the back end when we were at a break, we saw on the indie desk that there's also conversation of having 5 rounds in each and every game today. That means the games that we are going to have on the stream today are all going to be of 5 rounds raider. Well, that's a prediction, right? Because
Mhm.
again, the competition today is so strong. Every team against each other is strong and actually up, to take that victory with all the fight that they can have. Look at S12. They were losing it by a 2-0, but then came back to 3 games straight and had a victory. In the second game, when you have Revenant, Esports, and God's Reign, mind you, the 2 games that God's Reign have played, those are both the 2 offline matches. And
Mhm.
now that we are seeing them on our screens, how they are going to perform 1500 points, 1600 points, and then having an average of 800 here, divided it by 2, taking average of 1600, and they have won both games by a 3-0 and a 3-0.
Well, definitely the clean sweep is there, but same goes for Revenant as well. Revenant is another consistent team coming up, so definitely I would say that today is the highlight moment of the whole BO5 series is going to be the battle between Revenant and Godsend. At least we thought that, but eventually the comeback that SATL gave in, I believe that was another beautiful moment coming from this particular day, and it is just started. Only the first match is over. 2 more matches to go. Another beautiful set of five BO5s are going to be there after this one gets over. But to start this one, definitely, guys, make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and eventually tune in a lot on our English Hindi desk as well, so that you can actually get an insight from their perspective as well. We as a caster are trying our level best to give you the insight that we have regarding this whole tournament. But yeah, eventually, guys, you can also predict and you can also count in and maybe addition some of the strategies that you have as well. And make sure to be ready because many more battles are going to come. Pokemon Unite India. This is an beautiful championship coming up. It was an open area from where teams like Tide Officials, Zahir, and many more teams came from. Zonal finals happened on the day number one, where you saw for the first time the live of this whole tournament. Zonal finals were there. Six amazing team after fighting for the BO3s. They were able to qualify for the national playoffs, and in national playoffs, there were another set of quite amazing teams which were pretty much invited, like Cayman Esports, like SATL was there, Enigma was there, Hyderabad Hydras is there, God's Train, Revenant, and quite a few teams like these are there in the lobby. And you have already seen quite a few matches coming from Enigma, quite a few teams, quite a few fights coming from Cayman, quite a few fights coming from SATL. But the results is pretty much clear. If you are the consistent one, you are the one winning. If you are the one which is aggressive, you are the one with having the highest amount of goals in your favor. That's what Revenant did yesterday. But now I believe God's Run is actually here to counter everything. There is a possibility God Rain, the way they are actually having the momentum, might be able to turn it out in their favor. But I don't think so. Revenant is going to let it go that easy. Definitely, there is going to
Yeah.
be a competition. At least that's what our prediction is. But let's see what happens eventually, because these guys are ready with a punch.
Well, yes, exactly. To discuss about how Revenant has performed throughout their games, it was a 3-0, then a 3-0, and a 3-1, where Revenant also has lost one of their games around their opponent. So again, it is not where Revenant would always be winning and actually getting their game strong. And it was an offline match where they lost, one of their rounds against their teams. But for now, we begin with the match we have been already waiting for. Yes, we did rehost the Robbie. There were some issues, but then a long wait for actually the massive, you know, attack and some great Pokemon Unite plays we are going to say today. The ban phase right now still going on, where the Revenant, Esports, and God's Reign are ready to choose their bans. Here are the bans. Yes, the bans are going to be same. It's Eldigos from God's side, and from the side of Revenant, you have the Snorlax.
The Snorlax has been banned. On the other corner, Elder Goss, once again, the ban phase is pretty much similar. But when it comes to the A pick phase, it is also looking a little bit more similar because Nova once again comes up with the Dodrio. If we talk about Divine and Noxy, these are the two members which have to pick up their preferable Pokemons and eventually play with their meta. Blissey comes in, Tyranitar. Once again, the same picks coming from the corner.
And on the other side, if you are going to see that it's a Dodrio from the side of Nova, a Swifty, okay, he's going for the Mamo Swine. Zesol going for Mr. Mime. And you talk about God's Rain, it's Blissey and Tyranitar. Not a Tyranitar getting banned for God's Rain. I'm quite shocked because, a choice has been provided. With God's Rain, I haven't provided a choice to actually have
Uh,
the that Tyranitar and Eldegoss combo. There comes a Sizer for Omen and Scepter going for the Decidueye.
Amazing. Delphox comes in. Greedent is here for Crowley as well. So definitely quite a few amazing picks are coming up. But player 3446 4 is going to pick Blastoise, maybe? Yeah, that's definitely the pick.
And that's how we are going to go towards the preparations phase here, Raider. Look
Hmm.
at that. The preparations are going to be done. Some of the swaps are going to be made here. And Crowley going for the gradient. A great choice. A Delphox is also going to be here. Definitely a great fire magical attacker for the team. Mr. Mime, a good psychic pick as a support. And we are going to be in the game in no time.
Definitely, the game will start soon enough, but eventually picking up Delphox and Pokemons like Regent. Well, I guess there is a shift coming from Team Revenant Esports. They are just trying their level best to explore and maybe just let's say give a surprise to the enemy because maybe Godstrain sitting on the back end, sitting on their chair, sitting on their analytical desk. I believe they would have been doing the analytics that how Revenant is one of those teams which is dishing out this kind of damage and having 1100 plus scores and being the best at what they are trying to go with. So definitely, I
Yeah.
believe Gosrain might have some new strategies, and that's why, in order to counter them, I believe Remnant is coming up with some new Pokemons. And the way Remnant is actually fighting out, they are constantly changing with the Pokemons. Yesterday, we saw how they summed up. It was Trevenant, if I'm not wrong, in their last match, particularly, which was 3-0 to be precise. Trevenant came in. Many other Pokemons that they're trying to go with. So definitely, I would love to see that how Revenant as a team are actually exploiting every single Pokemon that they want to, and they're getting the results as well. So that's actually a great thing to be precise when you have the ability to use as many Pokemons as you can and shift around them and still have the right meta, still have the audacity of having and claiming the victory in your favor. So definitely that's absolutely amazing. But when it comes to teams like SATUL, teams like K-Mini Esports or Enigma Gaming, they are a little bit more shaky in that particular corner. They have their set of, let's say, preferred Pokemons which they actually love to choose and play around with them. If there is a ban coming of that Pokemon, situations is a little bit more tricky for those teams particularly. But right now, if we talk about teams like Revenant, well, it's basically like you can ban any Pokemon. They will come up with some another alternative and they will play exactly the way they did in the previous one before you ban their preferred Pokemon.
Definitely, Raider. And to talk about all these sides and the positions where they have been standing strong. But on the other side, God's Rain have actually made their homework because
Mhm.
it's a team where they would have been studying them back to back. Where and when has Revenant got wrong, got, in a difficult situation where they could have lost. So, yeah, and a team which has matched the power of God's Rain. God's Rain, have been undefeated till now. Yeah, they are leading in the average goals. Again, in the group of death, as Lucifer always says, the discussion always goes, in the background where we know both of these teams are wonderful with the game, and then again, is it going to be going till the very last game or not is the bigger set of question here, Raider, because again, where it's going to have 3 games back to back. Again, it is possible, but then you don't know. Yes, we are going for a short break here, and we'll be right back with the first game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a long break. We are here back again with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. And now is the time that we are going to begin with the second match for the day. Again, yeah, we are waiting for this match, and the hype is going real strong. The match between Revenant Esports and God's Reign.
Definitely quite a crucial match coming up for Revenant and as well as for God's Reign. God's Reign, they are at their maiden voyage and at a voyage where they are actually leading the charts. Definitely a beautiful competition has to be
Yeah.
there. I believe the match is going to get extended for the 5 rounds, so let's see what happens. But the clean swipe might actually come in because we never know how God's Reign is going to turn the tables in their favor. If we talk about guys like Omen, Scepter, they are very powerful in terms of the attacks, in terms of the Pokemons that they choose. Well, definitely you have to look into it that how these guys are going to synergize with each other because it also depends a lot. Should I say 50% of the game depends on the enemy. If the enemy is like, let's say, very vulnerable, you can easily catch up on him and gain the points. When it comes to the enemies like Godstrain or Revenant, vice versa, definitely the competition is not going to be that easy. And according to that, these teams have to play.
Well, yes, exactly. And as we begin with this very game, at last we are here in the game. Yes, we are here. Chansey, is also there. Swinup is also there. And we have this COVID from Revenant Esports. On the other side, you have Skeptor with the, with the Pokemons remaining with him, it is the Tyranitar. Also, we have the Mr. Mime with the first goal secured on the side of Revenant already comes in. So yeah, a great start. And actually looking with the start, we have Revenant Esports in the lead. On the other side, you have a Swinup near the Lucario, but the Lucario is fast with those speedster abilities.
But still, he's failing to actually get that kind of, let's say, US synergy because the spinner was absolutely on point in terms of stealing those things. Apart from that, if we talk about the damaging attack, Revenant is basically like forming their own meta that they don't actually consider that God's Rain is in front of us, so we have to play very sneakily or very strategically. They're just going aggressive the way they were playing in front of other teams as well. So definitely, I'm actually looking forward to see that what happens and how the impact will be there. But look at that, three Pokemon hiding in the high tall grasses finally comes in, and look at that. Trident, the Scovet also gets attacked, and the KO comes in from Giorgio. It's Lucario has been taken down by the Decidueye, manages to bag out another 16 points for Team Godstrain. Godstrain starting it off once again. They're trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but if we talk about Revenant, they are aggressive in terms of the goals that they are scoring because they have got the speed, sir. And on the other corner, look at that. A lot of goals are getting dug down.
Exactly, and if you need to talk about the side of Revenant Esports, again they start from the start. Yes, even if those are 5 goal pointers, 3 goal pointers, they're adding to the total that they have. And yes, that's how they have already covered up the very first goal post. Look at the KOs coming in. Revenant Esports leading the charge against God's Reign. We thought that it would be vice versa and the tables could have turned. But no, God's Reign, who are actually having the highest amount of average when they have their matches, the matches that they have. Oh, okay. God's Reign is back into the battle as now they are at the 55 points. But oh, there comes the Serena. And here he goes. A good kill coming up on God's Reign.
On the other corner, if we talk about the Larvitar, he's constantly trying his level best to just go ahead and bag out the goals, but the Pupitar is not successful in it. On the other corner, if we talk about the Chansey, other set of +2 goals coming from the corner as well. Definitely esports for now, they were looking quite strong, but eventually, if we talk about Godstrain, they're catching it up, and look at that, the supports coming from Team Godstrain is absolutely amazing. On the other corner, Serena once again backs out the same Pokemon that she did quite a few seconds earlier. That's Lucario getting taken down. Definitely have to see how Lucario as an advantage is coming up for Team Godstrain because right now, if we talk about Serena, that Pokemon is particularly able to take down everybody which is in front of them, and they are actually doing it quite beautifully. On the other corner, the damages are still coming up. Mine manages to bag out Chaos Energy, and with this, Divine is going to go ahead and bag out another set of goals. But Revenant Esports, they are at 116. They've already scored the triple digit, but the Divine comes in, and another set of KO coming up.
Well, again, we talk about Serena coming back into the play. Unite move actually just shook down, the threats from the very Pokemon. Well, then again, as you move forward and as you move forward in the game, they are still waiting for the Tyranitar to arrive. On the other side, you see one. Okay, with that KO, God's Reign would touch their 100, but Revenant Esports already with a great lead of 52 points. Another KO, but Revenant Esports continuing their streak, and they have the Dodrio. So big steals of like 3 to 5 points, coming back to back on the goalpost, just running around throughout the arena. God's Rain is actually, in a big trouble here.
Well, definitely. I believe we have to see how the pause Pokemons are going to be an advantage for both of the teams. For the moment, if we talk about Revenant Esports, they've got the Regia League in the favor and they were able to dish out quite a few damages on the top lane, and eventually that's how the goal zone got destroyed. And same goes for Revenant Esports as well. Revenant Esports was able to defend quite a bit, but eventually their bottom lane goal zone has been destroyed. One goal zone, to be precise, has been destroyed. On the other corner, if we talk about the Gradient, the supporter for the team, let's see how far she can go in terms of the, let's say, aggression. And if we talk about the fights, well, definitely Gradient, the defender for the team, is trying her level best for the moment to just deliver the points as much as it's possible. But Serena, with +9 goals coming up, Revenant is looking sharp with close to 250 points in the favor, and God's Rain just finding the KOs now.
Yes, exactly, Raider. And when you talk about Revenant Esports, once again, Dodrio with a 12 plus pointer added, a 30 by the Blissey, and Graded coming up in the charge. Throwing all the berries as his ability and then actually collected them. The best ability a Gradient could have. Never actually it's a scene that where he would actually lose health. So a lot of, endurance where he could take a lot of damage. But here goes Dodrio with a KO, and he gets a KO as the revenge from Lucario. 137 on the chart for God's Rain, but they're still really behind. And on the other good post, you have Scepter with the Tyranitar actually going for the good moves, but Serena once again gets a KO on the catch.
Quite a few KO comings from Blizzard's corner, and that's absolutely important for now. Only the one if it goes 50, the Mamoswine. Let's see how he's going to find it out. These defenders are actually getting the KOs. That's absolutely amazing. Despite of actually having that kind of endurance, they are actually the ones which are getting the attacks as well. So that's absolutely important. But on the other corner, the Regia Leaky gets stolen by the Tyranitar with the 3-night move, and that's absolutely amazing. Coming up, another set of, let's say, dishing damage for Team Revenant Esports. This could be quite a risky task for them to actually deal out and maybe survive. On the other corner, Dodrio manages to bag out a beautiful knockout, but the goal zone gets destroyed, and this was a huge comeback coming from God's Reigns. And at this point, Revenant Esports is at a lead, but the lead is not that much, only 40 points more to go, and that is easily comparable and is easily doable for sure coming from teams like God's Reigns. So this could be another beautiful comeback coming up, and this is a redemption-like match coming for Team God's Reign, because from the start it's Revenant which are dominating, and at the end it could be God's Reign which is finishing off in their favor.
Exactly, and you talk about God's Reign, they are, really in a good state at this moment where a comeback is easily possible. 233 against 273, I was going to say, but no, it's Revenant Esports adding the points back to back. And we are going to see that most of the Regis, 2 out of the 3 up until now went into the favor of God's Reign. So again, I don't know the exact reason. Yes, it is the Dodrio again. Yes, have one reason, but not the exact reason why Revenant Esports is leading, because 2 Regis, that means they had, the abilities. Oh, now 3 Regis added for them. It's a plus point, but no, another KO from Blissey. There comes a good KO from the Dodrio, and Revenant Esports just upping their bars. They are at 331 now.
Amazing set of KOs coming from Dodrio. What an amazing contribution coming from this guy particularly, but moving up at a zone 9. He's waiting for the right moment. The way they are defending, to be precise, Revenant Esports, the way they are defending is absolutely on point. Despite of not having the advantage of getting the Regia Leaky back to back in their favor, they are able to dish out the damages that are required to just minimize that advantage and eventually come back even stronger. The KOs that are coming from Revenant Esports, be it the Serena, be it the Gradient as well, be it the Dodrio, KOs are absolutely on point. But moving forward, if we talk about Zsol, this particular Pokemon is really trying his level best to wait for the Rayquaza, the legendary, the boss Pokemon coming up. But on the other corner, I believe Revenant is also focusing on the Regieleki. If Regieleki is in their advantage, that can be huge for them. But the Rayquaza comes in. So let's see who is going to focus on Rayquaza and which team is going to get the Rayquaza in the favor. It could be a table turner situation because there is not a huge lead coming from the corner of Revenant Esports. So definitely if Rayquaza is in the favor of God's Rain, this could be the table turner moment, and God's Rain can easily bag out a huge amount of points in the favor. But meanwhile, it's Mammoth getting another set of 78 points.
Well, yes, exactly. Without the Rayquaza, the Lord Rayquaza, Mamoswine adds a 79 to the total of Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, when you talk about the That's a great pick here. After a long time, we are going to see the Talon Flame here on the very thing. So a speedster for God's Reign, that's a Talon Flame against the Deodrio. Yes, Talon Flame might be out of meta, but then a great choice coming in from God's Reign as he would be adding a 74 for the team. Again with that, a 499 on chart, 30 points added by Deodrio, another set of 30. The total reaches 500 without
Oh man.
the Rayquaza. And there goes the Blissey. Gets the KO, gets KO.
A tough task for Revenant right now because the players are actually getting KO'd. But at that same exact moment, what happens? The Blissey
Rayquaza!
backs
It's
out the
with gods!
Rayquaza in his favor, and now it's Team Revenant Esports, which is at a loss right now. They can easily go ahead and bag out a lot of. But the
Oh, they
team has surrendered.
surrendered.
The opposing team wins. That means God's Reign is going to be the one which are victors. It was pretty much clear that they have got the
Clear
Rayquaza
it.
advantage and they are easily going to get in their favor the particular match. So what happens? Revenant surrenders the match, and now it's God's
Mhm.
Reign forming like the gods that they are, and they are in the top at this point, and they have got the lead of one match in their favor. But remember, guys, it's a
You know?
BO5. It's
Mhm.
not a BO1 that you have to just win one match and eventually you can go down and chill out, because four more matches to go, four more rounds to go. In these four rounds, if Revenant is able to catch up the way SATL did in front of another beautiful team, I guess there is a possibility where Revenant might be able to come back a little bit more stronger. Now they have learned at how Rayquaza can be very important. I mean, they already knew it, but eventually how Godsrin can steal it is the bigger question.
Well, yes, again, and as soon as God's Reign actually, got that Rayquaza, Revenant came up with a surrender. Again, it has its pros and cons. The points, average that God's Reign was building, low down. They were just around 399. More points were there with Revenant. So it's a move where less points got added, but they still won, right? God's Reign still got this victory. So it's a victory, but Revenant has something else in their mind. Okay, you got the victory in game number one, but we won't be, actually allowing you to make your average goals above us.
Yeah, that is another beautiful strategy that you have coined at this point, Mridul, because if Godsrin is able to get that average goal in their favor, if they are able to be the one capitalizing on that perspective, I believe that can be quite risky for teams like Revenant Esports. Although they are easily going to be in the top eight because the performance that they're forecasting is absolutely amazing. But the end game is becoming the champion of this India Open. So definitely, let's see how this championship is going to go down, because this is just the stage one. We should remember we had the zonal finals before that. We had the zonal qualifiers and stuff like that. But now, after getting the zonal finals in our faces, we have got the national playoffs, and this is just the stage number one. Stage number two is bound to happen. The grand finals are bound to happen. So a lot of things are going to be there in next 7 days. 7 days to be precise. So stay tuned for that as well, guys. But remember, this is a battle between the gods and the revenants. So let's see how the fights are going to be there. First round already in the hands of God's Reign by a surrender. But it was pretty much clear that yes, of course, Revenant is not going to win this one, because they had, to be precise, God's Reign had the advantage of having the Rayquaza shield in their favor. So yeah, that's absolutely amazing. Moving up ahead, next round could be quite crucial for Revenant to back with.
Well, yes, exactly. And when you talk about Rayquaza, they got the Rayquaza shield. They were, just going for it. They were going to add those points. But no, not allowed. Not allowed, Raider. Because again, a surrender coming in from their side. And also talk about this very move from them. Yes, the points were less. The points were less for God's Reign when the match actually ended. It was a lead for Revenant Esports. So they added some more goals for themselves. But yes, Godsend were at less. Again, the 830 average goals would not be much disturbed, because yes, it's a half of the average goals that Team Godsend have. And then again, they are one match below Team Revenant Esports. Revenant have played three and Godsend have only played two.
Well, that's the advantage at this point that Gosrin is having, and that's how they are actually performing this particular meta. But the thing is, they have to maintain the synergy and maintain the consistency in terms of the goals that they are scoring. The average goal should be more than, like, let's say 600, 700, because Revenant, well, they are easily able to catch up on it. But if Revenant goes on to lose this particular PO5, that can be a dent in their embarkment. On the other corner, if we talk about Godstrain, if they lose it, Revenant for sure is going to climb on the top from the Group B, and there is nobody to contest from Group A. Seriously, if I talk about teams like FSC Sports, yesterday they lost one match. If I talk about SHL, they've already lost one match. And today also, the comeback they did, it was not with a huge buffer. So definitely that average goal is not going to get countered. They may be on the top of the first screen, But first group to be precise, it was Group A. They may be on the top of that particular group, but definitely not on top of the overall things, because we have 14 teams as we prescribed you guys earlier, but the seven are divided in each group. Seven are coming from Group A, seven are there from Group B. From Group B, it's God's Reign, which is on top right now. But if Revenant is able to beat them, it could be Revenant.
Well, yes, exactly. Revenant and Godsend are going to be here. But again, if you are going to talk about all of these states, we are waiting for the game 2. The game 2 yet not coming in, and we did not even have the stats for the game 1, right, Trader? So, again, many more things to be discussed here, how it went, and when a surrender comes up. Again, things are way too different. And you talk about how Revenant has been performing. They have been pretty much amazing up until now, but they losing the first game against God's Reign. Quite a toll on them, right?
I mean, it was not unpredictable, to be honest, because we already have seen how Godstrain can be a chaotic team. But the thing is, Revenant is another set of chaotic team coming from the same group. Revenant is
Correct.
another amazing team which has got the confidence, which has got the straight up domination coming up, beat came in coming up in front of them, beat some other team which has qualified from the scratch. Uh, Everybody is getting dominated by Revenant, but that is not the case when it comes to Godstrain. It could be a match where Revenant is basically like, let's see what Godstrain can actually do. And now they have got the gist of it. They might be coming back stronger and much more aggressive in the maybe next 3 rounds.
Well, yes, exactly. The next 3 rounds will be coming up. But then again, if now that Godsren have won the first game, they can actually end it with the 3-0. That could have been a big, big lead after they got the Rayquaza, but they were denied for so. Also, talking about Godsren up until now, Raider, I have a question for you in my mind. The
Mhm.
way they have played once before that you just saw, you pointed out Scepter and one another player.
Omens.
Why is it so Omen and Scepter are important for you? Well, I think the answers are going to be there after a very short break, as Raider will be answering them. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a real short break. This is Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, and we are going straight into the game number two. The draft pick is now live in front of us, where we are in the ban phase at this moment, and we have the bans. On the side of Revenant, it's the Tyranitar, and on the side of God's Rain, you have the Eldegoss getting banned for Team Revenant.
Well, Omen
God's
comes up.
Omen, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Omen is coming up with the Dodrio. That's a speed sword coming up for you guys. On the other corner, if we talk about Z-Sol, there we go. We have got Mr. Mime and Swifty is coming up with the Snorlax, which was banned in the previous match. But now having Snorlax, I believe this could be a little bit more advantageous for this particular team. Well, on the other corner, if we talk about God's Noxy, I guess we are playing with Chansey, with Dizzy or Mamoswine as Umral gets in for Divine. But finally, Mamoswine gets confirmed by the guy known as Noxy from God's Rain. If we talk about Crowley and Nova, well, Sizer comes in and the Mew is coming up. That means we have got the range attackers in this particular fight. So definitely, I believe Revenant is going to have a notch. But we still have to see that what Lash Recall and God's Scepter is going to have.
Well, yes, exactly. Also talking about all these teams at this given moment. Look at the draft pick, guys. On the side of God's Reign, you have Omen, Mamoswine, Azumarill, Blissey, and Venusaur. On the side of Revenant, where you have a Delphox still not confirmed. Yes, Blizzard actually confirms it. Crowley. Oh no! At the very end, movie actually switched from Delphox to the Gardevoir.
Well, the picks are coming up, and now we can see that the final preparation are here, so players can easily swift
Swapping
and
it.
maybe switch up the Pokemons if they want to actually switch up in terms of their teammates. So definitely there are some switches coming up from God's Train corner, but let's see how far God's Train is going to go in this particular matchup. In the last one, they were able to push down Revenant so far that Revenant was able to surrender. Revenant was forced to get surrender to be precise. So because Revenant knew if the gap between themselves and God's Train is going to be much higher, I believe they are not going to be the one which is on the top in terms of the average amount of goal, highest average amount of goals secured in this whole Nationals playoff stage one. So definitely, Revenant had a great strategy coming up, but eventually they were pushed and forced for this because Revenant was having the lead at the last moment. It was Blissey, if I'm not wrong, which was able to steal the Rayquaza in the favor of Godstrain, and that's how Godstrain manages to force out Team Revenant for that surrender.
Well, then again, we have a slight end of news that it's going to be a rehost again, Raider, for the game number two. The game one, yes, it went into the hands of God's Rain, but again, for the game two, we still need to wait.
Still need to wait. We still need to see that what happens in the rehosting, and I believe the bans are going to be pretty much similar, the Tyranitar and Dildagos, but the choices of Pokemons may be getting maybe shifted, and we'll look into that as well. But very soon, I believe the draft pick phase is going to be there. The draft fan phase will also going to be there, and after that, we'll get to know and have an insight on this particular situation. But the first match, it was a little bit unexpected. We thought that the competition will go all the way, but I guess Revenant had another plans that we are not going to let it go that easily. We don't want that buffer to increase a bit, and that's how they were able to counter it. So definitely, even after losing the match, Revenant was somehow trying to win the whole overall situation in their favor.
Definitely, and when you talk about Revenant Esports, again in the end, that is how it went for God's Reign. To discuss the whole game number one, how it went through for each and every side, it looked like it could have landed for Team God's Reign. But then when you talk about the performance that Team God's Reign came up with, it was at par in the end. When they got the Rayquaza, it was just clarified that they would be getting that victory raider. But again, as we know, that God's Reign is still leading on that average goals mark. There's still one match behind Revenant Esports, and again, many more things can happen in the analytics.
Well, definitely quite a few things can happen at this point. A lot of speculations are there that is it going to be a clean sweep coming from God's Rim because that's what they are famous for. And right now, the clean sweep, the maiden voice that Revenant was trying to go with, it's already broken because they have lost one match. And even if Revenant comes out victorious of this BO5, it is going to be a score like 3-1 or 3-2, maybe at large. So definitely Revenant is actually out of their whole situation, out of their whole meta. But God's Reign is still reigning on top of that particular situation. We have to remember God's Reign have played only two matches, and right now Revenant have played the third, and now they are actually coming up with the fourth match for the particular whole national stage, national playoff stage number one. So definitely, it's going to be quite crucial all the way. I believe Godstain is the one which is a little bit more confident about their task, confident about their strategies, because even if on the start they were losing, they didn't have the lead of 100 points or 200 points in their favor, they were still able to counter. And look at the counter. I mean, it was not even a counter, it was straight up domination. The way Revenant just exited the match, just surrendered the particular fight, it shows that how Ghost Train can be quite chaotic.
As soon as they got the Rayquaza, team Revenant Esports already had the idea of Godsrain winning this game by a huge margin, right, Raider? And then again, the strategies that they executed, actually focusing on the picks before we went for a rehost, I would, want to make a statement that and switching your Pokemon at the very last second when it was already a Delphox and then Blizzard went in for Gardevoir. What was going in his mind when he chose from a fire type attacker Pokemon to actually going for a psychic type? And then you talk about a Sizer for Nova is confirmed. Okay, Nova is not going for a Dodio, it's okay. But Zesol goes in with a Mr. Mind, and we start with the game number 2. At last, we're here and we actually begin.
Well, definitely the fights have started. Let's see how Ghost Train is going to maintain the consistency, or is it going to be Revenant Esports? Well, Revenant is definitely trying to go with the goals. On the other corner, if we talk about Lash May recall, well, this guy, the Azumaral, is actually going for the second. To be precise, 2 scores. On the other corner, he's also farming for 5 more EOS energy, and that is indeed going to help him a lot. On the other corner, if we talk about Nova, look at that. Everybody is just concerned on actually scoring the goals and maintaining that initial kind of, let's say, dominance. But let's see how far they can actually go. On the other corner, God's Omen. The damage is still coming up from Omen's corner. Let's see how far they can go. But the chaos comes in, and that's Snorlax. Despite of not having the HP, has the endurance, has the let's say strategy of putting down the enemy.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, to talk about all these positions and actually focusing more on the side of Revenant Esports. Look at that. God's Rain actually facing it down, but it continued till the last 8th minute, right? Before they got the Rayquaza, it continued that Revenant Esports were going to be the match winners for the game number 1. But no, now look at that. We are again, focusing more on the side of the teams. Okay, a bit of what you saw this happen, but then again we see the Mew actually with the moves getting a lot of damage on the enemy.
Well, definitely getting those damages and registering the fights in their favor is something everybody wants to go with right now. Revenant once again has the lead of 2 points, but that means is not that much on the other corner. The Guardio is still actually attacking, trying his level best to actually get the points. Okay, that is the Venusaur. On the other corner, look at the dumping down of Esports. Revenant Esports is already starting off with a good lead in their favor. And Azumaral and the other Pokemon from the top lane, they're also trying to do the same for Team Godstrain. Let's see how far they can go with this kind of consistency. If we talk about the bottom corner, other set of goals are getting done, and Gorshu, pizza for the team of Godstrain is working out quite well, but Revenant is still having the initial advantage. But Revenant has to remember what happened in the last match. That they were having the initial advantage, but in the last, it was Rayquaza which turned the tides for them.
Well, then again, now a Gardevoir is not here. It's a Delphox already as a choice, and again, yes, he is going to actually go for that because again, Blizzard might be it was a misclick or something like that he went for a Gardevoir. But then again, here you go. As you see from the side of Godzilla, 2 points getting added back to back. The Dodrio is a perfect choice to, we saw from the side of Revenant how Revenant was adding those 2 points perfectly whenever it was required. And again, on the side of Revenant, now you have 104 massive points added to that chart. Mew gets a KO on the Dodrio.
Amazing chaos are coming up. Snorlax was able to put down Rima, but apart from that, it was a support coming from you. The solar beam was absolutely on point. But part of the top lane, it's a little bit more chaotic. The Chansey and the Azumarill are trying their level best to just put down the Sizer. Let's see how far they can go. On the other corner, the attacker dishes out the Sonaji once again in the favor. Dash Pericol still waits for the right moment. The level is 7, but on the other corner, the Regie keys and the Reggie on the bottom lane is also spawned. So let's see who are going to dominate on that particular perspective. Nobody is on the top lane. And on the top lane, it's Sizer scoring plus 27. Now Revenant is having a beautiful advantage. This could be the match where Revenant is going to bag it out because it all depends right now with the Rayquaza. If Rayquaza in the favor of Godstrain, they might be able to win this match just like they did in the previous one. But before that, Mew with that solar beam manages to once again get the ranged attack in the favor. Once again, the Reggie, a rock to precise in the favor of this particular team, not as Revenant.
Well, right now also focusing on Team Revenant Esports at this given moment. Look at that, 145 for them, more 30 points added on the side of God's Rain. Points are added, getting added back to back. It's actually looking that they might be able to win it, but no, the Red Fox goes for a KO on that Pillow Swine, and Snorlax with the bumping bashes already landing around those wild Pokemons. Mew has, right now in a bad situation for himself, that once again a Blissey lands around it, and he is going to face the damage with the Dodrio. Speedster goes back, is also leading for another base side.
A tough battle to crack on. For now, God's Train is actually very close to 100-point marker. They just have to secure one more goal and then they can actually go for the 100-point marker. On the other corner, if it talks about the Remedy Sports, look at that. Nova is focusing on the Regieliki. Regieliki might not be in the favor of them, but look at that. It was at the last second. The Pillow Swine coming up, and just like that, Regieliki is in their favor. Styzer tries to counter it. Let's see how far they can go. Delpox on the other corner manages to dish out a lot of damage, and finally, Regieliki is taken down. Even if Team Revenant was not having the advantage of Regieliki, they were able to counter it, and this is how Revenant is actually being quite sneaky in terms of the gameplay. On the other corner, talk about God's Train. Let's see how far they can go. The Venusaur comes in. The Petal Dance are coming up for sure. The Dotrio manages to dish out another set of damage, and that's how Mew was taken down. But on the other corner, it was Mime dishing out the damage for Dotrio, and Dotrio gets taken down. Telforce managed to take down the Venusaur, and Sizer managed to take down the Kansi, the Blissey to be precise. So now it's all about the carnage of Revenant Esports. Once again, Revenant is starting off quite well. And look at that, the goals are done, and the top layer, I believe, the top 2 goal zones are done. Okay, yeah.
Well, then again, as you move forward with the very positions and how Revenant Esports is looking with the dominance. Yes, they did lose the game number 1 Raider, but no, they're looking for a great comeback out here in the second game. Yes, Revenant Esports stands strong at 2-1-5, but then Dead Fox also gets a KO. Another KO coming up from the team. Mr. Mime gets a KO. Mr. Mime on a KO streak, getting that Azumarill. On the other end, Dodrio is adding those points back to back, but alone Revenant Esports would be taking that Reggie with them. The Regirock on the side of Revenant.
Beautiful advantages. That's what Team Revenant Esports is having right now. But God's Train, they are just trying to slowly but steadily climb back in the leaderboard, climb back in the amount of goals that they have. Definitely that, I guess, initial surge of power, initial surge of lead is not coming from Team Revenant Esports. In the last match, it was actually happening the same way. And in this match, the same things are happening. They are not having the initial advantage which Revenant is having. And straight up, if we talk about the domination, well, definitely Revenant Esports is having that advantage. But on the other part, 98 points more to go. Then I believe Revenant Esports will be getting countered by God's Train.
Exactly, and we talk about Revenant Esports having those 215 points. The Mamoswine is at that Reggie. Gods want that Mamoswine for sure. Having those Bassish, Venusaur with the Petal Dance is going to actually get that for himself. And on the other side, Venusaur gets KO'd. It's Mew with the Solar Beam upon the whole situation.
Meanwhile, Snorlax gets the Mamoswine down, and now the focus gets shifted to the Regieliki. Let's see, the level is ready, and definitely the damage is actually getting represented. And if we're talking about Delphox and Mime, they both are actually supporting each other. Meanwhile, dishing out the damage on Regieliki, definitely there is a great scope of advantage coming up on this corner. And if we talk about this particular team known as God's Train, they are just struggling to survive for now. I don't know what is happening. The meta, that the aggression coming from God's Train is not looking that strong at this point. Eventually, God's Train, after facing a beautiful strong competitor, I believe the competition is getting down and down. But Revenant, 215 points, God's Train 117, they are stuck at that. 98 points more to go so that they can equalize the score. But apart from that, the Rayquaza is about to be here in just 20 seconds. So definitely these next upcoming 15 seconds are going to be quite crucial to watch. Not only are they going to 50, and the other guys, they are just trying to neglect the fact that everybody from team God's Train has to be back on the let's say submissive angle. They don't want anybody to come close to the Rayquaza, but meanwhile they have to defend themselves as well. If they get KO'd altogether, there is actually going to be an opening for God's Train in that angle.
Exactly, and also moving forward with the whole positions and actually taking a look over Revenant Esports having 215 points. The last 2 minutes, Rayquaza is right now not the focus, but it's Revenant Esports guarding it because they know God's Reign. If they need a comeback, Rayquaza is the only hope for them.
They have to get it, otherwise it's going to go down to the drain. God's Train, the way they were able to overcome in the first match, I believe there is a ray of sunshine that they are actually going to do the same. But at this point, Revenant is pretty much keen on this fact that yes, they have got the lead of 98 points. Why should they compromise that particular lead? But on the other hand, the PI known as Mammothine gets cornered, and eventually the damage was there. Apart from that, Dodge manages to take down Delphox, and look at that, Revenant is getting crushed at this point. If we talk about Godsend, they're coming back once and for all, and the carnage is once again here. Look at that, Rayquaza is getting the rep coming up once again. The battle is actually having a very beautiful end. Let's see what happens. Rayquaza, very minute HP left. Let's see who is going to get it. It could be Team Godstrain, and yes, it is Godstrain. Look at that once again. Godstrain delivers the same blow that they did in the previous one, and there is no stopping for now. And the goals are getting in the favor of Godstrain. Look at that. The lead coming from Godstrain is absolutely amazing. I'm absolutely starstruck at this point at how beautifully Godstrain is able to deliver the fights in their favor. On the other corner, the unstoppable thinking of Godstrain is never stopping. Delphox manages to take down the Azumarill, but now it's all said and done. There is a lead of, I believe, 5.7 points. That's amazing. Plus 400. That's quite crucial to see. Austin is definitely going to back this out.
At last, no surrender this time from the side of Revenant Esports. Points getting added for God's Reign back to back, and look at that. They would be allowed to get those pointers for themselves. At last, we see that Revenant Esports would be wanting to, actually get the situations in their hand, but no, they won't be able to do so as God's Reign get the victory in game number 2, and now they're leading with a 2-0.
Amazing performance. That's what we expected from them, and that's what we are getting. God's Reign, a beautiful comeback at the last second. Eventually, we were unable to see them in the live streams because they were actually facing the other teams in the offline mode. But now, when we see how God's Reign can be quite chaotic, we know that absolutely God's Reign has an strategy that when the 1 minute marker is left after the 9 minutes passed out in the game, what God's Reign did that they decide to actually go ahead and KO the whole enemy team, and after that they focus on Rayquaza, and that's what they did in this match as well. And for that they have Pokemons like Omen is actually choosing Dodrio, and apart from that they've got the Mamoswine, they've got the Venusaur as well, because these are the few Pokemons which can easily give you the advantage of stealing the boss Pokemons at the last few seconds, and that's what they did in this match as well. Eventually Revenant was trying to actually counter. They were Blizzard, if I'm not wrong, there was Swifty as well surviving that angle, but Blizzard and Swifty, these are the two attackers which were not able to have that advantage. And finally, it is Team Godstrain which is reigning on top. And look at that, how they were at the bottom in the start till the 9 minute marker, and how they were the one which was having the lead of more than 300 points in their favor.
Exactly, and when you are going to talk about all these positions and look at that, a whole brilliancy where they were always below Revenant Esports, they actually climbed the chart with that Rayquaza. So, in the match before this, where STL made a comeback, Rayquaza was not table changer for the teams. It was not the match changer for the teams. It was not the game changer for the teams. Again, but this time, God's Reign turning the tables around, turning the whole match around with that single Rayquaza, added 400 to 500 plus points to the total. In the battle data, they looked amazing, and with that, the battle data Skeptor has 206 goals are the gods scored, 4 knockouts, 2 assists, 46,869 damage, and 73 MVP points. God's Reign Skeptor is going to be the MVP. And again, Raider, literally, surrendering to you, you knew that this guy is once again going to perform.
Performance, Omen and Skeptor, these are the two guys which are absolutely an asset for the team. I'm not talking about the other three members, because other three members are absolutely the contributors for the team. This is actually a team game. Even if you are
Yeah.
a guy like Skeptor or whoever who is the champion of Pokemon Unite, many more champions which were preceded by this one. If you are fighting solo against 5, it will be a difficult battle, and for sure you are not going to win it. I mean, 99% of the chances are there that you are not going to win. If the team in front of you is a new one, if a new one, it's a new one, there is a chance that this kind of, like, say, experienced player might win. But eventually it was a team game. But the thing is,
Correct.
Skeptor, Omen, players like these, they know how to exploit the Pokemons, they know how to exploit the enemy as well. They know how to take the advantage of the fight that enemy is trying to put forward. Even if they are getting KO'd, they know how to actually bring back the glory for themselves, because what they do, if they know that the enemy is capable of KOing them, what they do, they farm the energy points, they get evolved, and then after that, they show that how this Pokemon that I have chosen can be the one which can easily choke you.
Well, again, as you move forward, at this very given moment when they started 118 to the ratio of 57, 2 points were getting added by Dodrio. They were, continuously around Team Revenant Esports. Never too far, never too short, and not to, equalize. They were always roaming around God's Raid. But then, Revenant Esports, when they actually took a huge lead, then it was Cosgrave taking the Rayquaza. Reggie's mostly went in the favor of Revenant Esports. Out of the 5 that I actually saw that were taken down, 3 were with Revenant Esports.
Beautiful comeback, which was needed from Revenant Esports. I believe it was bound to happen. I thought for a second that yes, Revenant Esports will be able to catch up. But when Revenant Esports got KO'd at that same instance after the 1 minute marker was left, that was the moment it was pretty much decided that yes, it's Squad Strain was going to conquer it. But there was 50, there was the Delphox coming from the team known as Revenant Esports, which was pretty much close to the mid lane where Rayquaza was there. I thought for a second that they might be able to steal it, but when I saw the Pokemon that were close, it's not possible for Astronics to actually jump in and eventually steal the Rayquaza at the last second, because when it comes to a team of Costain, there was Dotrio, there was Azumarill, there was Venusaur, and even there was
Yeah.
Mamoswine, which can actually come up with the Unite move and eventually just snatch the last moment damage in their favor. So that's what the advantage was. Look at that. At this exact moment, how the KOs were coming up, and look how beautifully it was. I believe the Mamoswine, if I'm not wrong, which was able to counter it out. Okay, that was Dodrio. At the last second, it was the Dodrio which was able to dish out the damage and get the Rayquaza in the favor. There were some minute expectations coming from Remedy Esports that they will be able to clutch this out, but they have to set aside. When the first match they were able to surrender, in this one they were unable to surrender because the counter came in so hard and so harsh. They thought that the goals are going to reach out to 400, max to max 500, but what happened? 635 is the right amount of goal that Goldstein was able to score. I will definitely say that they are not able to score the way they were able to score in the offline modes, the way they were
Yeah.
able to secure in the front of another teams. But Remnant Esports, they are for sure giving the contribution, they are for sure giving the competition, but they have to work on one thing at this point, and that is getting the Rayquaza. Because from start till the 9 minute marker, they were the one which was just puzzling around and eventually getting the game in their favor. But at
Yeah.
the last second, it was God's train which turned the tides.
Well, actually, working on your grounds radar, as you perfectly mentioned that, even if they are not able to score like 1400 to 1500 of those points, but again, they're able to secure 400 plus or 600 plus points from a single game. Yes, they were stopped at the 400 in the game number one. Then in this game, they got 600 plus pointers. Again, their average was 830, so that would be dropped. But Revenant's average is also dropping, right? They are also not able to secure more than 600 goals. So again, both the
Yes.
averages are dropping at the same given moment, and both of them will be dropping their average. But again, God's in having that benefit of doubt and actually benefit of matches that they have. One game above the other team, that is Revenant Esports. Again, if they win it by 3 rounds, so that's a plus point for them winning a game against Revenant Esports, and that too with a 3-0 because they're already at 2-0. God's reign, the amount of consistency and the momentum that they have got, I definitely feel that they would be taking it for a 3-0 to Revenant Esports.
Well, definitely there are scopes of that, but the third match can actually turn down quite tedious, and maybe just like what SATL did in the front of the other team, particularly, that can happen. But the big phase, the ban phase are actually coming up, and look at the ban phase. 25 seconds more to get after that. We'll see at which other two Pokemons getting banned for sure. I believe the Tyranitar is going to be there, or Snorlax is going to be there, but Eldegoss is the one which is pretty much consistent in the last two matches, coming from Team Godsend, if I'm not wrong, getting banned is going to be the case for Eldegoss. But let's see, is it a possibility where Eldegoss might see the sun for this particular matchup?
Well, yes, again, you talk about God's reign right now. Raider, the ban phase is going to be over. We are going to see the ban. Yes, God's reign is going to ban the Dodrio on
Yeah.
Revenant. Definitely a good choice. But again, they would be picking it for sure, right? Because a Tyranitar has been banned by Revenant. Gods won't leave the opportunity of having that Dodrio for themselves.
Well, definitely they won't be having the Dodrio for themselves, but right now the Dodrio ban, the Elder Ghost ban has been lifted. So Swifty, what he does is just swiftly going to take that Elder Ghost in his favor. On the other corner,
Obviously.
Crowley comes up with the Venusaur, and there is Noxy with the Snorlax. Now waiting for Nova. Let's see what Nova is going to choose. As Umral or Sizer, he's just trying to flicker around and maybe he has second thoughts, but finally the thoughts are pretty much confirmed, and it's Nova who is going to pick the Izumral. On the other corner, Lashberry call, Skepta, the two giants of this particular team known as God's Train. Let's see what they're going to choose. The Lucario might actually come in, or it could be some other changes coming up from the corner. But Lucario gets confirmed. And Zorak, when you ban Speedster known as Dodrio, Zorak is for sure bound to come. And that's what happened coming from Team God's Rain. They are pretty much once again ready with the ranged attacks and the speedy movements. But if we talk about Zsol, let's see how he's going to answer. Is it going to be a possibility where he's also going to get some kind of Speedster? Let's see what happens possibly. Gardevoir is there for sure. But lastly, it's going to be Blissey, which was able to secure the uh, first round Rayquaza in the favor of God's Rain. So definitely, I believe something is there to learn from Team Revenant Esports as well.
Again, if we talk about Team God's Reign here, Zorak for Scepter, and then you have a different set of choice from the God's Reign. The final preparation phase starts at this given moment. But wait for it. Is it what we are talking about? The Cinder Ace Raider coming into the play. Well, it's been long time that I have seen this attacker, and God's Reign going for it. Well, they're in for something really, really spicy.
Definitely, they are there. Cinderace, this guy is absolutely going to be quite chaotic. We have to look into it at how Team is going to use it to its peak potential. Well, we are not going to doubt on that fact that Godson is not going to be able to use this particular Pokemon at its peak potential, because we have seen them using some other Pokemons which are known to be squishy, which are known to be quite literally, let's say, uh, not that favorable for the guys. But then again, Godstrain is able to counter like Dodrio. They were able to give the knockouts as well. They were able to steal the Rayquaza as well. They were able to do everything which is possible, which is actually intended to happen. So yes, of course, Godson is actually being the architect of this whole BO5. They have already pre-planned that that's how we are going to play. And Revenant, all they are doing is just like, let's say, changing their strategies and maybe giving a little bit more, let's say, request for Team Godstrain. But Godstrain, they're able to come back quite stronger. Let's see how far this match goes on. Will Revenant be same like they were in the first two matches, where in the initial stages they were quite literally chaotic. They wanted to have as many points as possible. And look at the Eldegoss trying to just go a little bit more far away and secure more and more Eos energy.
Well, yes, exactly. Moving forward with both of their sides, we have Revenant Esports against God's Reign, as God's Reign picked the first four set of points, and from the side of Revenant, you have 6 points coming up from Azumarill.
The points are getting done. 70 Esports at this point, they are actually at the back end. But Godstrain, look at that, they are starting chaotic, because now they have got the confidence that yes, we can easily turn the tides in our favor, and that's what they are trying to go with. Eldegoss on the other corner tries to be little more chaotic on Lucario. Azumarill also gets connected. The damage are for sure coming up. Snorlax, defender, is coming up. The tank is trying his level best to survive a bit more, but the focus is a little bit more shifted for the tank as well. He's trying to actually be the sneaky one so that he can get the air energy in his favor. But let's see how far they can go. Cinder is waiting on the back end. Wild berries are collected. And that's how Lash Berry Call is going to be covered up with the Air Energy. And he has got the 6 years energy. What is going to be the other focus? He's going to go for the constant goals. And he wants to actually go with. But the tank, the defender, is constantly trying his level best to get more and more blows. Eldegoss gets taken down. It's Venusaur with plus 9 points for Revenant Esports.
At least add those 9 points, and Lucario was allowed to add those 9 points that he was waiting for long. Again, God's Reign this time taking the lead from the very start. They know that they have come up with a different set of lineup, and actually a lineup that they are believing upon. Cinderace with a Zorak, and then Lucario. OMG, what has Godrein done? An attacker like Zorak, then Lucario as the speedster, and Zorak actually working a lot with the attacks, and even having that speedster ability to just run around the whole map arena, and have that mobility. So yes, speedster is getting used out, and Lucario, damage needs to be a lot. Even if he's busy adding those points here, Raider, Lucario needs to add a lot of damage. 61 against 49, where we see the Azumarill. Azumarill needs to get those kills.
We'll see the special characteristic of this particular speedster known as Zorak is going to be that he's very fast, he's very chaotic. The physical attacks is going to be there from his corner. For sure, you can see the results coming up. He's constantly going for the attacks, and look at the Eldegoss. I don't think so. The survival is going to be that easy.
Oh no!
He's not able to fall back, but the time is for sure going to get connected quite a bit. Mime falls back. Nova on the other corner is going to go for the goals, but before that, he has to defend his own. 60 is the score that Revenant is actually stuck at, and God's Reign stuck at 61. Now they're just farming. They're just trying to get as many as XP so that they can evolve And after getting evolved, definitely the backlash is going to be there for Team Revenant Esports. And same goes for the Godswain as well. Godswain has to be a little bit more sneaky. And look at that. This guy particularly goes on, tries to actually go and dish out the goal. I believe he'll be successful. And that's a 91 score for you guys coming from Godswain. And the KOs are still coming up. The Venusaur manages to bag out another set of KOs coming up.
Ivysaur.
Well, amazing.
Well then, an Ivysaur right now at this moment also manages to add those points for the team. Azumarill also getting 2 points for the team at this given moment. Again, yes, we are waiting for the Venusaur to arrive, Raider, because Venusaur is going to be more damage possible taking Pokemon, where he also is going to get the Petal Dance with him. We talk about Revenant Esports, 111 points, then adding 31 more points by the Gardevoir. They are taking the charge, but no, Godswain is not going to be behind. They know when actually they need to get those points. 15 added by Mr. Mime, 5 added by Mr. Mime, and they're just 8 points behind.
Well, at this point, nobody is about to stop Revenant Esports. They are having the majority of the points in the favor, but the lead is not that much. 12 points of the lead is there, but look at Carnage that Revenant is trying to dish out. Well, on the other corner, Venusaur was able to dish out quite a few damage, and at that exact moment, well, the Revenant got the chance of scoring more and more goals. And once again, the things are looking a bit more tidy for Team Revenant Esports when it comes to Godswain. You can already see how results can be quite comfortable. Look at that. Now, Revenant Esports with the full manpower is moving on the top lane, and except from that, if I talk about the Mime, he TPs back to his goal zone so that he wants to actually survive, because he had a very clear pathway for the lower bottom goal zones from Team Revenant Esports. There was a huge possibility that he could have easily gone for the goals, but meanwhile the KOs are coming up, the Snorlax, the defender gets taken out, the Speeds gets squished, and it's a KO streak. The Mime also gets taken down. Now Lucario also gets taken down. Nobody is left at this point. Everybody has been taken down, and the goals, well, for sure are going to be there, and the lead for Revenant Esports is surreal. There is a lead of 152 points coming from Team Revenant Esports. They are constantly bagging out the points. If the AO synergy would have been much more higher, I believe this would have been a straight up advantage for Team Revenant Esports for sure. But Godswain, well, they are back in the game. They are back in the action arena, and they are here out of it. Let's see how far they can go.
Also talking about the whole situation at this given moment, Revenants have taken the lead out here, and actually taking out the lead, they are busy getting that
Zorak.
Reggie for them, but no, Zorak will be taking that Reggie from Revenant Esports. Again, it's a good 100-point lead, where actually not a 100-point lead, it's like 152 points above the Revenant Esports. So even more than their points, they have the lead. So Revenant Esports might be actually the one taking this very game, but then anything can happen. It can be Godswain once again picking up the very Rayquaza. Again, a flag coming up from the Blissey that, you actually want to arrive. It's only one single Snorlax, and the goal post is empty. They know it very well. Blissey went it, but no, cannot go alone, and would be waiting for the backup.
Definitely would be waiting for the backup. Let's see how far they can go with this kind of anticipation, how the fights are going to get established at this moment. And momentarily, if I talk about the aggression coming up, definitely that is something you have to work on and actually talk about. But look at that advantage. It's for real. 3 minutes and 50 seconds more to go, and still the aggression is pretty much on point. The attacking formation of Revenant Esports is looking good. At this point, if we talk about Godswain, their Pokemon are a little bit more squishy, apart from the Snorlax, but Snorlax alone can do the heavy lifting. The Zorak comes in, sweeps for the damage. I believe he's about to get KO'd because he's been cornered. Venusaur manages to back out the Snorlax, and with this, I believe Zorak is also going to be on a very uncomfortable spot. Gardevoir gets the Lucario as well as the Zorak. So this is how the game is actually coming up. Cinderace on the other corner is going to be more on the back foot.
Godswain!
At this point is not looking that easy, but Godswain, let's see how far they can go. The goals are getting
Look
dunked
at
for
the
sure.
bottom lane. The bottom lane, even if the Venusaur would be getting that Reggie for the team, Godswain will be having one of those Reggies at their base. Again, they have their base secured by the Lucario. Eldegoss would be getting a KO there. Godswain actually, wanting to enter the base fully, but they have a goal post available. It's just that they need those points and actually need to send the Eldegoss and the Zoomer behind.
On the other corner, the Blissey might not survive because look at the HP, and yes, of course, the survival was not there. There was a KO coming up.
Zorark.
Quite a beautiful one. Zorark managed to dish out quite a few damage. He has got
The
the critical hit,
Rayquaza
and
is
I believe he
here.
has to go and dish it out in his favor. Meanwhile, Austin once again comes up with the strategy.
Look at the
Now they're going to
Snorlax.
use the Unites, and maybe
Zorark
get the
alone
whole
with the
KOs coming up.
feature. Well, Zorark alone with the speedster, busy to, fight, initiate the fight against Rayquaza. Rayquaza!
Lucario!
Oh, for God's sake! Lucario, as I said, alone there, went for it. God's Reign has got this victory for sure. They are available on the bases. Another set of 100 points added. Mime going for it, but Zorark gets KO'd. 269 against 301. Even after winning this one, they could lose it. Where is the Lucario? He's still at the middle lane grounds. Needs to get the whole team backed up because again the bottom lane has already been covered. It's going to be a long position, and Revenant can actually win it because they are available on the goal post. But there comes the Lucario. 1 minute still remaining. Yes, they can make a comeback. 323 added. But Lucario gets taken down. 10 seconds remaining, and 4 players back to back. Mime has to block each and every Pokemon on the position.
He does it, but on the other corner, Revenant Esports with 411. That's for sure a victory coming from Revenant Esports. 40 seconds more to go. Let's see how far they can do. The carnage is absolutely amazing. Quite a few times are left, but the chaos is for real. Revenant Esports for sure is going to back this one. What goals are coming up. Amazing scores at Revenant Esports. Goldstein is unable to stand tall. Even after having the Rayquaza, they were getting KO'd. This was the exact moment when they knew, despite of having their beautiful advantages, their Pokemons that they had was very squishy, and the results are in front of you, where Revenant is standing quite tall. They have got the lead of plus more and the 300 points.
Well, again, a start that Revenant Esports was waiting for. 20 points, yet more added. The alone Pokemon to be at the base of Team Revenant Esports, adding the points back to back, but that was a push. 4 Pokemon just went in straight to the base of God's Reign. Nothing could be done. They were sent back to the base, the TPs happened. Lucario was also, made to go back. And Mime was not present to, stop, actually support the team. Yes, after that, Blizzard becoming the MVP with 166, 11 amazing knockouts, 9 assists, and 80 MVP points. Actually, the whole team is around that MVP position, but just by one single MVP point against Swifty, Blizzard wins it. On the other side, you talk about God's Reign, everything was okay. They got the Rayquaza, they got the lead, but then in the last 30 seconds, the push by Revenant Esports and Mime not being present there went bad for them. Went away from them, and went south for them, as we actually say. Look at that, the graph colliding in so many times. At a time it went straight for Revenant Esports for like around 2 to 3 minutes. It was a chance where Godsend actually gained the lead, but then where they clashed, and even without the Rayquaza, they went till 709 points.
Amazing advantage coming from Team Revenant Esports. At the last few seconds, they were able to counter every single attack that were coming from Team Godstrain, and that's how they are the one victorious at this point. The MVP from this particular match is going to be quite crucial. The bans were absolutely important, and eventually not having the Dodrio somewhere shaked the particular team known as Godstrain. Apart from that, if I'm talking about Revenant Esports, after having the Eldegoss, the advantage was real. Eldegoss was something which they were missing, and look at that. The recovery coming from Eldegoss is absolutely amazing. 73,000 for sure. Eldegoss is the one Pokemon that Godshin should be banning. But Blizzard is the guy with 166 goals, 9 assists, 11 knockouts, 84,912 damage, and 80 merit points for the MVP. And he's the guy who is the player of the game for this particular round. Now we are going to move up to the fourth round to be precise. This could be the one which will end the day, or it is a possibility where I believe team known as Godstrain might actually once again get shattered and Revenant will be able to bounce back. And if that happens, we'll go for the fifth round, and then we'll get to see the results of this particular showdown.
Well, yes, exactly. And it looked like it was the victory for God's in Raider. But then, as you witnessed, Blizzard, with his amazing powers of the attacker, Gardevoir, was always present for the team. Amazing work done, amazing chaos added for the team. Actually, the call, one single call of the whole team, when you talked about the stats of God's Reign, everyone was, close to that position where everyone actually could have got the player of the game. But then you talk about the highlights for this game, how it actually began with 61 points for God's Reign and Revenant Esports having 49. Lucario was actually massive throughout the game, but then even after Lucario got that Rayquaza, God's Reign were not able to convert it into anything.
Well, definitely the victory was not there just because of the carnage coming up from Team Remedy Esports. Every single possibility that Guardians had to actually give the lashback was Pokemon as well. I'm not talking about the Rayquaza, I'm talking about the Regis, and precisely if I talk about Regis, they will actually give you the advantage all the way to the match, and that's what Revenant had from the start. What Team Goldstein did after having the advantage in their favor, they were able to give the counter and maybe were able to catch up with the score of 300 plus points in their favor. But after that, the way Team Revenant Esports was able to come back and destroying the goal zones for goal zones was absolutely amazing. They were able to go for the home goal zone, and eventually in that goal zone as well, they were able to secure quite a few points, and that's how the battle went in the favor of Revenant Esports. We were waiting for this comeback of quite a few times, but eventually this is the match. The third round of the BO5 was in the hands of Revenant Esports. A beautiful one indeed.
Well, indeed, analyzing the whole situations and how actually Revenant Esports were able to get the match. Totally, Raider, when you were explaining the whole game, how in the very last seconds it went around from Godzin actually winning it to Revenant Esports getting it. Every single thing came into the hands of Gardevoir and Venusaur. Venusaur with the petal dance and actually, with the leafy blades, did a lot of damage, dish out a lot of damage, went around and missed their mind, not there to provide the support. These things went bad and went the other way for the side of Team Gosre. Talk about the whole position, and at this given moment we are waiting for the game number 4. With that, as we know that even if a 2-1 is there on the overall score line, it's still God's Reign leading the overall charge.
Definitely. For now, Godsend is the one which is leading the charts with 2-1. But the maiden voyage that Godsend was having is also broken. They were actually able to get 3 zeros in their favor, but now it's not going to be possible. Even if they are able to get the Revenant down to the rust, they will be able to close them out by 3-1 or 3-2. That will be the score, and same goes for Revenant Esports. As that means finally we don't have a single team which is able to straight up dominate. We know now that there is a competition and it is real, be it SATUL, be it Godstrain, be it Revenant Esports, be it Cayman, be it Enigma, or any other invited team or any other qualified team from the zonal finals. Everybody is facing off, everybody is losing, but it's all about how many matches are you going to win. Definitely, there are going to be losses, but eventually, as a caster, I would love to coin out one thing: that either there is a victory or there is a lesson to be learned, to be precise. So definitely, either you win it or you learn from it. So I believe
Yeah.
this could be the match. This could be the fight where every single guy, every single enthusiast of this Pokemon Unite game can actually learn out that even the biggest teams, even the mightiest team can fall, but it's all about how they're going to stand tall once again.
Well, yes, exactly. It's all about how they're actually going to approach it and how they're going to stand tall once again. Also talking about Raider, how S8UL. Today we saw the first match where it was 6 Upper Moon, the team qualifying from the very first day, and their positions where they came from, coming up against the whole lineup of SATUL. It was a 2-0. SATUL coming back from that position. That shows the experience and the amount of competitive power the team has got, and that is the competitive strength that they have. Again, Revenant Esports making a big mark out here that God's Reign, you were baiting out us by a 2-0. It could have been a 3-0, but no, you're not allowed to do so. Again, with great power comes great responsibility, and to just land around that responsibility, we have the game number 4 in front of us. The draft pick screen is out there.
With the ban phases here, Thea Sky Ruins, the battle arena where Pokemon Unites is actually happening. The SS India Open 2022, guys. Remember, this is actually another beautiful day of the national playoff stage one. So make sure to actually queue in and share as much as you can with your friends. On the other corner, Eldegoss finally gets banned, and Dodrio is the ban for team Godstrain. Now, Godstrain has learned their lesson that if Godstrain is going to let Revenant use the Eldegoss, things can go quite critical for them. So now, fortunately, there is actually a ban for Eldegoss, and this could be the match where easily Revenant Esports will be taken down? Or is it going to be tough? We'll have to talk about that. Blissey comes in for Divine from Godstrain. On the other corner, Swifty and Nova. Swifty might actually go for the Snorlax once again, but let's see which is the Pokemon is going to go for. Nova on the other corner chooses Tyranitar, and Swifty, okay, that's Z-Sol coming up with the Mime. That's interesting. Mime is actually going to be there, but apart from that, another small news. This could be big, but this is small news for you guys that we are once again going to rehost this particular room and this particular match. So stay tuned for that as well, guys.
Well, yes, exactly. And as you are going to talk about it, a Dodo is getting banned from the side of gods, whereas on the other side, Revenant has banned the Eldegoss. I don't know if they would be changing their picks or they would be going for some other picks, but look at that, a Talonflame also added on the chart. On the right hand side, you can see Revenant Blizzard goes in for a Tyranitar, Crowley for a Mew, Nova goes in for a Lucario, and Zesol going for a Mr. Mime. Yes, changes would be made after they have made their choices and then they would be switching it around. Noxie, Pikachu, Charizard, Blastoise. You know, some old days coming back to my mind.
Well, amazing picks are there right now, but we have to actually remember that, guys, the bans are there for sure, but eventually this pick phase is not looking that good. Yes, of course, we have got the Gengar, and on the other corner, if I'm not wrong, that Machamp is also coming up. But okay, the choosing of Sebele is something which was not probable, and I guess that's how I guess the match is going to get rehosted. But anyway, guys, these technical difficulties are for sure coming up, but you have to stay tuned. You have to be ready for the action to come up because this is just the second match for the day. We have to go for one more match, which is going to be between Enigma versus Oculus 5. So stay tuned for that as well. But what do you think, guys? Coming down that, is it going to be the end for the day for this particular BO5, or is there a situation where Revenant will be able to clutch out this match as well, and then Godstrain will be able to dish out the damage in the fifth one, or is it going to be Revenant straight up dominating just like STL did in front of another team that they faced in the first match?
Definitely, definitely. As you note, we talk about that match number, the round number 4 is also going to be there. But then, the day has not ended. It's going to be an Enigma gaming match after that. So the schedule is long for the day. We are going to see a lot of matches right now. Landing around the whole positions. But then, as you talk about that, and as we move forward, we know that how each and everything is going to land around for Team Gozran at this moment. Yes, they have a lead, and then against Revenant Esports, it's a 2-1. Raider, we are still waiting, the lobby to be back, and then we go into the game number 4 at last, because again, this game is taking so long, and our hype never, stops.
Definitely, the hype is not going to go down anytime soon. I believe the impact of this particular match is going to be quite crucial. It could be the ending of the PO5, it could be the initiation of another comeback, just like STL did. So, a lot of speculations are there for sure, but eventually, how these speculations are going to get embarked, and eventually, which is the team which is going to capsize on this particular speculation, we have to learn about it, we have to see, we have to check out that particular battle. But before that, remember, guys, this is a crucial match for God's reign. This is a crucial match for God's reign as well. Because if they are unable to give the comeback, be it Revenant or be it God's reign, things cannot be forgiving for them. Because from Group A, there are teams like Situal, there are teams like I believe Hyderabad Hydras, which are trying to incline a bit. But let's see how far they can go, and is it a possibility for God's reign to maintain their dignity? For sure, the maiden wires, 3-0s, the clean sweeps are over, and we know now that there is a competition. Just like I talked about it a little bit more earlier, that the competition is also there. There is not a single team which is straight up dominating, but still there are quite a few teams which are much more dominating than the other ones.
When you also talk about teams like Ogles Fight, Zehar team, Hyderabad Hydras, they have also been aggressive and been performing out there. We just saw how six Upper Moon came in with their strategies and went against SATUL. But then Ogles 5 is going to be the team standing strong against Enigma Gaming in the next game. Okay, so it's going to be a beautiful one where we might see a hell lot of combination out there.
Definitely, the competition is something we all are seeking, but let's see how far this competition is going to go and what the impact is going to be there, how much deliverance is going to be there, and what is the anticipation is the bigger question. Because definitely, I guess having the advantage of these particular matches in your favor and having the average goals in your favor is something every team is trying to go with. But it's only possible if you have the right consistency. It's only possible if you choose the right Pokemons. Because despite of having the Rayquaza, what happened in the third one, that Godstrain was unable to counter the fight in their favor because they didn't have the right Pokemon which was able to tank out the damage and then again dish out the damage. They had the Zorak, they had the Lucario, which are great in terms of their own advantages. But when it comes to an all-rounder push, where the unites are being used and the basic attacks are coming up, there is a push of five Pokemons coming up straight up, and you are the one or two Pokemons which are coming back and forth trying to deal the fights. It won't be that easy. But once again, guys, the ban phase comes in. Enough talks. Now let's get serious about this fourth round to be precise. Let's see how far Revenant will stretch it out and how easily Gods will turn this match in their favor.
Exactly. Right now, taking a look over to Team God's Reign out here and Team Revenant. Again, we had some picks already, situated at the position and at the very given state. But then you also need to think twice where we are going to see some more decisions coming into play. Look at that. On the side of God's Reign, yes, it's the same ban coming out there. Dodrio banned by Gods for Team Revenant, and Revenant banning the Eldegoss. It might end in the game number 4 only, but hope so that if it's a comeback for Team Revenant Esports, they get it.
Well, definitely. I believe the comeback should be there. The synergy from Team Remedies was looking up to the mark there from start trying to dominate. Even though in the third round there was a speculation where Team Gulfstream was trying to dominate from the start, but after the 3-4 minute marker, what Revenant did, they turned their gear, they shifted the gear, and after that the performance was absolutely on point. But now Nova is the Pokemon. No one is the right guy who is actually choosing the Lucario. Hoopa comes in. That's an amazing advantage that these guys might actually go with. But on the other corner, Cinderace might be getting chosen by Lash per recall, and Noxie comes up with the particular Pokemon known as Snorlax. So definitely, God's Reign is once again going with the same sort of approach, but they are shifting with the Sizer and Blissey's. But if we talk about from God's Reign, it's going to be from Revenant to be precise. There is a little mistake in the overlay, guys, but don't actually talk about that. Now moving up ahead, if we talk about Revenant, they are actually having a beautiful advantage. Let's see how far they can go.
Actually to talk about Azumarill, Snorlax, Sizer, and some changes being made out here. On the side of Revenant, you have Mr. Mime. Look at the Tyranitar and the Lucario. Oh, okay, here you go. We are still waiting for the side, and we are still waiting. When is Team Revenant and Gods actually going to land around in this match? Once again, Raider, we are
Mhm.
looking forward to a rehost.
Oh, that's a little bit shaky for me, but eventually, let's see how far this whole situation goes on. Let's see what the impact is going to be there. Let's see how far this whole situation will be getting over. And well, we have talked enough about this particular two teams. What is your speculation about the next round, which is going to be there? I mean, the one which is known as Enigma versus Oculus 5.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, also going to talk about the whole situations and looking forward to it, Raider. We know that a match is still waiting around the corner. We were going to start with the 9 p.m. game around 43 minutes back. And now it's 9:43 on the clock, and we are still on the game number 4. Again, some technical issues, sometimes some in-game issues are also there, some different Pokemon moves. But then, guys, we are going for a short break, as we'll be right back with the game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Yes, this is the matchup between Revenant Esports and God's Reign. Joining me as my co-caster is going to be Raider underscore Slays. That is Raider. And we are going to begin with the game number 4. Raider, this time it's a long match. Yes, it was 6 Upper Moon against SATUL in the match 1, where it was SATUL coming with a comeback. 2 against 3. 3 games back to back, and SATUL did make a great comeback. Can it be possible that Revenant Esports learns from that?
Well, if I talk about the Pokemon Unite scenario, I believe SATL is going to be the team which might actually get the title of Redemption Champions, because every single time they are not the one which are getting the clean swipes. In the first few matches, they're getting bashed, and in the last few matches, they are actually winning it. The only match I believe SATL lost, it was against Enigma, if I'm not wrong, and in the day 2 of playoffs. So definitely it was quite crucial to see. But right now, the maiden voyage, as we were talking about, is pretty much over. But now the question that you asked, that is it possible for Revenant to back out the way SATL did? I guess there is a possibility, but only if the Rayquaza is not in their hands. Then only I believe there is a chance if Godstain is unable to get the Rayquaza. And apart from that,
Yeah,
from the start, the way Team Revenant Esports is playing, if that actually happens, there is definitely a chance. Well, fourth round is also going to be in their favor. But I
yeah.
think so. There is a probability in another case where Godstain might actually come back a little bit more stronger, as they were showing the signs in the first 3 minutes of the round number 3.
In the first game they had the Rayquaza, they got the win. In the second game, Wazran had the Rayquaza, they had the win. And that too with a long margin. In the third game that they played, even after getting the Rayquaza, they did not have the perfect lineup to actually hold upon it, right? And now, moving forward, we are going to start with the game number 4. Can God's Reign just finish it off with 3-1, or are we looking for a 3-2? Well, a 3-2 can be on either of the sides. Either it's God's Reign or Revenant Esports, but our questions will be answered in this very game.
Definitely, this game is going to be quite crucial. Very soon, I guess the comeback from Revenant Esports should be delivered. But at this point, if we talk about Revenant Esports, they are definitely trying their level best to farm around and eventually get as many goals as possible. On the other corner, if we talk about the Tiger, definitely from their corner as well, 9 score comes in. Oh, the KO is there. Look at that. Swift justice has been done.
Indeed, a Swifty justice is always there. And look at that. Revenant Esports, a great start. Yes, they are looking up to, get that comeback for themselves. But then the farming needs to be done. Again, the Tyranitar needs to be here within a lesser time period, because again, Tyranitar is going to be real important. And as we talk about the all-rounder Pokemon, right now, it's at the stage of Pupitar.
Well, right now they just have to gain as many XP as possible and eventually rake up some good points. Right now, if we talk about the aggression coming up, that's once again pretty much similar from Revenant's corner. They are being aggressive. If we talk about the KOs, look at how beautifully Snorlax is being used. Snorlax on the other corner, even after getting the KOs, he is back again with the points. If we talk about Lash Pericall from God's Train, as Umaral tries to deflect the Lucario, he is successful in it. Definitely dish out a lot of damage. On the other corner, another set of goal comes in for Chansey. Chansey was unable to defend it out. Let's see how far they can go. With 28 points in the favor of Team Godstrain, not looking as great as we wanted them to be, but still the impact is there. 92 points from Revenant. Straight up domination in the first few seconds.
Also going to talk about how much of damage is being done on Crowley. Crowley wants to go back but is not being allowed. Look at that. The amount of damage that Gardevoir is about to receive is a lot. And to be back in the game with the whole power and actually looking forward to it, but still at that earlier stage, Gardevoir is waiting for the revenge. Revenant Esports again, getting those points first, actually maintaining a good lead, but God's Raid also going for some good KOs. Mime adding the points back to back for the team. It's now 123 on the chart.
A tough battle to be precise at this point. If we talk about Godstrain, they are not even close to what they wanted to be with. But let's see how far they can go with this kind of consistency. Let's see how much retaliation they can bring. And yes, of course, Godstrain decides to have some good goals from the corner as well. 89 is the score that they are actually living up to. On the other corner, if we talk about the guys from Team Remedy Esports, they are also not stopping. Gardevoir comes up with some another goals. The first goal zone has already been destroyed in the bottom lane, so that's a risky move coming from Godstrain. They are trying their level to defend it now. I believe the focus is for sure there for the Regielekis as well. They are trying their level able to gain the advantage. Because getting that advantage is going to be quite crucial, so that's why the attacks are coming up. The small egg comes up with the thumping damage, and I believe the KO will come in, and now it's a KO coming from Lucario. He was a sneaky guy who stole the KO, but still, if I talk about the Reggie Rock, that is another setup advantage that once again Team Revenant Esports is having. That means every single time, now and then, this particular team, which is known as Revenant Esports, are able to get the boss performance in their favor. But on the other hand, Reggie Ali gets taken down. The advantage which they had has been dished out, but apart from that, the Reggie Rock advantage still resists.
Exactly, and you need to talk about how Godsrain is also looking for a comeback. Once again, Revenant Esports this time with the Gardevoir into the grounds. It's a huge lead that can come up for the Revenant Esports. Lucario adding the points. Snorlax also there, as you know, a great position has been added. But you know, Scepter still as the Scyther needs to be back as a Scyther as soon as possible.
Well, definitely, their survival is something which is going to be quite crucial. Let's see how far they can go. Godstrain, not even close to the victory at this point. Definitely, I'm actually rooting for Godstrain. Let's see how far they can go. Meanwhile, if we talk about Revenant Esports, they're just being chaotic. Their guns blazing. They're just trying to be more aggressive as they were in front of Zehar and some of the teams that they have actually faced. So definitely, the Pillar Swine comes in, tries to give the punch back, but look at that. It's a 1v4 type of situation coming up, and that's exactly what Mime did. Mime was able to reciprocate the attack, and with that, once again, Mime is the one having the advantage and getting the KOs done and dusted. Lucario and the other Pokemons coming from Revenant Esports have become much more confident as they were looking in the initial stage. As General gets a knockout on the other hand. Now the KOs are coming up. Now it's Godsrain which are trying to dominate. The Snorlax also would be taken down very soon. The KOs for sure were there, but apart from that, the Snorlax gets taken down, and now the impact is actually there for sure. Godsrain are trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but at the same moment, you have to remember the Tyranitar is there. There could be a KO-like situation coming up, and yes, the KO comes in from Pillar Swine. That's absolutely everything. Now the goals again come. 120 points. Still, after these many goals, it's not possible for them to counter the attacks because 93 points is what they need to just equalize with Team Revenant Esports.
Again, you know, right now looking at the situation of Team Godsrain, they have got 120 points. Two of the Pokemon, Scyther and the other Pokemon available with Team Godsrain, couldn't actually, you know, secure those points for themselves. So at this very given stage, the Reggie is also there with Revenant Esports, and Ala added, they're moving on with a 6-5. Yes, some special powers provided. They have entered the whole base of Godsrain and would be securing some more wins.
On the other corner, Reggie is also in the favor of Team Revenant. That's absolutely amazing. Revenant is actually doing a very beautiful job, and a very industrial type of gameplay is coming from the corner. They're being aggressive, they're being decisive over their aspects. But look at that, Mime with a swift attack backs out the Sizer as well in their favor. Godsrain once again getting struggled quite a bit. Now all Godsrain can do is just farm their Unite moves and eventually wait for the right moment and put it down when the Revenant is trying to get the Rayquaza in their favor. That could be the only advantage coming up. But once again, it's looking like Godsrain is having very squishy Pokemons, to be precise. They're getting circumcised about the facts that they are unable to give the comeback and the aggression which was coming from the particular team known as Godsrain in the first few stages. Well, it's not coming right now. But the KOs, they are getting followed. Kaiser gets taken down on the back foot. Mamoswine goes in for the Unite move, fails to attach it, and now Mamoswine is also losing its fate. I don't think so it's going to survive. And yes, of course, the KO will be coming up for sure on the back end. Look at the HP for Mamoswine. Survival is something which is going to be out of question, and exactly Tyranitar delivers the fight.
You know, actually not in the final stage, and right now look at that, the Scyther is able to, you know, dish out a lot of damage to the enemy team. But then again, you also need to talk about how it brings the all-rounderness for the team. Yes, look at that, 217 points, whereas it's only 120. Yes, a defense has been asked out there for the side of Godsrain, because look at that, Revenant Esports is all around their bases. No matter what, if they have the points, they're not able to reach out to the goal post.
That's precisely the thing I'm actually worried about, that even if they are actually able to go for the goal post, they don't have the right amount of points. As Umaral gets taken down, Mamoswine gets taken down, Cinderace gets taken down. What more can you ask at this point? Everybody, every single Pokemon from this particular team, Godsrain is getting backlash. Noxie on the corner wants to fall back, but Reggie Aliki comes in with the advantage. And at the back foot at the lower lane, I believe we have got another Reggie. So let's see how far they can actually go, how far of an attachment there is actually going to be there. But If we talk about the goal zone, it's pretty much opened up. Cinderace goes in for the attacking formation. Rayquaza is coming up here, and Rayquaza is getting attacked. Look at that. There is an attack coming from Team Revenant, from State, from the sides of Revenant Esports. They're just trying to be more aggressive. They're just trying to build as many points as is possible. But on the other corner, if I'm not wrong, that's Mamoswine also coming up on the back foot. He wants to actually steal out the Rayquaza in his favor, but let's see how far he can go. Divine gets denied with that attack. Godsrain comes up with 60 points in the favor, but the final stretch of 1 minute and
Oh, the
33
bottom
seconds are going
lane.
to be quite crucial. But let's see how far they can actually go with the Rayquaza.
Yeah, the bottom lane was left empty, totally in the favor of their, position. Godrain can now actually see the Rayquaza, but have they? No. It's already there in the hands of Revenant Esports. Even if Godrain are so close, they would not be able to actually stop Revenant Esports from winning this. Even before the last 1 minute, Revenant Esports adding 300 points to the chart. Now they are at 517.
Performance from God's Rain is straight up going down to the rain at this point, because the aggression that we wanted to see, the aggression that we actually predicted by seeing that kind of, let's say, 830 average gold in their favor, I believe that is something which is lacking right now. And facing off teams like teams like, I believe, with God's Rain, Revenant has done a tremendous job in terms of their defensive positions. And apart from that, their aggressions is also something which is working out quite a bit for them. God's Rain, despite of every effort that they did, it's not a possible task for them to actually get these 600 points in the favor. At this moment, Godstrain is the unbeatable giant, and they are moving forward quite a bit.
Well, yes, exactly. If we talk about Revenant Esports right now, the way Gotham actually resulted in a win against Revenant Esports, it looked like that it could be a 3-0. But then Revenant Esports with such a massive comeback, and with total sheer and dominance that they have right now against Godrain, they are going to lose it once again. Revenant Esports becomes the winners for the game number 4. Now it's 2-2, and now it's in the hands for both the teams who is going to get the third game.
A very tough competition. Despite of that, God's Reign struggling a lot at this point. Revenant is building their goals. Revenant is building their average goals as well. They are building the victories as well. And meanwhile, if we talk about God's Reign, I don't know what is happening from that particular team. Lashpay Recall was the only guy which was able to do the significant goals and eventually put up the significant embarkment. Skeptor on the other corner, look at that. Even if he has secured 127 goal, even if he's the one who is actually having a lot of aggression in his favor, the support from the team was not there. Mamoswine and the Blissies, they were just unforgivable. There were no, I guess, kind of situations where Team Goldstein was a little bit more firm. And from the start till the end, it was Revenant Esports. Even after getting the Rayquaza, they were like, let's say, an open eagle, but sweep down and eventually hunted down the prey.
Exactly, and when you talk about their positions and you talk about it, right? God's Reign were actually going to surpass the side of Team Revenant Esports. It was 210 against 217. Then they got the Rayquaza, and there was no seeing back. And that's how you actually utilize the Rayquaza Raider. We saw once a time where Godzin got the Rayquaza, but they didn't have the units to be actually, they were getting KO'd back to back. They did not have those Pokemon units with them. And Swifty with some amazing amount of assists, 115 goals, 4 knockouts, 10 assists, 30,000 plus of damage, and 84 MVP points, is now the MVP for the game number 4. Well, we are still waiting for the game number 5, where it can be a straight end comeback by the side of Revenant Esports.
Well, definitely, I believe the history could repeat. Revenant Esports, just like STL, could bag out the match in their favor. Let's see how far they can actually go. But the only thing which is going to stop them, the only possibility that there is there that the comeback would actually come in, is going to be God's Reigns' right choice of Pokemon, because that's what they are struggling with. Even if they were trying their level best to attain the points in their favor, the Elder Gods that they banned in this particular match didn't actually have a significant impact on Emerald Esports, and Emerald Esports was literally strong enough to give the comeback. Look at that, from the start till the end, they were able to be quite aggressive, and not just being aggressive, not just dunking down the goals, they were able to get as many as KOs as was possible. There was always the orange effect coming up when the KO stream comes in, when the KO kill feed comes in. It was Team Revenant Esports most of the time which was getting the KOs, but even though if there was one or two KOs coming from Team Godsend, it was Izumeral or it was Lucario. That's what happened because their single Pokemon was working. Everything was actually done by a single Pokemon, and that's what you don't actually want to go with. You have to have the synergy. You have to have the team effort. Team game was coming from Team Remnant Esports. Every single time it was the Regia Leakies and Regia Eyes, Regia Dogs, stolen by Team Revenant Esports, and what Godstream was doing, just sitting it out, trying to defend with them. It's not possible for you to defend every single time. You have to attack. You have to get the Regia Leakies and Regias in your favor because there is a specific, should I say, importance of those Pokemons because they will give you the defensive advantage, they will give you the goal zone advantage, they will give you the attacking advantage. So why not go aggressive on that perspective as well if you are unable to secure the KOs? But I don't know what happened. God's saying their possibilities are getting numerously down.
Exactly, and now talking about the highlights in the last 15 seconds. 685 points for Revenant Esports against only 300 plus points for God's Reign. Again, yes, they were so close. They were just 7 points behind, but no one, literally no one from the team of God's Reign was around the Rayquaza. It was a complete, opener where Rayquaza was available fully for the side of Team Revenant Esports, and they actually got it. Yes, we saw the highlights for the game number 4, but right now we wait around for the game 5.
Well, definitely the game 5 will, for now, for sure, going to give us the victor of this particular BO5. Well, there is no escape right now. Be it Revenant Esports or Godstrain, there is no second chances, there is no second guesses because now we have come to this last stage of this BO5 and for sure we are going to get the victors. First two matches in the hands of Godstrain, there was actually a strong confidence coming from these guys as well that we are going to win this one, go back and have the victory in our favor. But what Team Revenant Esports did, back to back, they stole the Rayquazas, and even if the Rayquaza was in the favor of Team Goldstein, they were able to counter them down. They were able to give them the KOs because their Pokemons, well, they were not that, I guess, enduring when it comes to the damage. And damage that Revenant was dishing out was absolutely amazing. They were quite
Yeah.
aggressive in terms of the stance. They were every single time having the aggressors so that they will not be able to go defensive. I believe the Revenant was having the approach of just being aggressive. There was not a lot of defense coming from Team Revenant Esports.
Eventually, as you talk about that, Raider, actually got one set of thinking in my mind. Revenant always getting the defenders, as the victorious ones for them, and actually, having a great amount of amazing work done on their team. Swifty always and always, having all of his hard work done on Eldegoss depends on Eldegoss. Once again, goes for that. Dodrio banned by gods, and Revenant bans the Tyranitar.
Well, the performance is what we are waiting for right now. So the bans are for sure there. Tyranitar gets banned by Godsrain. That's absolutely amazing. But when it comes to the Pokemon picks, I believe that's where Team Godsrain is getting the struggle from the last few matches. So definitely we have to see that how they're going to choose it. Yeah, Gardeaway comes in. Don't go for the Blissey, man. That's what is actually choking you all out. But eventually, from Noxie's corner, it's going to be Blissey. I don't know why Blissey can be the advantage for this particular team because every now and then whenever they are choosing this particular Pokemon, they're getting the backlash, they're getting taken down. So definitely that's something they have to be considered. But Ninetales and Decidueye coming from Blizzard and Crowley's corner respectively. But if we talk about Lash Pay Recall, the last guy surviving from Team Ghost who are we waiting for that he's going to pick a beautiful Pokemon. I guess it could be Izumeral. And if Izumeral comes in, once again would like to say that things are not looking good for Godstain in terms of the picks.
Eventually, as we are going to, land around in the final preparation phase, the Pokemons are going to be sapped on the both sides. Decidueye, Ninetales, Lucario, Zesol choosing Snorlax, and Swifty going for Eldegoss. On the other sides, you have Blissey, Gardevoir, Azumarill, and Venusaur plus Mr. Mime. Yes, this is the lineup out there. And again, focusing on how eventually both sides are going for the same bans. Gods banning the Dodrio, and then, Revenant banning the Tyranitar.
Definitely, the bans are there, but let's see how crucial these bans are going to be there. Because in the previous matches, also there were bans. In the previous
Mhm.
fights, there were bans. In the previous fights, they were choosing of the right Pokemons. But now Once again, God's Reign going a little bit more unconventional, and they're just trying to be a little bit more firm about their, like, let's say, right choice of Pokemons. But when it comes to
Correct.
Revenant, they are once again trying to jiggle around, choose some new Pokemons, and eventually play with that. So this strategy could be backfiring on Team Revenant Esports, or it could be giving
Correct.
the straight up advantage that they are getting in the last few fights. But let's see how Revenant is going to start it off. It's 10:15 right now in the clock. So in next 10 minutes, we'll get to see who is going to be the champion of this particular fight for sure.
Well, at last, the best of five between Revenant Esports and God's Reign. At last, it's going to, take an end, right? God's Reign going against Revenant Esports, and God's Reign actually begin with the Azumarill.
Fights are already coming up. Revenant Esports trying to dunk down as many as goals as possible in the initial few seconds, initial few minutes to be precise. And yes, in just the 45 seconds that have been passed, they are able to go with the 14 points in their favor. Gosler on the other corner is also trying to recall and initially get the retaliation done in Industrial Lucario. His HP is not looking that good. Gets the backlash. He has to farm for the Pokemon, and that's what they are trying to go with. Look at that. Nova tries to fall back. Definitely he does it. And he's successful in it. No doubt in that. 9 Chaos Energy is in his favor. Tries to move forward, tries to be a little bit more sneaky, but and Dr. for the call, goes in for the goals. But look at that, Revenant Esports, how sneaky are they? 50 points from the corner, and what is the struggle that Gosling is facing? Basically, what the thing is that Gosling, in the initial stages, their Pokemon are so vulnerable that they're not even able to go ahead and secure the goals because they know they can easily get KO'd. And as the time passes, the KO respawning time is also going to increase. So definitely they have to actually be vigilant about these aspects as well. So the only thing which matters now is getting evolved, is getting ready for the fight.
Exactly, and right now, if you want to discuss about Revenant Esports, eventually, even if God's Reign actually had a good start, but KOs coming back to back, God's Reign this time is looking wonderful with the aggression they have got. They have the Azumarill as the speedster, they got the Venusaur on the attacking side, even if it's an all-rounder, and on the other side, you have the Gardevoir too. Right now, at the Curlier stage, and we are waiting for Venusaur to come. Eventually, it would come as the evolution is going to be caused, but right now it's at the Ivysaur stage. Revenant leading on the point stage, no lags, as always, causing a lot of damage with the bumping bashes.
Looking forward to it, that how far they can actually go. Blizzard on the other corner, the Decidueye tries to actually be a little bit more chaotic. The arrows are coming up. Look at the arrow going in. The damage is for sure there. Revenant Esports once again starting it off quite crucially. The goals are actually getting done. Elvigo has managed to back out, and on the other corner, Decidueye manages to back out with 20 points as well. Revenant once again started off quite crucially, but there were some chaos coming up. As you all can see, Goldstein, the Guardian was able to dish out a beautiful damage. Now they are able to push back the whole team of Team Revenant Esports to their enemy's goal zone, and that's brilliant. Mine gets taken down. That's amazing coming from Ninetales.
Exactly, and right now also going to talk about the whole positions out there. Look at that. It's now 122. 9 tails from Revenant doing the wonder. And look at that. 2 or 3 attack moves, and Ninetales would actually be taking all the 4 wild Pokemon. A brilliant set of move out there. Reggie actually going in their favor too, as Decidueye gets it. Amazing work.
Amazing instance of fights are coming up. Revenant Esports 142 points. God's Reign is way too far away at this point. Precisely if I talk about the score lead, it's going to be 121 points coming from Team Revenant Esports. A beautiful buffer that they've created will always going to put that pressure on the minds of Team God's Reign. They are always going to think that how can we possibly just counter this buffer that we are unable to counter at this point. So that's the only thing which is going to be quite chaotic. But to talk about the chaos, the Reggie, I believe that was another beautiful steal coming from Team Revenant Esports. That's definitely quite advantageous for Revenant Esports with the Pokémon on the other corner. Beautiful guy for the team, trying his level best to devour, but fails to do so. Gardevoir managed to back out on the beautiful knockout, and yes, the KOs are coming up. Fortunately, the goals are something which is going to be quite on point, but the support from Team Revenant Esports once again comes in. Isobral, Lucario, both of them are there. The damages are coming up for sure. Lucario versus Lucario, this could be interesting.
Exactly, and as you move forward and go around it, Revenant Esports have 142 on the chart, while it's only 43 for God's Reign. Venusaur comes in with the KO. God's Reign having those KOs back to back, not by a single Pokemon, but actually a good KO streak. Here comes the Decidueye, but a 30-pointer added by Mr. Mike.
another KO. I believe Venezuela was very close to scoring that particular 40-pointer, but eventually he was taken down. That's an absolutely amazing task. Mime on the top lane managed to dish out another set of goals. That's absolutely not on the other corner. The damages are for sure coming up. Look at that. Constantly struggling is the right, let's say, term that we want to coin for Team Remedy Esports for putting the goal. Remedy Esports are pretty much stuck at 142, and what Gulchen is trying to do is do everything in their power to just counter this particular fight in their favor. Mew is not getting chosen. That's a side that I wanted to see. If Mew would have been there, the solar beams would have been very advantageous for Team Girls Train. And in the past, they have done it quite beautifully. But the Regis are here right now. Look at that. Reggie Leak is on the top. So definitely, Team Revenant Esports can focus as per their meta. Every time, whatever the Reggie comes in, Revenant Esports is the one which focuses for that. And look at that. Cherry already trying to go on that angle. But meanwhile, the chase is also coming up. The strange goose chase coming up is also going to be quite crucial. But fortunately, the goals are going to get done. But if we talk about the KOs, it can be done by the team of Remedy Esports. And yes, the KO is done. But Lucario also gets taken down. Meanwhile, the buffer was there, and this actually gave the time period for Remedy Esports to go ahead and eventually give the counter. And that's how Remedy Esports are once again having the advantage, and the guys from Team Godskin are getting KO'd back and forth.
Godzin getting cleared back and forth, and Revenant Esports always and always approaching on high ends out there. Look at that, Godzin trying to add the points, whereas Revenant already get those points secured. 30 points added by the LD Gods. A KO also coming up by the side of Godzin, but Revenant keeping them busy and actually fighting with their Pokemons, not actually allowing them to getting those Regis, and Venusaur would be getting that KO. At last, Revenant would also get that Reggie. A KO streak by Revenant Esports as the Ninetales gets that, Venusaur out there. But a Venusaur was KO'd by the Decidueye, and not the Venusaur, it was actually the Azumarill. 212 points against 75. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining for the Lord Rayquaza to arrive. Snorlax up for the farming, but Scepter would just approach the Zesol, not allowing him to actually reach the base. But yes, Snorlax with a good defense for himself would be going back to the base.
Well, indeed, the impact is there for sure. I guess the retaliation is going to be there on the other corner of the Remedy Esports for sure. The decimation from Remedy Esports is looking good. They're stuck at 212 points. That's what I said for 142 points as well. Definitely, I believe once again they will be able to come back. But basically, those arrows, they are very, very amazing from their corner. Apart from that, the Snorlax trying to be just a little bit more sneaky. 40 more seconds to go, and after that, we'll get to see the Rayquaza, the legendary, the boss man, coming up. But at this point, we have to say this, that even if Rayquaza comes in, I really believe that Revenant will be able to counter them.
God's Reign playing wonderfully with actually their strategies. They are trying their level best. How Revenant Esports came so far when they were actually getting the first two games. Actually analyzing the situations and not able to believe where 3 games back to back have been secured by Revenant Esports. Not yet, because the Rayquaza is yet to arrive. Deal coming from the either of the sides. Decidueye once again with the rampage. Well, it's Revenant forced to be around the Lord Rayquaza. And here it is. Snorlax will be the first one. Oh, he's denying Mr. Mime to actually enter the whole lead, as they're wanting, God's Reign to be in base before they actually start the fight with the Rayquaza.
Definitely, they're just pushing around the Pokemon so that they can actually have that advantage. But God's Reign, let's see how far they can go with this kind of situation, because the damage that they're actually having is not that great. Blissey, very vulnerable, can be getting the KOs done and dusted. But look at that, they're just trying to go ahead and actually secure a little bit more of, let's say, points and reverse energy. But on the bottom lane, as you can see, that's Decidueye coming up with the close pointers. Also trying to farm out, and eventually the KOs are something which is going to be crucial. Lucario on the other upper corner, in the mid lane, to be precise, he is very close to the Rayquaza. But when the shot comes into the petal dance, let's see, they're trying to cut down and get the goals done. Even if the Rayquaza is not there in the favor, there is a possible chance that God's Reign might be able to get the goals done, and that can actually give the advantage. And look at that, now they are unforgivably trying to just move forward and get the goals in their favor, but things are not that favorable for them. Look at that.
Yeah.
Chaos still comes in. Knowledge not looking that decent, but now the focus for God's Reign is going to be to use as many as Unite moves there are possible and go ahead and attack the Rayquaza and get it in their favor. But look at that. The KO can come in. And now
it's God's Reign.
finally God's Reign.
It's God's
getting in
Reign.
their favor.
Everyone is in the base. Everyone is in the base.
Going to be in the particular stances. Now I believe once again God's Reign are going to show their kind of strength. and this is how Goldstein is
Oh
going to end the day for sure. But if we talk about Revenant, they have to ramp up, they have to give the comeback. But is it possible? I don't think so. Yes, the shields are actually helping them quite a bit, and look at that, with 575 points in the favor, the task is done. It's Goldstein having the advantage in their favor, but Revenant Esports still struggling in the 5 few seconds which are left, and Revenant Esports back and forth, they're trying to just roll around, but it's Goldstein for sure who is going to back this out in the favor, and a beautiful tussle comes to an end after the 5 matches. Straight up domination coming from Team Goldstein, but eventually in the third and fourth round, they struggled quite a bit, but they came back even stronger. And with this even Stevens match, Goldstein is the one which is actually coming up a little bit more stronger with a little bit more higher average goals in their favor.
A salute to them and the surrender to God's reign from my side. Winning the first two, then actually losing the next two games against Revenant Esports. They were so chilled out. When we were witnessing the cams of the players, they were still chilled out, and that's the amount of concentration you need to have. That's the amount of positiveness and calmness an esports player needs to have. God's reign, like literally, wow, they got the Rayquaza, and from like a total of 100 points, they were at 649. That's the amount of, this mountain formed from their side, this peak and this angle hasn't been done up until now. God's Reign already was the team breaking the records for the highest amount of average goals. And now they have broken the record on the graph, just went straight to the top. And that's how you make a comeback. Definitely, Revenant Esports also deserves all our, kudos and, great work from their side, Raider. But here you have the battle data onto you.
It's already done and dusted right now. Revenant Esports, even after struggling this much, Divine is the guy who's going to become the player of the match with 173 goals from his corner, 1 knockouts and 7 assists, 81 MVP merit points, and the damage was not that great, but eventually yes, significant enough. 35,000 is the right amount of damage he has done and dusted. But God's Divine and his teammates, the way they were able to give that comeback was absolutely amazing. And God's Chain finally reigned on top of Revenant Esports, which was looking like very strong to be precise in the start of this particular fifth round as well. I'm not even going to talk about the first 4 rounds because every single round Revenant was the one which was leading the charts in the first few moments, and eventually in the third and fourth round they was able to counter a lot. But back and forth when it comes to the average survival skills, I believe Godson is the one which was pretty much decent in that kind of skills. Godsons, despite of they were getting knocked out quite a few times in this fifth round as well, what they did, they pushed the whole team of Revenant Esports in the bottom lane. They were able to get 1 or 2 KOs, and after that, there was a buffer because the spawn time was pretty much high of these guys from Team Revenant Esports, and that was the exact moment when what happened. The farming of those Unite moves worked for Team Godstain because they were farming those Unite moves from the very time of let's say 7 to 8 minutes, and after that, what happened? They used it on Rayquaza, and Rayquaza was like, "I bow down to you," and now Godstain was able to push down, and just like that, gets the goal in their favor.
Well, yes, exactly. And with that, we are going to go into the break. And I'll be taking a leave, guys. Joining Raider is going to be Lucifer after a short break, as we'll be there with the match 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We are back and looking forward to the last game. Today has been a long day, and it had to be.
Yeah.
Big of the biggest teams were fighting out with, zonal final teams were fighting out with their fan favorite teams as well, and it is bound to be a tough one. And that's what, as we have developed over like the days, teams have gotten better. Raider, we are seeing
Yeah,
very tough
indeed.
fights coming across, and with this last match coming ahead, I want to ask you, how do you feel about it as we jump to the head to head as well?
Well, I feel quite amazing to be precise that just like the way Pokemon evolves, I believe the teams are evolving, the players are evolving, the meta is evolving, and that's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's actually in the form of like say gameplay, it's actually showcasing that how evolution should be there, how close we are coming up to the championship. All of that, but before that, we have got the head to head. It's between Evil Genius from Oculus 5 and EG's Sadao. That means Anima Gaming Sadao. To be precise, if we talk about the goals, that's absolutely on point from Sadao's corner. If we talk about the rounds played, that is also less from Sadao's corner. That actually shows that Sadao could be the one which is easily going to turn him down, turn Evil Squad to be precise down, Evil Genius to be precise down from this head to head. So definitely it's quite crucial to see that how far they can go, what kind of approach is going to be there from Team Oculus 5 and how
Mm-hmm.
they're going to turn the tides. See, we have seen numerous times that Oculus 5 is one of those teams which never lets you go that easy. Even if
Yeah.
they are losing, they will stretch it out till the fifth round. They will actually fight in every ounce of let's say effort that is there from their corner. It's
Mm-hmm.
going to be there for sure. So definitely I'm counting on Team Oculus 5 for this one. But Enigma, if I talk about that team, the way the head-to-head showcased us that in the lesser amount of time period that they played this whole playoffs, to be precise, they were able to secure more points as compared to Oculus 5. So looking forward to see what happens.
Oh yes, I mean I'm just looking forward to Enigma's stats coming through as we've seen them develop.
All right.
They've had a tough one. They started
Mm-hmm.
off on day one in the national playoffs where they had to fight off against True Rippers. This is again
Yeah. Right.
a Group A match that we are going to be seeing, and True Rippers, they're the team which are sitting on the top right after SATUL. And SATUL today as well, they did make sure they get the victory without letting Six Upper Moon walk away with the victory. So right now it is both True Rippers and SATUL fighting for the top spot, but coming
Yeah.
to Enigma's end, they are having a tough time. Same goes for the other
Definitely.
team as
Yeah.
well, and I'm looking forward to how it kind of goes in terms of how it unfolds, because this is not going to be an easy match. As you mentioned, Oglers 5, they're a team who try to push everybody to their limits,
Exactly.
and if
Exactly.
Enigma do not get to even the threshold, it can be a situation, Raider, where the first three rounds itself conclude in Oglers 5's favor.
Definitely it's going to be quite a crucial match to see. And eventually the first round may actually just, should I say, predict or maybe just get the things ease off that how Oculus 5 is going to play. And first round is basically one of those rounds where I believe teams are actually trying to focus on that how they should play in the upcoming rounds. They're
Mm-hmm.
just trying to gel with each other, should I say, with the enemies to be precise.
Yeah.
So definitely it's going to be quite crucial to look out that what are the Pokemons getting banned, which are the Pokemons getting chosen, which is the meta they are going to use.
Mm-hmm.
Because definitely today we saw that even if you have a great Pokemon, if you don't know the meta, you are going to go down.
I mean, I would say the previous match that we saw coming in from Revenant and God's Reign was a
Yeah,
brilliant fight. In terms
precisely.
of God's Reign, not showing us anything in the first 8 minutes. They're like, we'll hold off, we'll fight with wild Pokemons and level up. On the other end, what Revenant wanted to do was fight, 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 try
Right.
to do damage, break goal zones. And when it came to Rayquaza, it was almost all the times it worked in the favor of God's Reign. And I think
Precisely.
that tells us that God's Reign were only looking forward to taking Rayquaza. That was their only intention, irrespective of how the other fights unfolded. The last fight, the most crucial one, which gives them the double advantage in goaling as well as an easier goaling advantage, is what they wanted to take. So right now, coming in Oculus 5 and Enigma Gaming at least have a couple of points on the
Hmm.
scoreboard, which puts them in right now in the fourth spot. But talking about Oculus 5, all the matches that they've played have been very tough ones. They've played all the 5 rounds. Now this is going to be their third matchup today. It is going to be a tough one, Raider. So let me ask you, is it going to be their first point that they'll be finding today?
Well, I definitely count on that. But moving forward, if we talk about the draft pick, it is coming up here. The ban phase is here. In just 20 seconds, we'll get to see which other two Pokemons getting banned from these two teams particularly. Apart from that, then the pick phase will come in. But remember, guys, the battle arena is pretty much same. Thea Sky Ruins is going to be the arena where these giants are going to face off each other. But what is the prediction, guys? Comment down and let us know as well. On the other corner, if we talk about the ban phase, well, definitely looking forward to see. It could be Snorlax for sure. Let's see what happens. From Oculus 5, who is it is, and from Enigma, who is the Pokemon they're going to ban? Okay, it's Tyranitar for Enigma, and Oculus 5 comes up with the Snorlax for sure.
It has been at least a general ban from at least one of the teams when they fight
Right.
out that Tyranitar is out. And whenever the
Mhm.
Tyranitar is given, they kind of pick it out. And Snorlax is as well getting very glued onto the meta, especially with the block. But let's talk
Mhm.
about the picks coming through. Kuldeep picks up on the Mime, and Genius goes in on Dodrio. We just saw him on the head to head, so it's going to be very crucial of what he can do. Itachi coming in, he's going to be picking up a Mew.
The Mew, the solar beams, that's definitely going to be quite crucial to see that how Itachi is going to enact on that. Lucifer, the Isomeral, and if we talk about Sadao, well, this guy who was in the head-to-head against Evil Genius, if I'm not wrong, is
Mm-hmm.
going to face with the Mamoswine coming up. So that's amazing to watch out. On the other corner, Goku and Prada just waiting for their own moment. Eldegoss might come in from Goku's corner. It's confirmed for now, guys, that Eldegoss is going to be the Pokemon. But Slowbro, okay, that's a definitive, that's a good tank, but eventually at the last second it was Serena.
They wanted a tanker who can also hit a lot in terms of shots and damage, and that's the reason Serena is going to be the pick, where her
Right.
kicks are going to be deadly. But coming to the
Hmm.
last two choices from Enigma Gaming side, it's going to be Fura with the Ninetales and Sora going on Gardevoir. Today we saw how crucial Gardevoir was, and in terms of doing damage, pushing back players, and if used well in combination with the other
Right.
Pokemon's moves, it can give you an advantage. Last but not the least, on August 5, we have Vanquisher, who's going to be picking up a Blastoise. He has
Oh,
vanquished a lot of Pokemons on their opponents, but today, can he find anything with his Blastoise? Is a question, and a much awaited action we'll be waiting for.
well, definitely Yoka's questions are going to get answered soon enough. And now the final preparation phase is something where these guys are easily going to switch up the Pokemons in terms of their teammates, and then I believe the clash is going to be quite
Yeah.
tough to be precise. That's the first match. Well, definitely the tough is going to be the there. It is basically the definition of this particular fight up. So let's see how this whole situation goes on. Eventually, Oculus 5 will they be strong enough to counter with the fights, or is it going to be teams like particularly Anima Gaming, which is going to come back even stronger? Mamoswine coming from
Mm-hmm.
Sadau's corner. I'm definitely a little bit worried for Team Oculus 5 for now.
Uh, I do worry about it. But in terms of, I would say, the picks, it feels very well balanced coming in
All right.
from Oculus 5? Wait, is it Oculus 5? Yeah, it is Oculus 5 because they have like all the Pokemons that I kind of wanted to see from their end. So I feel like I'll be familiar with how they would want to play. But coming in on Enigma Gaming, what they can do is going to be a tough one because they don't have a speedster.
Exactly.
And today,
Yeah.
the entire day, Raider,
Yeah.
we have seen Dodrio being annoying. And
For sure.
Dodrio
Yeah.
being there for Oculus 5 can just give them the advantage. So let's jump into the action and see if it does.
Well, definitely moving into the action, you can see that Raniba is sitting in the blue corner. Always trying to face off them from the orange corner as well. Well, it is already starting off. You guys remember it's a best of five, so definitely winning three matches back and forth is going to be quite crucial for these guys. Even though if we talk about Lucifer, the Ajamaran tries to go a little bit more further, but the Vanquisher from the back foot is absolutely going to be aggressive. Look at that, they're just trying to be quite chaotic. Yes, of course, the damage is coming up, but Vanquisher is able to dish out 60 of synergy. The goal is done. Evolution is coming up. Serena taking it strong.
We will look forward to all the Pokemons being leveled up and ready as
Yeah.
Serena as well as Marill to be Azumarill. In the
Mhm.
meantime, it's going to be goals that August 5 are going to be starting on, but it feels like if there is an overcommitment, Vanquisher might just go down on this teeny. And yes, it should be. Ooh, oh wait, I thought he
Uh,
barely survived, but no. It is going to be Enigma Gaming finding a first KO on August 5.
well, the KOs are there, but Lucifer, can you see that the points are not there? The goal dunking is the situation which is not coming up. Definitely, it is making me a little bit worried about Anima Gaming, but it is just the start. 1 minute and some seconds have been passed, so definitely I believe things
Yeah.
can change from Enigma's corner. Enigma's perspective is coming up for sure, so let's see how far they can actually reach out to the spin up on the other corner. Is trying to find out so sneaky decisions, some of which he can attack, but the attacks are coming up for him as well.
Oh,
Rodrigo, the speedster comes in, and the KOs are here.
Actually, it's just an exchange, so I was worried. Like, looks like Oculus 5 are going to command it, but Gossifure, because it's still not evolved to the Eldegoss, could not help out. Steenie, in the meantime, is back in the game, but cannot stop Enigma Gaming's push on the top lane to get goals in. And you were just
Alright.
asking about it, like, and look at this. Ooh, Gossifure was about to be eliminated, but thankfully he uses the flux and runs back. But Steenie overcommits, tries to stay and deny the goals from happening. Enigma take a big advantage on top of it, score a big 60, and I'm not looking forward to stopping. They're
Uh,
taking the nearby Pokemons which are there, wild ones, and collecting the Raos energies and dunking a lot more.
Look at him. He was basically like, you are going to get me 2 AS energy. I'm not even going to look on you. I'm going to go on the mid lane or the bottom lane, defend my teammates and get more and more points as well. So yeah, definitely I guess that defense is coming up. If I talk about Itachi, the Mew is looking a little bit more sharper at this point, but the damage is for sure coming up. Dorio once again getting attacked quite a bit. But Genius, he has to fall back because definitely the damage is something we don't want to receive. The endurance is not there from his corner. If I talk about Serena, another KO comes in and that's Mew taken down. So solar beams are something which we want to see, but eventually that's not the possibility. The Ninetales as well, trying to evolve, trying to be the sneaky one. Let's see how far they can go.
Enigma Gaming right now, this bottom lane fight is not concluding anytime soon, especially with Serena already leveled up, but gets caught. Oh, could not help. A brilliant avalanche, I guess, which was used because of which Serena got frozen. Now Dodrio wanting to fight and help for his teammate. But what does he do? He also eventually goes for a trade blow. That's all. Enigma Gaming completely looking under control, pushing back all the forces of Ogles 5. But Ogles 5 have a lot of Pokemons who need to level up, still evolve, and that's where they're missing these opportunities of the heads. And Enigma, who have already leveled up, they're taking on both the Regis on top and bottom. Top one easy here for Lucifer. Again, guys, it's not me. It's not me playing. It's going to be Enigma Gaming's Lucifer. I'm going to be a caster for today. But in the meantime, there is still a tussle going on. Registeel has not been stolen. Oh, wait. A triple trample comes through. A wrong call maybe from Ogles 5 members to use that Unite move without even seeing. Registeel was full in health, so it was nowhere close to a steal. Ouch, that's gotta hurt.
Well, definitely it's going to hurt them because now Enigma Gaming once again gets the advantage of this particular area as well. And look at that, they're just going to dunk down goals as many as possible, and they have secured 2 goal zones, one from top lane, one from the bottom lane. And look at that, if we talk about the Serena on the top lane, if I'm not wrong, the Reggie League is already facing.
There's a huge level difference at this point of how Ogles 5 is just getting countered and hit and instant knocked out. And look at this, Mime is not stopping. The Sora pushes up, takes down Dodrio, and now it's Vanquisher's turn, and he also goes down. The Serena does not do anything. Lucifer trying to back off. There is still the War Turtle, but a level 7 trying to fight with a level 10 Azumarill. It's just doing damage. Sora on level 9, and everybody coming in from Enigma are almost at level 10, whereas players from Ogles 5, they're about to get to 9. A couple of them are, but majority of them are around 7 and 8, and that is a huge skill gap that Ogles 5 are facing in this fight.
Definitely that difference of the skills are something which is actually going to be quite chaotic for Ogles 5. They have to soon level up and maybe bounce back once again. So let's see how far they can go. So around the corner, the Mime gets the damage done and dusted, but the chaos are coming up as Azumarill manages to take one down. Serena gets taken down by the Gardevoir. That's absolutely amazing. Gardevoir works the charm. Let's see how far this Sadao guy can actually go. The damage is for sure coming up. Enigma looking a bit more sharper at this point. They are being aggressive. They are getting the clutch of this particular fight, but they have to remember that the bottom lane is a little bit more vulnerable as compared to the top lane.
I mean, both the lanes are a little bit tough here
Yeah.
for Ogles 5 to take it. But again,
Yeah.
Ogles 5 might have an advantage depending on the last final stretch fight. But right now, it's going to be Regiliki on the top. Furia hiding with the Aurora. Well, try to run away, but looks like slowdown an instant. Queen ascends, takes down the Ninetales, and now followed up with many more players pushing up. Ogles 5 wanted an opening, and the Queen's Arena gives them the opening, destroys the bottom lane of Enigma, and now Enigma are left with 4 goal zones. But look at what has happened on the top. It is going to be an easy free Regieleki that Enigma Gaming will be capturing for themselves, and there is no top lane, I would say, defense that we are able to see. Zarina is there, but Vanquisher was late. 33 goals already scored from Azumarill.
Now I believe it's all about the consistency and getting the Rayquaza to be precise. So let's see, is it possible for them to get the Rayquaza for Ogles 5? It's going to be a tough battle, a tough nut to crack to be precise. But on the other corner, I believe that's Eldegoss trying to be more in the enemy territory. It can be risky. The chaos could come in, but he's not worried about the chaos. He's actually trying to look after the goals. And yes, he was able to deliver the goals. Ninetales is trying to chase him down.
He's gone.
This Eldegoss is going to be there. Definitely he's going to get taken down. But the
He's
thing
a
is,
man with a death wish right now.
Exactly. For sure, he's going to get taken down. But he's just trying to wait for the backup. But backup won't come in the enemy base, and that's how Eldegoss gets taken down.
I mean, look at this. A valiant effort and a courageous move coming in from that. Eldegoss does not get anything. I mean, 15 goals. For that, you had to give your entire life. Respawn is something that he will get back into in the game, but Enigma have a big advantage, 280
Right.
goals, and they've always taken both the Regis on top as well as bottom. The bosses are under control. Now it is all about Rayquaza. 50 seconds to go, and we might end up seeing one of the Regis spawning at this point, but not too sure which very closely. In the meantime, it looks like Zarina might just be eliminated. Vanquisher is looking super low. Aqua Tail, one blow and that's Zarina out. And now with Dodrio just somehow trying to survive around the legendary pit, Enigma let that happen. They do not want to force the hands on matter, but whenever the Dodrio has used his Unite move, always failed, never found
Mm,
advantage. And with 17
right.
seconds on the clock and 27 seconds to get the Rayquaza, we might just see Enigma Gaming even going for this Regieleki on the top. In the meantime, making use of the Dodrio for constant goals. They do get it, but a brilliant freeze coming through, and looks like Dodrio might be taken down. But with the moves, runs away for survival. But in the meantime, Regieleki, they're trying to melt it as much as possible, as much fast as possible. With 5 seconds on the clock here, Raider, I think that is going to be possible for them.
Oh, the comeback should be there, but let's see how far
They
they can
get
go.
it.
Regieleki gets in the favor of Team Enigma Gaming, and now look at that. It's a double trouble for
Yeah.
this team. They have to actually figure out that how they are going to defend the Rayquaza, and meanwhile defend the goal zones as well, which is pretty much open-ended. If Enigma decides that they can easily go ahead and sweep out 50 more goals, I believe that's Lucifer who is going to work for that. Let's see what happens.
Lucifer thought about it, but then he's like, my teammate has 50. I think I'll send Sora. And Sora
Yeah.
goes. In the meantime, a rush and a push on the Dodrio. Not too sure what he was thinking. He gets taken
Amazing.
on along with Zarina as well. So it is just 3 players right now left around the legendary pit. And Enigma are not overextending. Oh no, Goku is caught. He uses his Unite, but nobody's around. And
Oh,
Sora comes out with his Unite as well. But the Goku on Blaster, he's gone far away. Itachi comes up with a brilliant solar beam. It pushes the players away from Enigma Gaming, but look at Enigma's total in the goal. It is 400, but Goku, he comes up all around the legendary pit only to fall to his death. Now Dorio is back again, does have the Unite. Now it's all about the last fight coming through. Ogles 5 have 100, but in terms of AOS energy, they don't have a lot. But taking on Rayquaza will give them, but the Queen again ascends, always targeting this Ninetales, and Ninetales is out.
yeah, exactly. That particular Pokemon has been taken now. Let's see how far they can go. Rayquaza not looking that great, and its team, Organis 5 trying to capitalize on that particular perspective. Isomal also comes in so that he can touch out the two spotters,
Oh,
but it's Mamoswine finally getting it out, and that's from Enigma Gaming. This is it, guys. This is it. Enigma once again is going to get the first round in the favor to be precise, and only the corner for talking about the Mew. Look at that, how sneaky she was. The, basically tried their level best to actually go for the top lane, scored quite a few goals, but not far enough. But let's see what happens eventually. 5 for Team Enigma Gaming. Organis 5 still struggling. 10 more seconds to go. Is there a possible comeback like situation coming up? I really doubt
not
it.
at all. With just 5 seconds to go. Goku tried. He used his surf to push Sora out of the goal zone and take him closer to Vanquisher, but Sora dodged it. So right now, Enigma, a brilliant victory for them, completely under control. They never looked chaotic or never looked perplexed, never were worried. And I think a
Mhm.
brilliant play coming in here from Enigma Gaming, at least to start things off. But today's day, whoever started, it was not theirs to win it out. I mean, at least the previous game was God's reign because they
Mhm.
started 2 rounds and then the last round they got
Mhm.
it. But the first round was not that way. But quickly, we'll talk about the stats right now in front of his screens, and it is Kuldeep, the man who stole Rayquaza, and the man was the MVP as well with 15 assists. That is huge.
Definitely, it's huge. It's a journey that he did in the 10 minutes, in the past 10 minutes to be precise. Absolutely an amazing scorecard coming up for us. But moving up ahead, would have to count on Earless 5 for the next few rounds so that they can give the comeback, and maybe we'll get to see the 5 rounds of this particular PO5. But on the other corner, if we talk about the graphs, look at that. Every single legendary Pokemon, every single boss Pokemon was in the favor of Team Enigma Gaming. Every single now and then, be it the 3.45 minute marker, or be it the 4 minute marker, or be it the 6 minute marker, every single time Reggie Keys was in the favor of Team Enigma Gaming. They were
Yeah.
having the advantage, and straight up at the last seconds, what happened? The Rayquaza also comes in the favor of Enigma Gaming. It was Mamoswine, the guy called Deep, who was able to bag him out, and just like that, there is a buffer of close to 300 plus points.
I did not see if it was in Unite because it was just too much happening. The Queen was stomping, Mamoswine swooped
Mm,
in from somewhere.
yeah,
There was also Lucifer who was fighting from Enigma on Azumarill with the Aqua Tail. Too much chaos at the Legendary Pit, but Mamoswine, he has done a lot today. We have seen numerous clutches from players on Mamoswine to get their team to victory.
right.
Lucifer, okay, he has a lot in terms of recovery. 33,000, that's something that I wouldn't kind of be seeing on Azumarill coming through,
Hmm.
but
Yeah,
not having a healer still, Enigma played so very, very well. They kept the fight
precisely.
ongoing, kept the pressure up. I mean, kudos to Prod on August 5. You can see he has 43,000 in terms of recovery, but how much more can you ask from him when it's Enigma giving Orgles 5 a beating? And Kuldeep, as we said, MVP, 85 points. He was a defender. We have seen speedsters and attackers and all rounders getting MVP, but at max it was 83 Raider.
Well, this shows that even the defenders can actually be quite crucial for the team.
Hmm.
Even the supporters can be quite crucial. Everybody in the team is actually going to play its own vital role, and it's Kuldeep getting the Rayquaza for the team and getting that straight up advantage. Because if Rayquaza would have not been in the favor, it's either a possibility that if Kuldeep lost that Rayquaza, some other guy from Team August 5 would have swept that Rayquaza
Oh,
in his favor.
yes.
And then what happened? Situations would have been turned quite adverse for this particular team. But Anima Gaming, straight up domination from the corner from start till the end.
Hmm.
Every single moment when we thought that this should go for Oculus 5, this Reggie Leaky or this Reggie's Eyes or this Reggie Steel should be covered by a team Oculus 5. What happens? The counter comes in and a beautiful swoop is done and dusted from the team known as Anima Gaming. It's all about the consistency right now because we have seen great starts coming up, but the
Hmm.
endings are something which we actually fear for.
I agree with you. I think every team needs to fear for what can happen at the end. Like,
Exactly.
what storyline they start off with, the impact that they do in the first two rounds, maybe even the third round to an extent, but after that, a small mistake being made and a hefty prize being paid. Nobody wants that happening. Same goes for Enigma Gaming. Hopefully, they've watched the previous matches that happened today itself and know what can happen again. It has been a very hectic day for all the players. They thought they were in control, and one small extension, maybe one small wrong Unite move utilization, not finding effective utilization of it, and immediately them losing it all. It's like a block of Jenga, right? You
Yeah.
start placing it one top of each other, and at a point, you need to make a right decision, maybe to pick up like to one block which is holding the entire building, and you pick the wrong one, and the entire thing just
It tumbles down.
breaks. You have nothing in control after that. You have to rebuild from scratch. And meaning here in context will be that your team's mental game. Every
Yeah.
individual's player's mentality should come to a same point where it rebuilds and you synergize really, really well. So super crucial for Enigma to continue this because they were completely in control. Augles 5 were completely broken apart into pieces and they were trying to fight like individuals. And you saw it most of the times.
Mhm.
Whenever they lost the player, they were immediately seeking revenge, and I think that's something that Augles 5 need to
Mm.
stop doing and just
Yeah.
farm.
Well, definitely they had to farm, they had to gain as many as AOS energy which was possible so that they can eventually get the XP as well. And apart from that, they could easily have the advantage of evolving because Lucifer rightly said that they didn't have the advantage of evolving at the right time. But all of that, we'll talk about that. But before
Mhm.
that, remember, guys, we have got the ban phase of round number two of this BO5. Will this be possible for Team August 5 to turn down the tides because they have banned the Mime and from Anime Gaming, it's going to be Snorlax. Definitely a huge advantage coming up from the corner as well. Apart from that, Vanquisher comes up with a Tyranitar.
I understand the mime ban coming through because as we spoke about Kuldeep, Sadao also was very crucial. He had 14 assists of for his teammate. So taking out Sadao's role over there is going to be interesting of how Enigma adapt to it. But Enigma going on a Snorlax ban. We saw Goku trying to annoy them, but not to a great extent. But let's see how it works out. Right now, we have a confirmation also from production saying that there is going to be a rehost of this lobby because
Oh, okay.
seems to be a small glitch. But in the meantime, I feel like at least the Pokemon picks should be the same that as we see on the screen. It should be
Mm.
something that a player got put out or something. But quickly talking about it, Vanquisher this time chooses a Tyranitar. We have seen all throughout the while of how effective Tyranitar is, but I think Raider, we only saw this effectiveness on day one and day two, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Precisely, precisely. After that, eventually, it was basically looking like that. Now the teams know the meta of Tyranitar and how
Yeah.
to diminish him. So exactly that can be quite crucial to see that one Pokemon which is getting used every now and then. I guess at some time, after some time, I believe its meta gets crushed, and
Mm-hmm.
eventually the enemy knows now how to counter this particular Pokemon
Yeah.
and beat Pokemons like let's say Tyranitar or Dodrio as well. Quite a few times you have seen Dodrio getting crushed down quite
Mm-hmm.
early. Lucario getting taken down. Today you saw that how beautifully Lucario, a great Pokemon, gets taken down every now and then.
Yeah.
Sizer was getting taken down now and then. I
Yes.
mean, the Pokemons which we were talking about, like it packs a punch, it has the right endurance which is required to fall back as well. they were getting taken down. Mamoswine was getting taken down. Even Snorlax for a moment we saw taken down. So this shows that if the Pokemon gets used in quite a few times, I believe things might change for it because the meta gets exploited quite a bit and the teams will be able to catch up and predict that how to counter that particular fight.
There was a Dodrio in this, so we thought
Yeah.
August 5 should be under control, but we saw two times the Unite coming in from Evil Genius, I guess, and not finding any value. Once on the Registeel, Registeel was full in health, and I think it didn't even do damage because it was a little bit off from the Registeel, and it fell off in vain. Even once when there was a legendary pit fight happening, not when Rayquaza, earlier
Right.
stages, around like 5 minutes of the game, he used a Unite again, which just ran across their opponent players, that is Enigma
Hmm.
Gaming, and still didn't find value. Even if he found value, it was just one, but the entire top lane control was lost because of that. So this tells
Yeah.
you that it does not matter that however you've seen your previous matches or your other teams who picked up one Pokemon and dominated, it may not be the same playstyle which can work out, or it is not the same team you're facing. The other team has prepared a counter for it. So with the rehost coming through, I'll be looking forward to how the entire pick for the both the teams comes across. But ban should be the same. And do you think this
Yeah.
will affect Enigma Gaming Raider? I want to understand from your perspective because Sada right now he's pushed out from Mime.
Hmm. I believe it is going to affect him quite a bit because I guess not like Revenant Esports or God's Train, every single team knows to actually exploit every single Pokemon. You
Mm-hmm.
have to have some kind of, let's say, justification that yes, this is the Pokemon I love to actually go with, and eventually I know its every single move and when to use those moves to be precise. So I guess yeah, Sadao not getting his preferred Pokemon is going to affect it, and maybe Oculus 5 is going to bounce back. And same goes for Oculus 5 as well, because
Mm-hmm.
if they are trying to go for one single Pokemon every now and then, and if it gets banned, so I guess the people which are actually trying to depend on that particular Pokemon, it will get impacted. Not just the guy who is choosing that Pokemon, the whole team will get impacted just because the guys were counting on him as well. That he's going to do the job. Even if we talk about Sadao, if he chooses the mime every now and then and he supports the team quite well, well, everybody is going to count on him. And if the
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon gets changed, if he chooses some other Pokemon, I guess then everybody is going to get affected. So it's a
Yeah.
big game to be precise.
It is big game for both Enigma Gaming as well as Oculus 5 in total. Oculus 5 have no points. Enigma Gaming, they want to keep their position in the top 4, making
Hmm.
sure they get a chance to qualify to stage 2. But with matches running out of hands, right? We are already at day 5. I think we are going to be having just 2 more days of action here on stage 1. So
Okay.
teams need to make sure that they get a close right now, or at least start making a comeback from today. Just like we saw yesterday from Kemin Esports, right? They won a first offline match that gave them confidence that they're not out of the tournament. They might have had first game jitters, the days not working for them, synergy not building up really well. All they had to do was let go of all the mishaps that happened, forget that entire
Yeah.
previous 2 days, and start up as a new team in terms of, oh, we are starting the tournament today as well. They did not pay attention to the very less number of matches that they had. They just paid attention to the match on hand. From there on, they've kept their victory streak. They've won 2 matches, but that does not still confirm their position, right, Raider? So same goes for
Yeah.
Ogles 5. They do not have to worry. They've lost 2 matches, but that doesn't mean they're out of all the matches. They still have 4, and if they have a consecutive 4-win streak, it might give them a chance to push it up. But right now, because of the small technical glitch, we'll be back after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. And we are not going to be waiting for long. Raider, let's jump
Mm-hmm.
into the draft pick itself from there on to the
All
action.
right. Well, let's see how the action goes on. Remember, guys, there is a quick update for you guys that it's the score has been equalized to be precise. But before that, we'll talk about the ban phase coming up. In the ban phase, you can see Tyranitar and or Dodrio were pretty much banned. From the pick phase, you can see that Easy Sora. He has to actually pick out the Pokemon, and that's going to be Mime from his corner, particularly. And if we talk about from the corners of Vanquisher and Genius, let's see what are the Pokemons they're going to choose. Snorlax and Gardevoir gets confirmed, but let's see how far Kuldeep and Sadao can go with their meta.
With the picks done, and especially the annoying Dodrio banned, I'll be more than happy here, Raider. The only
Mhm.
reason is that without Dodrio, we get to see some very fiery, intense action. But again, in
Mhm.
between these two teams, when the Dodrio was there previously as well, Enigma were able to immediately destroy it. So for them, it's not a tough one to work around with. But Ogles 5 making this ban, I'm not too sure why they've done it. But talking about the picks, there was previously a Mime ban, so now we'll see what happens next. Sora is still going to be on Mime. Kuldeep this time, not on any of the defenders. He's going to be jumping on the Eldegoss. Now he is going. Wait, okay. I still keep getting confused when these names keep popping up. Again, these are picks that teams are making in on behalf of their teammates as well. In the final preparation phase, we are going to be seeing what are the actual choices. With
Yeah,
Azumarill, Decidueye, and Venusaur to end for Enigma Gaming's choices.
a
On
champ.
Ogles 5, it is going to be Snorlax, Gardevoir, Itachi, mostly he generally uses that itself. It's going to be Mew. Goku is going to be switching to none other than Mamoswine, but Prod. I'm not too sure if he picks that. I think maybe changes between the Vanquisher, and yes, it is going to be and Machamp on Vanquisher.
Interesting. Let's see how Machamp is going to just go ahead and show the rampage for the team. Apart from that, if we talk about Team Enigma Gaming, Eldegoss, Decidui, definitely quite a great pick coming from the corner, particularly. But let's see how far can they go after having one wins in their favor and moving far. I believe team known as August 5 have also secured one win, if I'm not wrong. Can
Yes.
you tell more? Can you tell us more about that particular perspective?
So there has been an issue.
Okay.
So therefore, Enigma had to give away their second round. Again, as we say, playing from remote events, and there's only some time that we can allocate based on the rules on the player rulebook, and therefore they had to give away the second round. So right now, scoreline has been equalized on a 1-1. So Oglers 5 do get a chance to take up the lead from here on,
Right.
but it is not going to be an easy one, especially looking at choices. Enigma are like, no way that we are going to be looking forward to getting letting them run away with any of the choices. So we will be looking forward to as soon as the game starts up. But what interests me is the variety of choices that I ended up seeing coming in from both the ends, right? Like
Yeah.
Dodrio being banned, it opened up a whole new surface level of other Pokemons to come up, especially from Enigmas, and we even see Decidueye coming through. On the other end, we see a Machamp coming in on rank fishers, and so very interesting and peculiar choices coming through when one team doesn't have supporters at all and another team doesn't have defenders at all. So let's jump into the action and see without defenders or without supporters who's going to be successful.
Let's see how far this battle is going to go on. 9 minutes, 49 seconds more to go, and eventually, if we talk about the farming, well, that's of course what is actually happening. Spinner on the other corner is also trying his level best to farm. Itachi backs out the Air Synergy, trying to actually get the synergy and go ahead and bag out as many as goals as possible. Mime is here, so definitely things might actually go a little bit more shaky for these particular guys. But look at that, the attacks are still coming up. Solar Beam comes in, damage was there, but it was, I believe, Mime who bags out the Air Synergy.
Air synergy is something that everybody is looking out for, and at this point, it is also experience combined. Goku, he might be KO'd if he overextends because there is Mime who will help Bulbasaur at this point to survive. And look at Goku, the light screen, because they don't have immediate attacks or moves to follow up. Yes, Swinub will be able to back off, but if there was any wrongdoings over there, Goku would have paid with his life.
Oh, indeed, he would have been taken down at that moment. Enigma Gaming, after having a beautiful victory, August 5 did came back in the second round. Moving up ahead, this is going to be the third round. It's a very crucial round to be precise. But the solar beams, well, it's not going to stop. The Air Energy is getting farmed. If we talk about Fura, look at that 24 Air Energy. He can easily go ahead and eventually bounce back and get the goal done and dusted in his favor. But it's not going to be that easy. As you all can
Mhm.
see, the Raptor is coming up on the top lane. From Machoka is actually there. And if we talk about the Ezreal, still trying to defend it. Oh,
Sora has always been bombarded with the solar beam. Furia right now trying to chase Goku out, but in the meantime there is also a Snorlax which was hiding, and what do they do? Punish it, send it back home. But now Goku seems like he would have been caught. Thankfully, using his move, he runs away, but that tackle is not going to be enough for him to survive because right now he evolves to a Pillow Swine, which will open up a little bit of the horizons of the other moves that he can work with. But there is a mid lane control that they have to fight for because Decidueye is coming in the same direction because that also is looking forward to experience as well as AO synergies. Right now, Bulbasaur is finally evolved to an Ivysaur, but bottom lane and top lane control brilliantly being showcased from Enigma's end. They're not overextending Raider and also not indulging in any unwanted fights. They're going ahead, throwing a couple of their moves, and then just backing off.
Yeah, definitely. They have to be pretty secure about their EOS energy as well. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Residue coming up, look at those arrows. Definitely, it can impact quite a bit on Piloswine, but let's see how the impact is going to be. That this is the moment where they can easily go ahead and score, and they exactly wanted to do that. But the Piloswine, the attacks coming from this particular Pokemon, are absolutely on point. But at the same moment, Anima Gaming, that mime was able to find the gap, and eventually he was able to capsize on it. But Sadao is going to TP back. Yes, of course, the top lane is going to be a little bit more vulnerable. And August 5 is currently catching up on it, and they're doing a very decent job of actually giving the guys from Anima Gaming.
It's going to be a tough one. It is a three-man push on top lane coming in where they're losing players. Enigma, they've lost two because of the Gardevoir, a 2 KO streak, but immediately followed up with a Spirit Shackle. Oh wait, actually a double down over there. Itachi, not too sure how he survives, but thankfully because the goal zone is still alive, he survives, gets the berries for himself, and waits for his teammates to respawn, but is still constantly being hit. A brilliant barrier and immediate confusion ray, but it does not do a lot in terms of damage. But right now it's time for the Regieleki damage. But with the boost, Vanquisher is ready to make some punches, heavy hits coming through. But will he be allowed is a question that we have to wait and watch. Sadav has already started fighting with the Regieleki with the Aqua Tail. It's already Lucifer trying to do damage, but Itachi wanted to time it perfectly, but the only timing is Lucifer's as he takes down Itachi.
A beautiful indeed counter coming from Itachi's corner, but he fails to do so. On the other corner, let's see the goals getting done. Enigma Gaming also trying to wrap up this particular goal zone, and yes, of course, they were able to do so. 125 is the right amount of score. Enigma Gaming is coming up with the solar beams coming in. The shields were there, but definitely not enough to counter with it. But if we talk about the LG cost, let's see how far they can actually go with that kind of consistency. Meanwhile, Destiny plus 40 points, and altogether it's Enigma with 125 points. And if we reciprocate the 2 and 5 placement in the scorecard, it's 152 points for all Skyesports. Quite good enough. Kuldeep on the other corner, the MVP for the last match. Let's see how far he can go.
In terms of levels, both the range attackers from August 5 and Enigma, Gardevoir as well as Decidueye, they've leveled up to 10 each. In the meantime, the entire team is still raking up, getting there. Finally, Ivysaur is also evolved to a Venusaur. On the other end, we see chaos happening because of the streak. I think the Petal Dust came through, as well as maybe the Unite move which was used from Decidueye at the bottom lane and making it a 3 KO streak, and now immediately putting down goals, making sure they find a way to destroy it, and finally the first goal zone to be destroyed is none other than August 5's, and they will be facing a deficit. But on the other end, they've already got a chance to respawn. Sadao is making sure that it's not going to be easier, and as soon as they respawn, they're also not there. Their wild Pokemons are not there to immediately farm, so he gets it denied a little couple of them.
Wow, look at Mew. Yes, he
trap.
came out at the same instant. Yes, of course, the trap was absolutely on point. Not on the other corner is also not looking that sharp. His SP is also looking quite diminished, but he is ready to bring back the glory for the team. On the other corner, if we talk about the PGs coming up, that's quite a good enough. They were able to fall back at that same instance, but Sadao is basically like, yeah, the trap worked quite a bit. Now, once again, I'm going to do the same.
Lucifer, he can be caught because of Goku, who's in the back lines, but he dodges the Icicle Spear. Same goes with Kuldeep as well. Now Gardevoir coming in, he is trying to hit with all of the side shocks coming through, and it all connects, and lastly the Solar Beam as well. Now they're just running away, giving them the chance, but look at what happens. A slumber coming through, which gives a big advantage here for August 5, and a block also being used, and all of them are getting pushed right into the side shock. Oh, Goku was there, but a big Seed Bomb as a Unite being used, found nothing. The Solar Beam was also there from the Venusaur, trying to do damage. Now there's a Mammoth Mash coming through, which can help them take out, but because of the healer there, I think it's going to be the Mammothswine who can go down, but Furia is super low. They need to intervene, and yes, they rightly intervene and take down Furia. take down the Mamoswine, and now an easy opening and an easy fight here as they take down the Regieleki. Yes, the Machamp is there. They're coming in immediately to the fight,
Wow.
banging in on the Venusaur. That hectic punches, Venusaur couldn't take any of it, but Azumarill still fighting along with Sora. The Aqua Tail should find some value, but a big Unite being committed
Aurelio.
just to get that Regieleki. And after the Regieleki to follow up on Sora as well, the was the use of the Psychic as well, but Decidueye, the savior, he makes sure that only Regieleki will be able to push. Everybody else has to back off.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody has to back off so that they can bring back the consistency which is required at this point. If we're talking about Itachi, the solar beams are going to be quite crucial from its corner. Goku, this particular guy is also waiting for the right moment to actually stomp on the enemy. Let's see how far they can go. That's the biggest question. Out in front of the Reggie Steel gets spawned, and after having the advantage of Reggie Eliki, now they are actually seeking for the Reggie Steel also. So let's see, is it going to be a possibility or somebody else is going to steal them apart? But no, Gardevoy denies the fact.
Attack boost is something that they've gotten, but there is nobody to attack and fight for. And what Enigma is doing is just waiting for Rayquaza. There is a big gap, 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, we have seen teams break and even teams make. But now,
Yeah.
reading it right, you see there was an intention. They knew that somebody should be hiding in the tall grasses, especially so close to the final stretch. Prod pushes and he sees the Eldegoss trying to run away. And now they have the idea. And that's the reason both Prod and Goku taking control of the left side of the bottom lane.
Answer is trying their level best to have the advantage in their favor. Enigma Gaming have got the lead for now, but eventually we have to remember that there are only 3 goal zones left from each side. And if we talk about Lucifer, look at this sneaky guy. Oh, gets connected. I thought he was so easily going to get the goal done. But Mew comes in with the solar beam, and that was absolutely on point. On the other corner, the time period is looking a little bit more shaky. You can already see that the attacks are coming up. The solar beams once again gets formed. Lucifer is not looking that great, but he has to TP back. I believe once again the strategies are something going to be quite crucial to watch out from the top lane. They can easily go forward, but let's see how far they can go. Meanwhile, Rayquaza still chills in the side.
Lucifer, right now, his intention is only to wait it out. He knows just like how he went for a sneaky goal, somebody might try. Vanquisher, he tried for a Unite, but it looks like he's not found value. In the meantime, a big
Oh,
block coming through Furia. He tried for a solar beam connection, but right now he's trying to run away because he knows with that shield as well as light barrier coming through, it's not going to be easy to run away. But Sora, he's trying to make them pay a price. Slam comes in, and there is Vanquisher also trying to do damage with Lucifer, who just healed, and he's back into the game along with
wow.
Decidueye helping out. They found one on Snorlax, which is going to be a very crucial and important one. But the Gardevoir is blocking the path, and big solar beams from both the ends being used, but only one team finds value with Decidueye. But Rayquaza is super low, and it's going to be Oglis 5 who are trying to do more and more damage. And now somehow it should be Enigma Gaming jumping in very fast. If that does not happen, they will lose Rayquaza. And in the meantime, a big Unite being committed here from Sadao. That's going to be Decidueye with coming in all the arrows, trying to throw it down, and players get eliminated from none other than Ogles 5. And now this looks to be a favorable fight for Enigma, but the players are starting to chime back in. But Venusaur
Wow.
is there. I think the Petal Dance was the closer, and now it's going to be an easy one to get a lot of goals back in.
Enigma bring back the glory that they lost in the second round. Once again in this round, they're going to be quite chaotic. Look at that. Do whatever you want to do, but the shields are going to protect us, and we are the one who is going to get this round in our favor. Look at that. Enigma just went bonkers on their aggression, and they are getting the results done in that state. Even though Izumaral quite a few times got struggled when he wanted to actually dish down the goal, while the Rayquaza fight was actually happening, Izumaral went on quite sneakily. He tried his level best to go for the goal in the top lane, but Machamp came in and destroyed the particular perspective of his. But still, Enigma winds up having a beautiful synergy, and they are the winners of BO5's third round, to be precise. One more round to go for Team
Yes.
Enigma, and 2 more for Team August 5.
Again, it was Enigma completely under control. The earlier, I would say, start and fight showed us like it looks like Ogles 5, their blows are better, and they're able to keep scoring goals. But Enigma, all their intention was keep farming, keep leveling, which worked out really very well for them, because you can see Prod, Goku, Itachi, 3 players are level 12, whereas majority of the players are level 14. Some are level 13 coming in, which tells us that it was a great game for Enigma. And also in terms of the goals, everybody is 100 plus. So meaning that everybody put value when they needed goals, and you can see how close it was going hand in hand. But once they got that first Regieleki, that was the motivation booster which pushed Enigma Gaming in terms of getting back control and reining back into the game. And from there on, what all they did was just kept fighting. Even Machamp, you saw he did a lot in terms of knockouts and assists and putting a lot of goals for Ogles 5, but only
Mhm.
one is not enough.
Definitely, it's quite amazing to see that how, despite of having the Reggie keys quite a few times, Oglis 5 was unable to counter the particular fight in their favor. But meanwhile, when it comes to the whole situation of the damages and the recoveries and the damage taken, I believe at that angle, Kuldeep did a beautiful number once again from the corners of Oglis 5. It was Prod who tried his level best to bring back the glory. Meanwhile, Vanquisher, if I talk about that guy particularly with the Machamp, he also did a
Exactly.
number on Team Enigma Gaming, and for sure that number was absolutely amazing. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the synergy. And look at Sadao, this guy. In the head to head, he was facing, if I'm not wrong, EG is a genius. But at this point, he's the guy who is actually having a lot of MVP merits in his favor. The goals
Hmm.
were 182 and 8 knockouts, 6 assists, and the total damage of 73,694. That's a huge score to set.
Decidua was very well played coming in from Sadao. In terms of using the right time, Unite, Spirit Shackles as he tries to hide in the tall grasses, all of those arrows were super crucial coming in on the Decidueye. In case any of them missed, it would be Sadao who would be facing a brunt for a loss as well, because it will not at all be easy when you don't have anybody to do damage. Making use of the ranged attacker at par, at best, making use of all the, I would say, best moves, he made it work in his favor, Raider. But again, it is 2-1. The entire day we have seen all 5 rounds play out. Enigma, yes, they've fared better compared to how we've seen Ogles 5, but Ogles 5, they also have 1 point. That should give them the boost that they can still bring it back into the game and push it to the round 5 where they can run away with the game. But it's not going to be that easy. You saw how Enigma are
Exactly,
prepared.
exactly.
Everybody is hitting shots. Machamp, I thought he'll be doing a great deal of damage. Yes, he did. Vanquisher played really well. But the amount of, I would say, help that he needed from his teammates as well
Exactly.
was missing, and that is not the team's fault. It was just how well Enigma was separating the players. You saw
Mhm.
Mamoswine at so many times doing so much damage, but after doing the damage, Machamp was not there. There was nobody else to help. Gardevoir, especially Gardevoir, was at least somewhere far further away from the team. The ranged attack should connect, but like
Mhm.
how the players were running around, whenever the Psyshock was used or whenever it missed, immediately what Enigma Gaming were doing was jumping on Gardevoir, because of which Gardevoir is out, ranged attack is lost, and now it is all punches that they have to pack. And Lucifer was better on that Azumarill. Let's hope it does not happen again. For Ogles 5, they push it to the fifth one. But quickly jumping at the highlights here, Raider, what do you think?
Mhm.
Do you get a hint or a splash of Ogles 5 getting back into the game?
I guess there is a hope that they are actually going to bring back the glory, because look at the start. The way they are actually starting it off in the rounds particularly is absolutely amazing. From the start, they are able to capsize quite a bit. They were getting quite a few KOs. And meanwhile, if I talk about the guys coming from Anima Gaming Hall, they were actually coming up with the defensive position. But after that, for I guess 3 minutes straight, the contribution from Enigma Gaming was absolutely amazing. This Sadao guy, and apart from that, the Dinosaur quite a few times. Eventually, you guys remember that the Rayquaza was also stolen by this particular
Yes.
Venusaur. So definitely, I believe
Furia.
the synergy was absolutely on point. And if I talk about Lucifer as well, we remember that these two
You're
guys
talking
were
about
quite
me?
this particular Lucifer. Yeah,
Just
this
kidding.
guy from Anima Gaming. Yeah, quite a few times it was like Lucifer was about to go down, but eventually the support from Cura and the other guys came in, and that is the right support that we needed. Look at that. Every single time when there was a moment, I'm not saying that completely 110% Enigma was able to give this energy, but yes, when it was needed the most, the guys were there from Enigma.
And also to make these decisions, you just saw Furia taking a teleport back to base. You even
Yeah.
saw Lucifer when he took early damage as soon as the Rayquaza was spawned. He's like, I'm going to be going back to the base. I don't want to indulge in fights and provide a difficulty for my team. And what the other players were doing was just buying time. And it worked out. You could see the timing of the Unite moves coming through. As soon as he knew he connected on the players, the Unite comes out. And Mew tried to run away as much as possible with a Unite of their own. But it's not going to be enough, Raider. Right now,
Mhm.
Ogles 5, they've got a chance to understand what was correct, what was wrong, and what better they have to do. But they have to change up something in terms of players playing together. Enigma Gaming, you saw whenever this highlights also played, all of them were spread around. Even that bottom lane, you remember, right? It was such a brilliant trap setup that Decidueye was hiding in the tall grasses, sends a Spirit Shackle as soon as the Mew is seen, and then immediately another move also gets utilized from his teammate, which is going to be a complementary move, and an immediate KO on that Mew.
Yeah.
These kind of setups needs to be done from Ogles 5. They need to create spaces and opportunities which works in their favor.
Definitely, one has to know that which are the opportunities we have to capsize on, which are the
Hmm.
moments that we have to actually learn from and eventually come back a bit more stronger. Because now the fourth round is about to be here anytime soon, and eventually this round could be the ending for the day. But it could
Yes.
also be a new beginning for Oculus 5, and maybe they will be able to give the counter. So definitely, there are quite a few speculations, but I believe with that ban phase and the big phase
Oh
coming up
yeah.
soon enough, we'll get to know. Yeah.
Now with like Enigma Gaming changed their picks. I'm not too
Hmm.
sure what the ban is going to be from Oculus 5. Are they
Yeah.
going to keep the same thing like Snorlax coming through, which we did see, but how well can it kind of work out? This time, Oculus 5 decided they not want to give the chance of a mime coming through because that barrier was annoying. Barrier and immediate confusion ray or a barrier and immediate furia jumping in, so we will see how it works out. On the other end, Enigma will be banning still Tyranitar. They do not want to give them a chance on that. Vanquisher,
Right.
so he decides, we don't have a Tyranitar, I'll still pick a Snorlax for my team because we have seen how impactful Snorlax can be, especially
Precisely.
with the block.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. We have seen that kind of perspective coming up. But Vankisha, how far can he go? How the reach are actually going to be there? That's absolutely important to see. Oculus 5 definitely a huge pressure is there on them because this could be the last match for them. This could be the
Hmm.
last round for them to be precise. And Oculus 5, despite of playing this many matches, their standing in the whole group wise standing is not that great to be precise. So Enigma Gaming, let's see how far they can go. Eldegoss and the Azumarill comes in for Sora. Dodger could be coming up for Itachi, and it's got confirmed. Gardevoir comes in from Prod. Interesting enough, if we talk about Sadao and Lucifer, Sadao, please go for the Residue because you did an amazing job with that particular Pokemon. But let's see which is the Pokemon he's going to choose. Meanwhile, Lucifer might actually go for the Mamoswine, which was actually quite chaotic for them. Okay, Sadao maybe going for the Residue. Let's see. Is it going to be get confirmed? Okay, it is confirmed. Let's see how our 5 is going to fight back from this punch.
We'll wait and watch on how it works.
Hmm.
But for now, I want to see what are the picks on Oculus 5. What changes do they make? They still have the Gardevoir. Itachi on. Not too sure if he's going to be playing the Dodrio, but
Hmm.
Goku. I think there might be a switch up between Goku and Vanquisher
All
on
right.
that Snorlax as well as Blissey. Genius, I think he might take up the Gardevoir. Oh, it's going to be Vanquisher
Yeah.
who takes it up, and Prod he's going to be jumping in. And this was the change.
What?
That's what I thought. It is Vanquisher who should play Zarina, and Genius goes on Gardevoir. But on the other end, Furia is on none other than the Ninetales. Sidao on the Destiny, which he already showcased really, really well. Sora, he
Mhm.
picks up none other than the Mammoth because you saw Mime was denied. So right now, it still looks in terms of composition very well and established
Right.
for Enigma
Right.
Gaming. On the other end, August 5, they've made some very peculiar choices, which is interesting. But I'm not too sure how well it will work out because in the first round itself, we saw Dodrio was not enough to kind of get the goals in and create a difference. Enigma were ready. Enigma always dealt a KO on the Dodrio. It was like their first target whenever they saw players from August 5.
We'll definitely see Giorgio as Pizza is a very crucial player to be precise. He's a very stealthy guy. He's a very fast one. So
Hmm.
definitely it is very important to actually use him. But when it comes to his endurance, that is the way. That is the situation where I believe that tough call has to be made that when you have to use the pizza, when you have to actually go for the Dodrio to be precise, when you want to steal, when you want to actually get the KO in a swift moment, then I believe Dodrio is an asset. But apart from that, I believe August 5 was unable to capitalize on that perspective. But moving up, if we talk about the fights coming up, look at that Snorlax and the other Pokemon is just trying to move forward in the top lane. And meanwhile, if we talk about the composition of Enigma Gaming, the Azumarill from the corner and the Eldegoss also got sent.
We start off maybe the last round here where Enigma takes it all, or is going to be August 5 pushing it to the fifth.
Right.
August 5, initially they're creating goals for themselves, but looks like Bonesweet, the Vanquisher on Serena, might be the first KO. And yes,
Yeah.
Lucifer makes sure he's still on the barrel. He's like, I might be small right now. I might just increase a little bit after size when I go to Azumarill, but I'm going to be deadly either way.
Well, definitely. The fights was absolutely on point. Oculus 5 for the moment are trying to be chaotic. Look at that from the start, just like the last round, they are actually trying to be sneaky ones, trying to gain as many points as possible. Dory is there, definitely. Let's see how this impact is going to be there for Oculus 5. This could be a very advantageous Pokemon, but meanwhile, the Swinub
Oh,
comes in and
Chansey's out.
takes down the Chansey. Yeah.
The bottom lane is working so well for Enigma. You can see Dodrio, I'm surprised. Itachi is still in level 4. Oh, this is going to hurt. They lose another player. Hilla is down, and now it's still not Gardevoir, so it's taking a lot in terms of, I would say,
Wow.
efforts. And you can see goals also still coming in from Enigma. Enigma, they're like, we're done. It's going too long. We do not want to proceed to the next day. We want to finish it right here, right now. How soon are every Pokemon leveling up from Enigma Gaming? You can see so close. Desidia is also from its stage, and then talking about Pillorswine as well, which is going to be coming to Mamoswine very soon. So all Pokemon's ready right now to leave their stages and get to their last evolution form.
Well, fortunately, this is working out for Team Enigma for now. But Douglas 5, will they be able to concise their attack and eventually come back a little bit stronger? That's the question. Kuldeep and Sadao, two of those legendary guys coming from Enigma Gaming, they are trying to gel with each other and trying to perform equally well. And they are actually succeeding in it. Goku meanwhile tries to farm, but Tordio gets the swine. Finally, the revenge is here. But now the attacks are coming up, and I guess from Serena's corner, Eldigo is finally getting taken down.
I mean, we are seeing a couple of KO that August 5 are doing on Enigma Gaming, but is it going to be enough? It is all 1v1 situation. Now, Enigma will become alert. They will make sure that these 1v1 situations are not seen in further, because if that happens a lot more frequently, August 5, easy level ups for them. And you can see, as I was speaking, Decidueye is finally in its last form. Mamoswine should be there very soon, but Sora, he's still either way will do a lot of damage coming in. Icicle Spear, Bagaiwa with the Psyshock should be able to steal most of the energy, but with the slams coming in and another Psyshock, they make sure Ninetales goes out. Pillorswine as well, super low. Decidueye trying to run away, move out, but in the meantime, Sora tries to push them to the Flux Zone where the Spirit Shackle can connect and do a lot more damage, but unfortunately it's not finding any value. Vanquisher takes the Spirit Berry and makes sure that life gets healed off, and Sora somehow still survived, but finally Shadow Sneak coming through. Prod is being targeted, but Prod using the slam tries to run away, and Goku with the egg makes sure he heals his teammate, but still Zarina goes down to Pillorswine.
Yeah, indeed. The KOs are coming up, but meanwhile, our Dodger is actually being very sneaky. He was able to swipe out quite a few goals from his corner. But look at that. This Snorlax once again tries to corner out a selected Pokemon and then eventually take him apart. But let's see how far they can go with this kind of approach. But now Enigma is just trying to go with the Rampage. The Pillorswine is trying to be quite sneaky on the corner. The attacks are for sure coming up. The Ninetales is there at the same exact moment. The push is coming up. Look at that Snorlax. He's actually trying to be quite sneaky, but Pillorswine manages to retaliate at that same sense. KOs from Team August 5 are also coming up.
Eldegoss did get one, but an immediate exchange after Zarina. Soro right now chasing. Genius, making sure that the Decidueye goes down. But somehow it'll be surviving. My bad. Not even Genius. It's going to be Itachi and gets goals done, which closes the gap. But now it is time to pay. But Itachi, making use of the moves, runs away, and it's going to be Prod who comes in and makes sure that all these wild Pokemon, maybe he did not get the Pokemons which were from Enigma, they do get the wild Pokemons, farm it for themselves, and now the battle starts on the top lane. They're getting pushed. Players are super low. Lucifer might be the first to follow up. Is going to be none other than the Eldegoss. A 2 KO streak coming through for Zarina. Brilliantly played here from August 5 to take this first Regieleki of this map. But again, it's 5 minutes later.
In 5 minutes, we'll get to see the clear picture that which is the Pokemon which is the team to decide is going to lead forward. But if we talk about the advantages coming up, August 5 is actually having the Regieleki once again. They are getting the advantage, but meanwhile, these Mamoswines and the other Pokemon have to defend the advantage, and they are doing it quite smoothly. But on the other corner, look at the bottom lane. It's Ninetales against all the Pokemon trying to surround with them. A Decidueye comes from the back, and Eldegoss is also there to support the team. Let's see how far they can go in the map. You can already see that this fight is actually looking quite strong. Mamoswine also comes in. Goals are getting dunked. August 5 once again tries to go with the Rampage, and they were pretty much successful in destroying one more goal zone of Team Enigma Gaming. It's not looking good for Enigma.
Lucifer, he's just on the top trying to fight with Regieleki, and he will. In the meantime, Enigma, we did not get Regieleki, but we'll try to take Registeel, making sure our attack improves, and Sora making sure he tries to defend, but Prod is still going, and Blissey through an egg bomb, it gets it all. A power nap coming through, and the Eldegoss goes down. Gardevoir, brilliant play, and so now immediately trying to run away with the TP, but gets slammed on. Enigma, they're losing all control, and now Zarina stamping on none other than the Decidueye, and another KO being found. August 5 in a big 200 in terms of the goal advantage that they have, and look at this, the Psychic and Psyshock both being hit right on the goal zone, making sure that Enigma's players will not be able to stand on that, because if they stand on that, their healing will be easier. Right now, Sora being alone, he knows he cannot take up a 1v2 situation fight, because again, one is a ranged attacker, another is going to be a supporter, which can take a lot in terms of damage.
Damage is for sure coming up. Goku on the other corner tries to farm as many as wild Pokemon as possible. Meanwhile, now the wait is for Rayquaza, to be honest. If we talk about Enigma, the only ray of sunshine from them is going to be the advantage of Rayquaza, because
Hmm.
if I talk about the other aspects, you can only see how aggressive Team Oculus 5 is coming up and how advantageous their gameplay is coming up. They're for sure getting the games in their favor. They're for sure getting the advantage of their kills. And apart from that, if I talk about the Mammoth, yes, of course, the punches are coming up. But Sora, how far he can go with these punches. Snorlax on the other corner. This tank is absolutely proving his
Oh
best.
no, the
But look at
block.
that. Once again, the block comes in. Amazing aspect of this fight. But still, the results are not that clear. Oculus 5, they are losing quite a bit.
But look at a Unite move being considered and used just to help out Sora run away. Now,
Mm,
Dodrio pays a price. Itachi tried to sneakily go in and get goals. He does, but he had to give away his life as well. But
right.
look at the switch up coming in from Oglers 5. They see Reggie Aliki. They know they have 45 seconds plus. They're immediately running to the top lane, making sure they take down Reggie Aliki. Okay?
Right.
Which should give them a better advantage, if not already given them a huge, making sure Enigma fall down here.
I mean, exactly that's what happened in the last match as well, where Enigma got the Reggie Wiki, and after that, they focused on the other, I believe, arena where they were focusing on the Rayquaza. So that's exactly what is happening for now. But Enigma is bouncing back, they're putting up quite a few amazing goals, and look at that, Reggie Wiki getting countered. But there we go, we have got some assistance coming up from the particular team known as Enigma Gaming. Let's see how far they can go. Ninetales waiting for the right moment. Giorgio on the other corner with that kind of, let's say, Unite move can be quite advantageous. But Giorgio finally gets the Reggie. Now it's all about the defensive position that they have to actually form. And yes, in just 4 seconds, it can be quite critical. Doji on the other corner, maybe actually going to hide for the Reggie Keys advantage.
They've already started on the attacks. Unite already being so early from Sudav, but because
Wow.
they were so close, they are now going apart. And look at this, Itachi running right to their faces, taking players down, and Gardevoir also helping. They've already taken on 4 of the players. It's only one player surviving, Sora, who's being blocked. And Oglis
Oh,
5 take Rayquaza within a couple of seconds as soon as it gets formed. 30 seconds less, 20 seconds, that's all they took, and there's nothing
mhm.
that Enigma could do because most of the players, as soon as they stepped to the legendary pit, were all destroyed. Now they're trying to fight with the players who are surviving, try to deny them of the Rayquaza advantage, but they're all only fighting with Prod. Prod, how many ever Eos energies that he had, he already scored, and he's all buying time for his teammates now. Nothing else, he's just running around, playing around with this food right now, and it's Goggles 5 taking away this 4th round for themselves. Look at
Wow,
Prod, he's
indeed.
tanking so much damage knowing that he's level 13, whereas the other 2 players, they're still level 11. And after such a long fight, they finally take down Prod. But what is the use? They're
It's not
still
even
getting
enough
back.
at this point. Yeah, it's not even close at what Enigma is actually trying to actually counter. If we talk about August 5, they're already close to 800, and I believe they can easily go for a 1000 marker as well. Let's see how much points they are going to build. Itachi on the other this keeps I mean, honestly speaking, Giorgio changed the game quite a bit.
Yes. First, we saw from Evil Genius, which was always being countered from Enigma, but this time Itachi on the Giorgio was just annoying, and Enigma could not do anything now. Sneakily trying to goal and gets a 22, which should be 44, I guess. But that's not going to be enough. They have to rake up 800 goals because both Dodrio as well as Zarina at the base goal zone are not stopping. They're already at 940 and we have still 10 seconds to go. And it looks like both of them are not at all letting it go. They're like, we want to hit 1,000. That's our barrier. That's our commitment. As other players from Ogless 5, they're just delivering knockouts after knockouts on the players of Enigma, and only one person is surviving who was running for his life. That was none other than Eldigos. A brilliant comeback is something that we are able to see, and today we are not going to be ending without seeing all the 5 rounds in all the 3 matches that we witnessed, and that's where we are heading for this last best of 5 between Ogless 5 and Enigma Gaming.
Well, indeed, काफी ज़्यादा important. Indeed, I believe the clash was absolutely amazing. If we talk about Genius, well, 140 goals from his corner, but Vanquisher is the guy with 249 goals coming up. This arena was absolutely chaotic. August 5
Oh,
giving
yes.
this kind of damage was absolutely amazing to watch out, to be precise. I expected quite a bit from this particular team, but August 5, the way they turned it out was absolutely on point. After the 4 minute marker, it was basically decided from August 5 that we are not going to let the advantage go from our hands, and got the Regie key. And after that, they were leading the charts with, I guess, close to 130 points in their favor, with a buffer to be precise. But after that, when they got the Regie key with the Rayquaza, deal was shut.
Brilliant play coming in from none other than Ogless 5. Look at the damage: 74 on Vanquisher, Genius on 71, complimentary plays coming through. Goku with 70,000. Prod, brilliant play in that block that he used in Itachi. Made sure it was a very effective Dodrio. On the other end, Kuldeep tried to help as much as possible. But here, we could not see Sadal, Lucifer, and all chiming in, and also the Ninetales choice being made. It didn't give them a big advantage. Unfortunate, but Oculus 5, they had to make some kind of changes because of the mime ban. You see, Enigma Gaming did not have control, and Oculus 5 Vanquisher on Zarina, man, oh man, he was a deadly one. He was literally making sure he kicks and wrecks the players. 10 knockouts, 5 assists, 70,000 damage as I mentioned, and he need it to be the MVP for the team.
Definitely quite a beautiful performance coming from this particular team. But Oculus 5, will they be able to capsize the way SATL did, the way
Hmm.
Goldstein did? We have to look into it for sure. Right now, I guess this day particularly, we are about to see pretty much 15 matches, 15 amazing rounds coming up for sure.
Hmm.
From the first match, it was again 5 rounds. From the second match, again 5 rounds. And the
Yes.
victory comes in the hands of the one which was the most consistent, which was the one which was most opportunistic. And for now, would like to say that Oculus 5 is the one which is looking forward to be very opportunistic.
Hmm.
Enigma, basically, they had the advantage in the third round where they were quite aggressive from the start, but still they were taking down. But now I just hope that the consistency for these two teams should be on point.
Let's see how it will be. But from the start, we did see Enigma Gaming did get a couple of KO, and we were also worried that Doduo, Itachi that you can see in, after evolving to Dodrio, that's where the momentum completely shifted. Itachi got control of what he needed to do, what more he could do, and they were just kept running. And I think Furia on Ninetales was a good choice, but still it was not very effective because it was not complementing anything. His icy freezy race coming through did freeze a couple of the Pokemons, but it was not enough for somebody to immediately act upon it because it was always left that Ninetales, after using its own move, it only had to use another move to find a KO, but which was always failing. And I think that's something that Enigma need to kind of work on to make better of, but still stealing these Pokemon, stealing the Regis away from them, and also committing a unite, which made life so difficult. You could see, first of all, there was one thing that was put on, none other than the side shock coming from Gardevoir, and after that, immediately a power nap right in between. As soon as they take the Regieleki, made their life even more hellish.
Right. Indeed, the impact was pretty much on point, but the thing which actually adhered at this point was the consistency that Oculus 5 was bringing with their attack. Every single now and then, whenever Enigma tried their level best to give the counters, it was Serena or it was some other Pokemon such as the corner beats, or like the Doppio, which was able to keep that huge comeback. But I actually missed a lot from Gardevoir's corner because that damage was not there from Team Oculus perspective.
I mean, right now, Raider, we did miss a couple of things in terms of
Hmm.
what they could have done, both from
Right.
Oculus 5 as well as um, Enigma Gaming's end. But it was Enigma Gaming who fell a lot more shorter compared to Oculus 5. Oculus 5 played really, really well. Even though there could have been chances where Gardevoir could have been shut down. What were Oculus 5 doing? Making sure that Gardevoir played behind, made sure that they had some kind of cover. And Prod, huge credits to him, he was always jumping in, understanding that, oh wait, they're trying to target my ranged attackers, they're trying to target my speedsters. He immediately slams in, and therefore you could see players were running back. Same goes whenever the Blissey came in, they were all like, oh wait, they're trying to play around with Blissey right now, making sure that the Blissey acts as a shield. And Blissey, it could also heal. And at the last as well, when Itachi used his unite and then the beaks coming through to attack a lot more, he also was helped with the X coming through so that he's constantly healed and made sure he did a lot in terms of damage as well. So I think this play that Oculus 5 had in mind, where they could have gelled really, really well, and which we keep talking about, that the complementary attacks and the stuns, they were a little bit better, because of which at most number of the points, right, we were seeing Decidueye slowed down immediately. We were seeing that Fury on Ninetales was slowed down and couldn't do anything, and that is the pace advantage that they immediately took upon them. But Raider, we have
Mhm.
finally reached the last round. From here, there is no next rounds. There's no another chance here. And what do you feel like? Is it going to be Oculus 5? As we said, Oculus 5, just like how Kemen is losing their matches, Oculus 5 have lost their first two. This is the redemption match, not on the same opponent, but at least
Right.
to start something on their account. Do you think it's going to be happening here now and now itself?
Well, I really think that yes, of course, August 5, the way they are performing, I believe there is a chance that they are easily going to redeem out and get the match in their favor. So definitely actually counting for that. But
Mm-hmm.
meanwhile, if we talk about Enigma, the way they were able to give the comeback in the, I believe, third round and in the first one as well. So still speculations are there. I'm actually rooting for Team Enigma at this point that
Mm-hmm.
they might actually give the comeback, but we can't actually deny the fact that way the way to be precise, August 5 is performing is absolutely commendable.
Yeah. Right now, Oculus 5 to get back into the game, as we said, they did lose a point after also getting one more. They did immediately lose. Enigma played really well, but this fourth round made sure that Enigma do not run away as they close this off. And this does tell us that we are not about to end the day anytime soon, because this one, even though it's going to be a 10-minute matchup, it's going to be a very tough one for both of them. Everybody will give it their all, jump in with everything that they've got, will choose the best of the best Pokemons, but it'll all depend on one more small thing, Raider. And I want to ask you that question. The
Hmm.
bans. Do you
Yeah.
think that will impact a lot?
Well, definitely, if the Dodger gets banned, if the right Pokemon gets banned,
Mm-hmm.
I think the situation might actually change. Definitely, that is why the bans are there to actually just spice up the things, and I believe that is
Yes.
exactly what is going to happen in the last round as well. Definitely, it is the last one. A lot of things happened today, be it
Mm-hmm.
coming from the match of SHL or Godstone versus Revenant, or if we talk about this particular matchup as well. So, a lot of things have happened. A lot of diversity was there, aggression was there, strategies were there, ceiling was there, the on point domination was there, the teams which are having the maiden voyage of clean sweeps like 3-0 and having a highest amount of, let's say, average damages and average goals in their favor. All of those things turned out quite a bit. But now moving up ahead, we'll talk about the last match, last round, last BO5 for the day. And this is actually going to be the ban phase where we are going to witness which other two Pokemons getting banned. I'm actually rooting for a beautiful ban phase coming up. Okay, the ban phase is pretty much over and it's Tyranitar and Mime getting banned.
What? Enigma Gaming? Dodrio? Why? I have these questions. But maybe they have something that August, they would have known about August 5 and their players, right? That is
Right.
also one thing that comes into play, that Enigma Gaming know the players better. They've played against them numerous times. So banning this might be a good decision, making sure that with the mime they don't play effectively well. But on the other hand, Tyranitar still being an active ban on August 5, making sure that doesn't become a difficulty. But as we did miss Venusaur previously, it is going to be out. But along with Venusaur, Enigma Gaming are coming with a Gardevoir of their own. And Snorlax as well being bought in here, Raider.
Hmm. Indeed, the Pokemons are coming up. Eldegoss might actually come for Vanquisher, and Vanquisher would be able to use it at its peak. Oh, Itachi. Once again with the Serena. Definitely, let's see what happens. On the other corner, if we talk about the Pokemons getting chosen by Sadao and Fura, Sadao might actually go for the Blissey. That's a little bit unexpected, but let's see what happens. On the other corner, Fura goes for the Sizer. But now it's Genius who is left. So let's see what Genius is going to do, how he's going to perform for the team, particularly August 5, doing a very decent job of actually acquiring quite a few points in their favor. So, Genius or Mew, a ranged attack, that would be lovely.
I mean, right now, it looks to be very similar in terms of the choices. Serena should be going to Vanquisher, as we think it is going to be a little bit of the changes coming in. Okay, Vanquisher, he's the one who takes it up. This time it's not Itachi. Itachi wants to play on the Mew that he's allowed to. Goku, he's going to be switching up, not to be on the Mammoth but it's going to be Kuldeep here on Gardevoir and Furia as we did. Oh, okay, Sidao. The previously did play Decidueye, which was brilliant, but this time it did not work out. But Lucifer, he finally changes here, Raider. He is on the sizer, so very interesting, and again very different choices in terms of what they want to do. So I'll be looking forward to how it kind of works out for these teams, because it is going to be a very tough one if they even try to make something work. uh, Double attacker, one defender and one supporter, with an all-rounder on Enigma's end, whereas we talk about on the other side of Vogel's 5, they have only one attacker which is ranged. There's going to be a speedster, all-rounder, defender and supporter. So all the best of five different categories that we have is what Orglis 5 have bought out. But I feel like in effectiveness, it should be Enigma. I mean, I know it is one thing that they have to stop is going to be the Dodrio.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Putting a stop at Dotrio and actually putting up a lot of knockouts is going to be quite important to be precise for Anima Gaming. But is it going to be possible? That's the biggest part. Well, obviously, a lot of speculations are there regarding
Hmm.
this last match, just as we had between the match of Revenant Esports and I believe Goldstein. And before that, SATL also had this kind of speculations, but eventually we will come to a clear resolution soon enough, as soon as the match gets over. But to go for that stage, we have to actually go with these speculations that maybe for this match to be precise, Enigma is having the decent amount of, let's say, shifts in terms of their synergy. But if we
Hmm.
talk about particularly Team Oilers 5, having five different set of Pokemons, having five different type of, let's say, Pokemons to be precise, it can be a little bit more risky to play with.
It does feel like, but I
Mhm.
feel like all the players are picking up their best Pokemons, right? We saw Itachi playing on Mew when we started it off, it was effective, but again, there was no synergy or like proper compensation, or I would say even complementary moves being used to find a knockout. But this time they have a Zarina coming through, and we saw Vanquisher how deadly he was, and then Genius to top it all off. Because previously it was Itachi who played Dodrio, but right now making sure that the Mew is there, the solar beams are more effective, they've changed it. Talking about Goku, we have seen him being brilliant on defense, using a defender, making sure that he holds off, tanks damage on himself, and he brings none other than the Mamoswine. Compared to a Snorlax, Mamoswine has hitting attacks, damaging attacks. So I feel like it'll be more effective, and also trying to push them off maybe with the horsepower coming through. And Prod has always been for the team in terms of previously as well in Snorlax, we saw him jumping right in between the players. But this time he has an Eldegoss to play with, where he'll be trying to heal them as much as he can. So in Ogles 5, in that description, everybody has almost picked up the very familiar Pokemon that they love to play, very comfortable on, and where they have known that they find very good values of. But
Right.
Enigma's in Furia, we saw him. Sadav, I thought he would play a supporter, but he went on a Snorlax. Lucifer, until now, at least the first 3 games on that Azumarill was very effective. But after that, it felt like Oglas 5 found a counter, right? And now, I'm not too sure. With the Sizer coming in, let's see how it works out. Jumping right into the game. The last one here for the day 5 of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
All right, it already gets started. Let's see how far these guys are actually going to go on. No doubt in that. The aggression is something I'm actually looking forward to see, and look at that from the start. Anyone just trying to capitalize on the goal zones. Let's see how far they can actually go. Meanwhile, Sora, the Chansey, tries to push forward a little bit more and tries to be a little bit sneaky, and finally, I guess the 4 goals are going to get appointed. Look at that, the speed up comes in, gives the damage for sure. The damage is coming up. Meanwhile, farming is also going to be quite important. Sora does it quite beautifully. 13 for August 5 and 9 coming from Anima Gaming's corner.
Goku chasing Sora down right now on the spin up, making sure that the chance before it goes on as a Blissey. Let's find one KO. But Sora being very cautious and also paying attention to his health will get the success. But in the meantime, Itachi, he still wants to take one, but with level 4, the Blissey is already up. And as well, we will very soon see the Bulbasaur getting to Ivysaur. But in the meantime, Ogles 5, I'm looking forward to what the Dodrio is doing on top. It's finally evolved to a Dodrio from a Dodio. Steenie also, that Vanquisher has evolved, and now things look a little bit. Illa as well, coming in from Enigma on that evolve. That's Kuldeep.
Oh,
Let's see what he'll be able to do. A brilliant Solar Beam. Majority of the, I would say, AO synergies was kind of, oh, there was no kind of one team taking it. It was an even split
mhm.
coming through. So we're still concentrating on bottom lane, but look at what Dodrio is doing. Evil Genius already taking on the jungle of Enigma Gaming.
I definitely, they're just trying their best to farm around and eventually get as many as points that is possible. Apart from that, Vanquisher, after getting that much of damage, Serena tries to fall back, tries to devour the fights. Genius on the other corner is still waiting for the moment where he can easily punch in and sweep out a lot of damage for himself. But if it was with Prod, the Eldegoss waits for the moment where he can evolve and once again bring back the glory for the team.
Now all the teams are coming towards mid lane. Sora's position is known. Goku is calling his comrades to try and fight it out. But all their intention is first take out these wild Pokemon, farm the Earth Energy. Sora, does he have an egg bomb ready? Not too sure, but before he could even get closer, the Chaos Energy and experience points were already taken in the favor of Ogles 5. Ogles 5 not looking for the stopping anywhere, and finally it looks like they've made a choice to get back. Not indulge in any fights. They get back on top lane, they get back on bottom lane, and Dodrio is back into farming in their own jungle.
Well, they already know that if they actually try to overemphasize the aspects, it can be quite critical for them as well. On the other corner, let's see how far this particular Pokemon is going to be there. And meanwhile, if I talk about the right momentum, I don't think so that any of the team is actually having that particular momentum. Nobody's trying to be in the enemy's territory for a long period of time. Everybody's trying to come up with the graphics for
Oh,
sure, but
Gardevoir.
only when the moments comes right.
The Killia right now with brilliant Psyshocks coming through. You can see how much damage Goku, Itachi, as well as Evil Genius, both of them receive. 3 of them receive. And because of which Ogles 5, who took a decision to push a 3-man lane fight, had to back off. Now with Reggie spawned on both the positions at top lane, it is only the Eldegoss trying to hold it off. Whereas in the bottom lane, at least there are three players. Dodrio, oh, a brilliant play. Surrounds them from their own jungle and then takes down Kirilla. That's going to be a big move. And now Orgillis 5 with confidence can take down this Regias. And look at them. Nobody is going to be trying to even contest this from Enigma Gaming. And Orgillis 5 get the Regias and they're quickly going to switch their attention to the top lane where it's only Lucifer trying to fight it out and Prod annoying him on the Regiel Vicky.
Well, definitely the damages are coming up from Broad's corner as well. He can easily go ahead and steal this. But let's see how fast Isaac is going to go on. Look at that. It's a first shot coming up. But finally, I guess it's decided that Dojo is going to catch up on that particular knockout.
Oh,
But
wait!
it's Gardevoir who gets the particular Regieliki in the favor. And this is actually going to give a huge advantage for this particular team. Let's see how far they can go with that advantage on the bottom lane. Other Ruckus forms. And it's Goku just trying to farm out as many as possible.
I agree. It has given them an advantage, and that's the reason Enigma Gaming are trying to push top lane, trying to get goals scored in. And they've left Furia telling him that you keep a guard on the bottom lane. The same goes for Ogles 5. They've understood that maybe players can switch from Regieliki's top lane to a bottom lane immediately, so they left Goku to hold off. But Enigma's Regieliki, the comrade, has been taken down immediately. Ogles 5, they make it seem like it was never the case, but Ogles 5, look at what they do. The Ivysaur, who had to just go up a little bit to farm and help his teammates out, leaves the bottom lane vulnerable and the first goal zone gets broken down. Ogles 5 complete control, but Enigma, they're not going to answer back with just skipping quiet. They're going to be answering back by breaking Ogles 5 goal zone.
Amazing aspect of this fight is that Enigma is fighting for the glory, Ogles is fighting for the revenge, redemption, and bringing back the breather for themselves in the leaderboard standing, because you guys know every single battle that Ogles 5 has fought is a loss for them. This could be the one that will bring back maybe the victory for the team. Let's see how far they can go. Genius on the other corner, the Dodrio waits for the right moment. Let's see how far he can punch up. The Venusaur is there, the Serena is there, the Gardevoir is also coming up in the lobby. Every Pokemon that is working at its peak is actually trying his level best to survive. Meanwhile, this Dodrio, nobody is actually able to stop it.
Because it's all concentrated on the bottom lane fight. Zarina gets found and the Petal Dance is not stopping to look forward to a lot more. But Goku comes up brilliantly, and to help him out there is also a triple trample, but does it work? No, says Enigma Gaming. Zen, and one after another it's just chaos to follow. Bottom lane taking complete control off, and very soon it gets broken as well. 1 second and we see the top lane Regieliki being formed, but in the meantime Enigma, they're not even concentrating on any of the Regis. Finally, as I speak, they get to Registeel to take him down as soon as possible, but Zdao gets a little bit too closer, gets hit a lot from Registeel, and now trying to play in range with the blast coming through.
Well, definitely. On the other corner, Sizer moves on the Regieliki so that they know that nobody is going to contest with the Regieliki as well. But in the middle lane, as you can see, the fights are still residing. Goku and the other guys are trying to deal with Regieliki. The bomb goes in. For sure, if we talk about Venusaur, the petal dance is also coming up in the top lane. Now, things are not looking that great for the to be precise, team known as Anima Gaming. 171 points from the corner. Ogles Fight is only having 153. Now, Regieliki is at the concern. But the Dodrio, we all know what could happen at the last second.
But even might
Oh,
coming through, but it's still the Dodrio. It did not work out. This time, Ogles 5 gets the advantage. But look at Kuldeep. He's like, I'm going to sleep here, making sure you guys don't run away. But they had to pay a big price for it and nothing worked out. But in the meantime, ooh, a big Unite coming through, but another Unite to counter it. Lucifer should be going down, but somehow survives, and it's Vanquisher actually who goes down, and with Furia isolating the Mew, takes that player as well down. Regieliki might have taken the goal zone out, but not the players, and Enigma make sure that they still have the lead.
At the bottom lane, you can see that the Sonics is trying to tank it out, but let's see how far they can go. Meanwhile, the players are getting TP'd, and we have to remember this 2 minutes. That's all we are left with, and in just 40 seconds, we are going to get the Rayquaza. So everybody is pretty much decisive about their own facts and eventually how they're going to play with it. In the bottom lane, we have got Mamoswine and Eldegoss trying to form. On the top lane, we have got Dodrio, Mew, and Serena coming from Team Ogles Fight. Meanwhile, if we talk about Anima Gaming, let's see how far they can, the talented people from Team Anima can retaliate with these squads. Let's see what happens. Eventually, you can see that there is Blissey trying to devour the fights. There is Snorlax trying to actually just maintain the consistency. Snorlax decides that he's going to TP back and eventually go for the top lane because he knows tanking is very important at that particular angle.
Zarina right now just hiding in the bushes. And now immediately running close to Enigma Gaming's one player. Maybe a Unite might come through. First the Storm, then the kick. None of them connect, none of
Oh,
them find
Rayquaza.
value. And Rayquaza finally is going to be spawning. And we have the final stretch for these two teams. The last battle to decide who gets the advantage, who gets the point after this best of 5. Unite already being used from two ends, especially from Enigma Gaming. Both the Venusaur as well as the Snorlax. But is there any value? Finally a triple trample coming through, but is it not finding anything? And it's going to be the Mammoth trying to find the first and taking down Rayquaza, and then Lucifer gets hit with the kicks coming from the Queen, and the follow-up Storms coming through, and a brilliant assist with the Solar Beam. And what is Ogles 5 doing? Immediately after losing, they're also trying to go for goals, but Enigma also understanding that they've lost players, let's just go for the goals, and they start doing it. But what Ogles 5 have more concentrated on is getting this Rayquaza out, and before Furia can get in, they're already making sure they do damage. But once the Queen is taken down, it opens up a big category of an advantage, and with Blissey coming here, it's working out. Streaks coming in here for Enigma. They're back in the game, making sure that even they got KO'd earlier, now they're surviving, and Rayquaza is super low. It's all up to Lucifer. He's already banking punches here on none other than Rayquaza, and also his teammates trying to make sure that no other Pokemons from Ogles 5 try to help out. Itachi is still
Mew.
lurking around on that Solar Beam and now being chased. Uses Solar Beam, but it is of no use, still further away. And finally, with the Petal Dance, it's going to be none other than Furia closing it out, and Enigma done and dusted as they pack and send Ogles 5 home after this match.
Amazing performance, to be precise. If the retaliation comes in, that could be something we have to work out for, but the retaliation is never going to be there.
Yeah,
at the
20
same point.
seconds.
And yeah, in these 20 seconds, tanking down those goals is going to be quite crucial for these guys.
It's going to be a tough one that Ogles 5 tried for, but just like how 900 was scored from Ogles 5, ruthlessly this time, that's what Enigma are doing. They're already close to 700. I think they should be getting closer to maybe 800. I'm not too sure, but one thing that they're doing is making sure that they have streaks of KO for themselves. Enigma closed this best of 5. It took a lot in terms of the effort, even after winning the first round, after winning the third round, and they still had to fight till the fifth round. And finally, Enigma can call themselves at least the victors and keep their spot in the fourth position.
Wow, the impact, the retaliation from Enigma Gaming was absolutely amazing. Enigma Gaming, it was a battle which was little bit, let's say, on the shaky corner for Enigma Gaming. But the thing that we were talking about, that the right balance of the supporters and the defenders coming from the corner of Enigma Gaming, it paid off, to be honest. The Snorlax worked out quite well. And if we talk about Blissey, it worked out quite well. And moving up ahead, if we talk about the graph, you can already see from the start, it was a little bit a close combat coming from the corner from 4-minute marker. What Ogles 5 did, they had a slight lead, but after the 6-minute marker, once again, the capitalization from Enigma Gaming started off. The lead was not that much. There was a lead of 80 points from their corner from Enigma Gaming, to be precise. But when after the particular, I guess, 9-minute and 30-minute marker, 9-minute and 30-second marker, when Team Enigma had the Rayquaza in their favor, it was done and dusted.
Man, oh man, what a match here, both for Enigma as well as Ogles 5. It took a toll on them. You saw Lucifer, if he was not there to take on all the damage being dished from Vanquisher on Zarina, maybe we would have seen that it would have gone in the favor of Ogles 5, because Lucifer was always able to take that damage from Zarina, is the reason that we see that this team Enigma were able to survive, because otherwise you saw Zarina always coming in the kicks and Storms was trying to constantly take them down. Did also take down Lucifer once because of the assist in terms of the solar beam coming through, otherwise would not have walked out. But Furia, huge compliments to him on that pedal dance, and then how he played, making sure he survives, and then Blissey helping him out. 272 goals, 7 knockouts, 6 assists, 83 MVP, 59,000 damage coming in from Furia. Played all the cards right here.
I mean, this guy did the tremendous job of actually doing the heavy lifting for the team, to be precise. Those Venusaur attacks, the petal dance, every time it actually came in, there was a ray of hope for the team and it worked out quite well. Look at that. The domination Anima Gaming set forth was absolutely on point, and this is how
Mhm.
going to sum up the day.
Man, oh man, Brader, what a day it was. A long one. Took so much time. And this tells us, right, the level of the competition. That's what viewers need
For
to
sure, yeah.
understand. When we started the day off, it was like, okay, first day looks like a couple of teams are easily taking it away. They're running away. Jolly good time is what they're having. But on the other end, what happens is going to be the other side. as we progress, teams are getting tougher and tougher, understanding their players' positioning and how they have to fight against their opponents, preparing counter strategies. And now, with counter
Right.
strategies done, as we said, SATL winning their first match will be table topping right now. True Rippers, yes, one match more to play, and they can also get themselves a chance, but clean sweep is what True Rippers have, so they will have the advantage to take the first spot. FS Esports have one clean sweep for themselves. Enigma, as I mentioned, they will still stick on the fourth position because they just got their second point. Now, 6 Upper Moon could have won it out today, but unfortunately did not get a chance. Pride Official on the other end, no matches won as Augless 5 as of now.
A sad sight for Pride Official and Oilers 5. Both of them, they had to reconsider their kind of meta and eventually come back a little bit more stronger. But this is how the game goes on for them. Let's see how far they can go. From Group B, I believe the competition is also surreal.
Yeah. Group B, as we jump into their standings, they're none other than God's Reign will stand tall. They don't have a clean sweep. They would have had a third clean sweep if they made sure that the third round would have worked in their favor. But Revenant gave a really good comeback. It was a tough fight. And Group of Death, now we have a clear uh, victor, or at least the torch bearer. That is going to be none other than Godstein. Revenant will look forward to a revenge matchup, but it's going to be later down the lane in stage 2, or maybe even later in the elimination stages. Marcos coming in on the third position with 3 points as well, came in with 2 points as themselves, but both of them have clean sweep each. Hyderabad Hydras coming in, they have 1 point, and also that is a clean sweep that they've had. Zahid team, they also have 1 point along with Ryzen Esports, but Ryzen Esports and Kemin Esports, both of them have only one match left, Raider. That tells us that we are getting
Hmm.
closer and closer to the end of stage 1 of national playoffs, and that's the reason every team at this point is giving it their all, making sure that they
Right.
don't lose even a single point. Points lost in the early stages is them trying to get comfortable in the tournament, because it's not like every time you play in a tournament that is having such a big prize pool and you can call
Exactly.
yourselves the champions of India.
Well, definitely a lot of things have to actually get right from the particular corners of teams like Oculus 5 and Proud Official, which are at the bottom right now. But the teams which are at the top, they have already set a target on their back, and the teams are trying to chase them. That's what
Hmm.
we actually can say for now.
Oh man, I love the entire day. Starting it off, as I mentioned in the I would say overall segment, where it was SATL who got the victory, then it was Godsrin who brought back the victory for themselves, as
Right.
well as Enigma who brought back the victory for themselves. So
Hmm.
right now, it has been stories of comebacks for teams, but tomorrow is going to be a new day. I hope the teams who have lost today have one or two matches left. Let them get back into the game. With that, it's going to be me, Lucifer, as well as Raider, taking a leave from all of you guys. Get ready for tomorrow. Grab a lot more because the action will take longer tomorrow as well. Good night and take care.